Sheffield Shield final.
He has crunched that for 6.
What a shot.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
We are set for an enthralling finish to an all-time Sheffield Shield final. Welcome to Karen Rolton Oval for day 4 of the decider between South Australia and Queensland. 270 is the magic number for the hosts to snap a 29-year title drought. It would be a record run chase for South Australia. They'll be bullish about their prospects on a flat wicket after Queensland posted 445 yesterday in their second innings, recovering from the lowest first innings total in history. Meanwhile, centuries to Jack Clayton and Jack Wildermuth wearing down South Australia's tired bowling unit. Brendan Doggett, he continued to shine. He took a record equalling 11 wickets. Nathan McAndrew finished with 5, and it all culminates either today or early tomorrow in what's going to be a thrilling finish on ABC Sport. Strap yourselves in. We've got a tantalising day of cricket. Jason Gillespie, Carl Hooper, Robert Chipperfield as part of the call. Aaron Bryans with you to kick things off, and alongside me, former Australian coach, Saka GM and Sheffield Shield winning keeper, Tim Nielsen. Tim, good morning. How are you feeling?
Good morning, mate. I'm feeling great. We probably didn't expect this to be the situation on the morning of the fourth day, did we, when Queensland were rolled for 95 on day 1. But it's been a classic game of ebbs and flows for both teams. Both teams have had their opportunities to really stake a claim in this game. And to be fair, Queensland took most of those yesterday. They lost a couple of early wickets. Brendan Doggett again broke through, getting both McDermott and Pearson, who are really important and dangerous players for them. And we probably thought at that stage, OK, South Australia are now holding the baton, and it's their chance to knock Queensland over. But there was a great rearguard action, firstly with Jack Clayton and Michael Nessa. They put on a decent little partnership, and then Jack Wildermuth come to the crease and made 100 basically to run a ball, and really did change the flow of the game. And now we've got a very open and very even game. And speaking to a couple of people last night, both teams are quite chipper about their chances.
It's wild considering, as you touched on, the chapters we've had in this contest, where multiple times it's felt like South Australia were the clear front runners, and then it totally changed yesterday, which would give South Australia some hope that there was so many runs on offer on that wicket they could do the same today. All it takes, though, Tim, is an early wicket, and suddenly that landscape will change. There's a great crowd in attendance already for this Saturday in Adelaide, as we've seen for the first 3 days. Beautiful conditions, heading towards 30, not a cloud in the sky. And great that we've got to the weekend for Saka, and particularly for what they've put on here at Karen Rolton Oval, that they will be able to reap some reward for it with hopefully a monstrous crowd as the day progresses. How do you see it playing out, Tim? Will South Australia try to find the runs this morning, or play it safe and get through the day?
I think they need to be positive. I think it's important that they're not reckless, but they play with positive intent. They're looking to score. The feeling for Queensland will become more and more difficult to stay calm as the total builds, and they get closer and closer to this target of 270. Having said that, that's probably going to take them most of the day. So the benefit Queensland now have on the back of their batting yesterday is they can attack quite hard with this new ball. I expect there was a feeling amongst the players last night, talking to a couple, that the ball had started to reverse for South Australia. So I think Queensland will probably be looking to get the hard ball reversing as much as they possibly can, allowing them to attack both the inside and outside edge of the bat, beat both sides. That's when batting becomes a bit more difficult. And probably the one, the joker in the pack for Queensland, which South Australia may have found a little bit short on yesterday, is Mitch Swepson. They didn't have a legitimate leg spinner. They chose to go with the offie instead, and while Ben Menenti did a solid job for South Australia, Swepson has got a pass where he's had some days where he's taken 6, 7 and even 8 in Sheffield Shield cricket. So I expect they'll attack hard with their quicks early on. Young Vidal will have a proper crack and try and bowl fast and aggressively. And then I wouldn't be surprised if they wound up Mitch Swepson, put the key in his back and wound him right up to being nice and tight, and basically let him bowl away from one end for a fair portion of the days. And they'll attack hard early. They'll make sure they've got catches around the bat. Thinking that if they can break open this South Australian batting attack and maybe get 2 or 3 wickets in this first session, all of a sudden it does become very much a 50-50 game, and they'll need to try and find 1 or 2 players that can make significant contributions, as Queensland had yesterday.
And funnily enough, the sliding doors of this entire contest, I think in South Australia's first innings we felt that Queensland rotated their bowlers too often. And then we look back to yesterday, it felt like South Australia spending the whole day in the field with largely using their quicks got worn down by the heat and felt pretty tired by the end of the day, and you feel maybe with Queensland's versatility and the options they have that it might not be as big of a problem through day 4.
It's been hot, hasn't it? And South Australia in the field every day of the first 3. They bowled first. They were then bowled out by tea time basically on day 2, and then they backed it up for all day of yesterday. So by the end of that, with 3 days in the 30s degrees-wise, they were worn out. There was probably an important moment. Brendan Doggett might have been his own worst enemy yesterday, as far as that was concerned, in that he took the wickets of both McDermott and Pearson, and I'm sure South Australia felt they had their foot on the throat and it was really time to have a crack. So they probably bowled both him and McAndrew for 2 or 3 more overs in that initial spell than they would have planned for and probably hoped for. When they didn't get another wicket, they were a bit spent. They'd used up some of their energy tickets, and as we say, Clayton and Wildermuth were able to cash in on the back of some good solid batting and score quite well, or score brilliantly to get individual hundreds. So it was one of those 50-50 flux moments in the game, and it happens quite a bit in 4 or 5 day cricket. Do I attack, or do I give them a rest now with the idea they might need to come back? And to be fair, I think 99 times out of 100 in the position South Australia are in at that time, you have to attack. You've got to try and back yourself to get that next wicket, get into the proper bottom lower order of the Queensland batting order, and hopefully you're only chasing 150 rather than 270. And Queensland surviving that period was probably the catalyst for them being able to post the total they did.
And they'd have the confidence with Marnus Labuschagne at the helm to make the right calls as a player who's been around the Australian squad for so long that he'd understand what needs to be done across today and maybe even early tomorrow. For South Australia, their top order's almost been their weakest point through the season. Their run scoring hasn't actually been overly bad. It's mainly been their quicks that have got them over the line in close contests. But the top order have failed to combine together through the season. So only 3 times across the 20 innings they've played have they both got over 20. Otherwise, it's usually one or the other. What is the key for Henry Hunt and Connor McInerney this morning as they try to navigate the Queensland quicks?
Yeah, they'll be the first ones under the gun, won't they? And there's no doubt them and the full squad inside the change rooms will have this thought of what we might achieve today. And that's the biggest challenge for them, is just to try and break this down into 90 lots of 6 balls. 540 times today they've got to switch on, try and make the best decisions they possibly can and make sure they execute their skills as well as they can. I wouldn't expect they'd be thinking too much about, scoring rates or being, getting off to a flyer. But they need to be positive with their mindset in the fact that if Queensland don't start well, they do put some pressure back on them by taking toll of any bad balls they provide. And that will help them relax and also help, or not help, but also put a little bit more pressure back on Queensland. The longer they can take it, the deeper they can take it, South Australia, with their top 5 or 6, and the more pressure they can put on sweeps. And we may well see the same result for Queensland as we had for South Australia yesterday, that their quicks start to get a bit tired, the ball gets a bit softer, the wicket seems to be at its very best for batting on, from around that 25 to 30 over mark. So South Australia's first target will be to try and get through to that period, or get through this period without too much damage, and also score some runs. Then they can have a break at lunchtime, take a breath, work out where it's all sitting, and work out what the next plan of attack may be. And
in their back pockets, the most unlikely extreme scenario, but should it go all the way to the end of Sunday, South Australia can win by a draw. So it's really on Queensland to force some pressure on South Australia across the next couple of days. They would be a little bullish, the home side, about the fact they posted 271 in their first innings and they didn't really look great during that, and that total is enough to get them over the line today. It's a little wild when you look at the context of Sheffield Shield finals over history, that this would be a record run chase. 270, it's not a massive amount, Tim. Wild that we've never seen a side be able to chase that down in the past.
Yeah, I would suspect that, and I haven't been through any of the games, the scorecards, but there was a period there, and it's probably one of the reasons for the bonus points coming into play, that the home team were making really flat pitches. At times they were making 800.
Yeah.
That last innings wasn't even coming into play,
yes.
Sort of thing. So there was probably a good portion of the games where the last innings was almost either the home team knocking off 50 that were required, or maybe even the away team having to bat with a huge deficit in the third innings of the game, which didn't allow for much of a lead, if any, to take place. So it's probably more circumstantial rather than it being, a shining light. But people are aware of it. They'll know. And it doesn't matter what game of cricket you're playing, whether it's a Sheffield Shield final or an A-grade final for your club or a B-grade final for your club. 270 is a decent chase.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of games that have been hard work and teams have won defending 270, just like there's been a lot of teams that have been able to chase it down. So from a pure cricket perspective, we've got a great contest today. From a bloke sitting here with 5 red hats on and a fairly strong red-blooded soul at the moment, I would have liked to have been 50 less.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a little bit of a tricky total, I think, if something goes pear-shaped this morning. Aaron Bryans and Tim Nielsen with you on ABC Sport through the ABC Listen app for Day 4 of the Sheffield Shield final. 270 is the number for South Australia for victory either today, early tomorrow, maybe all the way, if they need to go that long to wrap up what would be their 14th Sheffield Shield title. It is the bottom 2 sides of last year culminating in the final this year, both under new leadership as well in Johan Botha and Ryan Harris. So both are chasing their own narratives, even though South Australia has kind of been the predominant storyline heading into this contest. Queensland, in their own right, would feel like this would be a massive moment for them, and they'd be aware of all the history around it, from their lowest first innings total to what the record run chase would be for South Australia. So it just feels like one of those all-time great stories. Tim, you were part of the last one for South Australia in '96, and hopefully doesn't conclude the way that one did, because that would have been heart and mouth throughout that entire final session. This feels like one that could go down in the ages as an all-time great Sheffield Shield final.
I totally agree. I think whichever team wins, they're going to stake their claim today, and they're going to show that they're the best team for the year. South Australia, through the first 10 rounds of the Sheffield Shield comp, developed and grew a pretty substantial lead on the points table. But as we know in all sport, really in all competitions, the competition part of it is about qualifying for the finals, or final, which they've done now, and then it's about playing your best cricket, your best footy, your best baseball, whatever it might be, on the big stage, under that pressure, in that grand final scenario, and that's what we find today. So we'll have a worthy winner of the Sheffield Shield tonight or tomorrow. I expect there'll be some ebbs and flows. I think today's got the feeling about it that there's going to be periods where South Australia feel like they're going well, and then Queensland fight back. And the only reason I say that is because it's basically been the nature of the beast for the whole way through the first 3 days. There's never been a period where, probably yesterday afternoon was really the only period where you felt like that one team was solidly on top for an extended period, and it's just ebbed and flowed throughout. So makes for great viewing. Hopefully, as you mentioned, there's a good crowd in already, which is great to see. It's excellent that it's a Saturday, so people don't have to try and take a sickie or get out of work. They can just come down
Which I reckon
here.
a fair few did yesterday. It was over 3,000.
They can come down here and settle in for a nice day. The sun's out, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty of nail biting as South Australia try and chase down this total.
We're about 6 minutes away from play resuming. South Australia, as Tim mentioned, about to start their second innings and chase 270 for victory in the Sheffield Shield final. The text line, if you want to get in touch across the day, 0467 920 222. That's 0467 920 222. I know you don't want to reflect too much on Queensland's innings now that South Australia's bowlers have wrapped up, Tim, but we get to the end of the day, it feels like Brendan Doggett's in the box seat regardless of how this game plays out to win the player of the match. 11 wickets in a Sheffield Shield final equals the record. It was an impressive performance to be able to tire his way through a really hot day and still continually press the bowlers throughout the innings.
No doubt. He's had an outstanding game, which has completed what's been a very positive summer. I think he played 8 games and he took a lot of wickets. He broke through early in all those games. And as you mentioned, there was a couple of times during the year that South Australia had 50-50 games that in the end their fast bowling group were able to be the difference. And Brendan led that attack in that regard quite strongly. So one of the reasons they're here is because of his great season. It's been so good for him personally to see him cap that off with a really stellar game to finish off in the final. And I think, as you mentioned, it would take something special today. And I think it's probably going to take something special from a Queensland player today if he wasn't to be the man of the match. I think if South Australia win the cricket game, Brendan Doggett would be the one that would be able to say that he dominated from a personal point of view and would stand up to say that he set up this victory by getting the 11 wickets that he did.
Well, young Callum Vidler in just his third first-class game had 4 for in South Australia's first innings. So if he manages to add another 4 or 5, maybe you could press the case if Queensland did win that he could maybe knock off Brendan Doggett. I know there's the history record making there, but I guess some punters prioritise the winning side having the player of the match. It depends on how you kind of see that scope. I don't mind it coming from the losing side regardless of how it plays out. But either way, Callum Vidler's had a great game so far and will be the key, I think, for Queensland today.
Yeah, he has. He's shown plenty of energy. He's bowled with good pace. Talking to a couple of the players, they suggested, like he's difficult to bat against when he gets it right. At times it might be, probably because he's young and still developing, at times he has some that come out and feel like they're hitting the bat at 190 and others that don't quite come out with as much rhythm or as much kind of hard hitting bat on the bat that they have. So he's still finding his kind of, I suppose, unique and consistent rhythm that will make him a really good fast bowler, or a senior fast bowler in the future. So, but his first stages of this game, especially in the infancy of his career, is showing someone that's got some attributes that suggest he'll be a very good first-class bowler and maybe even be pushing for higher honours in the future.
See how quick he can get it today, because the radar gun originally was around 140, and I reckon he got to 150 at times through South Australia's first innings. So that's an absolute rocket of a delivery that just frazzled a lot of the South Australian batters across their first innings. We're gearing up to go here for day 4 of the Sheffield Shield final. South Australia needing 270 for victory. If you have just joined us across the week, maybe this is your first time listening, the 11 for South Australia today, Henry Hunt and Connor McInerney to get things going. Henry Hunt out for a 19-ball duck to start his Sheffield Shield final, so hoping to bounce back from that. Connor McInerney made 38 from 63 deliveries. They'll be followed by Nathan Sanger and Jason McSweeney. Flip that order as well, so McSweeney at 3 and Sanger at 4. Sanger's another one who got picked up by the South Australian system after failing to really break into the first 11 in New South Wales. Has had a great season, but didn't fire with the bat in the first innings, just the 5 from 29. Nathan McSweeney was out for a 15-ball duck as well. So that top 4, aside from Connor McInerney, really struggled, and we'll be hoping to see if they can improve in this second innings the way that Jack Clayton did in his. Alex Carey at 5, followed by Jake Lehman, the only Centurion for South Australia in their first innings. And gee, it was a pivotal time to do it in the middle order when it looked like they were in a little bit of trouble. He'll be followed by Liam Scott, Ben Menenti down at number 8. Again, a very deep batting order with Scott and Menenti certainly able to hold their own with the bat. And then Nathan McAndrew, Brendan Doggett and Jordan Buckingham is the 11th man if we do find our way back towards the 96 Sheffield Shield final. Doggett and Buckingham are the names you'll be seeing out there if it is
let's hope
that
not,
circumstance.
Yeah, let's hope they do it a little bit more sensibly and a little bit easier than what happened on that occasion.
Your tips, so are we wrapping up today? Are we getting to tomorrow, Tim? How do you feel this goes?
I think it's done today. I think if Queensland win, they get 10 wickets today. And I think if South Australia are able to bat the day with their top order playing well, then they'll score the 270 runs required for victory as well. So I suspect that by stumps tonight, or by scheduled stumps time, there'll be a team holding the Sheffield Shield. This first half an hour is going to be really critical. It's going to be really important, and probably more so for South Australia in a way than it will be for Queensland. I reckon Queensland are thinking about the ball reversing. They want to try and scuff up one side. I wouldn't be surprised if they even held it across seam a little bit today early on, if it doesn't swing naturally, and try to chew up one side of the ball and try and get it a bit rough to see if they can start getting it going. Reverse, and once that happens, then it does become difficult to bat. So that'll be important that South Australia can set up a nice platform for them to attack from as the day goes on.
Sun coming across from the east, 24 degrees at the moment and a top of 27 expected, so much better than the first 3 days of the Sheffield Shield final. Humidity was largely a problem yesterday. We'll see if that ends playing a factor across today. So we'll start from the northern end, and there will certainly be a deep backward square leg. Poor old Callum Vidal is the one who's been thrown down there. And it will be Michael Mesa to kick things off for Queensland with the ball. Facing the first delivery will be Henry Hunt, who'll have 3 slips and a gully to deal with. Cover region left fairly open. Short mid-wicket in place, mid-on and mid-off as well. Okay, great crowd in attendance for day 4 of the Sheffield Shield final. 270 is the number for South Australia as they start their second innings. Henry Hunt and Connor McInerney in the middle, and Michael Mesa to get us underway after just the 1 wicket in South Australia's first innings. Nisa in from the northern end to the right-handed Henry Hunt. Right arm over the wicket, leaving over the top of the off stump. And some great energy from the Queensland fielding group. Already you can feel this an anticipation about how this day will go out.
there's an edge, isn't there? You
Yeah.
can kind of just sitting here quietly watching, and you can see there's some nerves jangling in the Queensland slips court, and they're all chatting away pretty quickly, which is usually a sign that they've got a few theories or they're a bit edgy. And I can only imagine that Henry Hunt and Connor McInerney have got a few butterflies as well.
Nisa bowls. Hunt looked to turn it through the leg side and got a leading edge that trickles through third, and he's off the mark as it's quickly fielded. Henry Hunt and South Australia, none for one. McInerney now on strike.
269.
269 to go. Just counting it down.
We won't start that too quickly.
It'll be a long day, Tim, if we're doing that.
I can't count high enough. I've only got 10 fingers.
I'm sure you'll do better than I have across the first 3 days. And the fielding group will flip over as well for the left-handed Connor McInerney, as I touched on before. One of their better top-order batters, making 38 in the opening innings. Filer will remain at a deep backward square leg. 3 slips and a gully in place. Michael Nisa gets ready to go again. Tight leg side, short mid-wicket in place. Michael Nisa right arm over the wicket. McInerney's happy to leave a wider delivery across the off stump.
A little bit of swing there. Just hinted at shaping back into the left-hander for Nisa. His natural delivery, I suppose, or his natural shape would be away from the right-hander in the air and into the left-hander. And that one just looked like it tried to swing in. So there's a little bit on offer this morning. A little bit of energy from the quicks and plenty of voice from the Queensland slips field and around the circle.
Short leg in place as well. So very tight right around the batsman. Nisa bowls. McInerney stuck the bat out across the off stump and is beaten low through to Pearson. South Australia, none for one, 269 down.
Just seemed away from him, didn't it? Landed just on off-stump line, seemed away, and then noticeably, third ball of the innings, or fourth ball of the innings, it didn't carry through to the keeper. So this is always a challenge batting last. Maybe the wicket does play a few tricks, especially while the ball's hard, and it maybe cracks or hits a crack or hits a softer spot on the surface.
Nisa to McInerney, yet to get off the mark, leans forward and defends a straighter ball. It still seemed in a fair bit, started off stump and then got a slight angle towards the batsman. South Australia, none for one. We did see it keep low a fair bit through the latter stages of yesterday, Tim. Not a lot of bounce on offer.
No, I don't think it was. It was kind of skating through. It wasn't like it was grubbing, so it's not like there's a huge issue for the South Australian team batting now. But it's certainly not as true and as bouncy as it was on day one, which is what you'd expect, isn't it? Yeah.
Nisa to McInerney. Start of day 4. He defends down to mid-wicket, no run.
That's definitely swinging in too. That one's tailed in nicely for Nisa. He's got his hands on his head. He thought it was half a silly chance of sneaking through his defences to finish off his first over.
Bit of movement early is what they're after, Queensland, as they look to pull off a remarkable comeback. South Australia, none for one. The conclusion of the first over on day 4, trailing by 269. Henry Hunt's off the mark.
Just on the monitor, they're just showing a close-up of the pitch, and you can see some scarring in the follow-through for the, they're all right-handers, so outside the off stump for the left-hander, leg stump for the right-hander at both ends. So straight away, I'm thinking that's exactly what Swepson would like to see. That's exactly the sort of targets that he has, those 2 footprints, 3 footprints there, that he'll have something to chuck the ball up into, outside leg stump to the right-hander and outside off stump to the left-hander, and which may just offer a bit of turn out of there. So conditions, and that's what the challenge is for South Australia. They won the toss and decided to bowl, knowing with that decision you're going to have to bat last, and which are usually the hardest conditions.
Vidler now away from the southern end, squares up Hunt on a straight delivery. That one got a bit of height off the bounce, almost back of a length, and no run. Young Vidler, the 19-year-old, in his 3rd game with 4 wickets already across this match, and can fire them in. Still 3 slips in the gully for Vidler, and that backward square leg on the right-handed Henry Hunt.
Must have his lucky trousers on as well. He's got the green grass stain on the right knee. Would have thought they'd give him a couple of pair of strides for the Shield final, wouldn't you? So he gave a clean set for the last day.
Vidler to Hunt, turns it through square leg, fielder waiting. Quickly gathered by Jack Wildermuth, and no run on offer there. South Australia, none for one, down 269. Not as bad as Liam Scott's right knee, I reckon, after his tumble close to the pavilion yesterday, Tim.
Yeah, yes. I might be well, I'm definitely old-fashioned, but I do like the fact that Vidler makes an effort to tuck his shirt in. A lot of players today. It's a small thing, I know. He's always got his shirt tucked in. He looks like a cricketer.
Vidler away to Hunt. Right arm over the wicket. Short, kept low and left wide of off stump. Again, a fair bit of movement off the seam there.
Nice shape, shaped away from the right-hander there and bounced through to the keeper nicely. It looks like it's decent conditions to bowl in, as far as there's a little bit on offer. I think Vidler's biggest challenge here, probably a little bit like the first innings, is to try and just be a little bit fuller and a little bit straighter. His default length seems to be what we just saw, back of a length outside off stump, which allows the batsman to let it go more often than not.
Hunt on one, as our South Australia. Vidler rockets it in, back of a length once again, and wide across the off stump through to Pearson. No run. None for one, South Australia down 269 on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryans and former Australian coach Tim Nielsen with you. And crowd slowly building. The northeastern bank already full, as is the temporary grandstand. Wait to see if this southern embankment starts to fill up through the day. A fair few braved that angle towards that third session, Tim. Started to run out of room. Vidler marches in. This one keeps low on a good length. Across the off stump, though, and Henry Hunt's happy to shoulder arms. He's certainly getting a lot of movement, Callum Vidler. It's just...
Probably just starting a bit wide, isn't it? Yeah, it's tailing away from the right-hander, but it's starting about fifth stump line and then moving away a little bit further. And if you can get one of those straighter, that's going to be about perfect. But at the moment, his default line is probably a fraction wide, allowing the batsman to let the majority of the balls go.
Hunt on one from 7. Vidler away from the southern end. Nips up a bit higher on the back of a length delivery. Still wide across the off stump and through to Pearson. Maiden over for Callum Vidler to start the day. South Australia none for one. This is Henry Hunt, trailing by 269 on day 4 of the Sheffield Shield final. Double change coming up on ABC Sport, making way for Robin Chipperfield and cool Carl Hooper.
The 2025 Sheffield Shield Final, live from Karen Rolton Oval. South Australia versus Queensland.
Lisa continues into McInerney, who's leaving alone outside the off stump. And through it goes to keeper Jimmy Pearson, and there's no run. Beautiful morning. And we could have a blockbuster final day. Well, 4th day, but we expect it to be the final day between South Australia and Queensland. The target is 270. No alarms yet for South Australia, who have 1 run on the board. Hunt has a single. McInerney yet to get off the mark. 3 slips in place, plus the gully. As Nisa is in again, and McInerney edges to Lovell at 3rd slip. And McInerney out for a duck. Queensland strike first on day 4 of the Sheffield Shield final. That almost happened in slow motion for McInerney as he pushed forward. It found the outside edge and the ball floated gently at waist height to Lovell at slip. Queensland up and about. 1 for 1 South Australia.
Good morning, Robin. Not the start that we wanted. Just a good length ball, pushed across McInerney, and he sort of groped at it. Little edge, went to 3rd slip, who gleefully accepted the chance.
That is not the start South Australia wanted, because a nice opening partnership, 50-60, would have maybe knocked Queensland's hopes and confidence back a bit, but they are right in the game, as you always thought they might be, with that challenging 270 to chase.
There was almost a stunned silence around the ground just now, almost in disbelief. It's funny, I mean, yesterday we had 2 centurions, and Even when both hundreds were brought up, you could hardly hear a cheer. I don't think anybody cheered. When we got off the mark today, when McInerney worked one behind square, there was a loud cheer.
Yeah. Yeah. So Nathan McSweeney, the captain at the wicket. What he would do to play the match-winning innings for his side. Nisa into McSweeney, former Queenslander, of course. It's wide outside the off-stump. McSweeney's leaving alone. Quicker one from Nisa. And through it goes to Pearson, and there's no run.
Yeah, and another really gorgeous day. I think from a South Australia point of view, and as much as you're chasing probably a bit more than they would have liked, just don't want to get into a rut. I know the new ball is key and you want to get through it. But even in the first over, we had McInerney just sort of, you want to look purposeful, look to put Nisa under some pressure. Just don't want to be blocking balls.
Nisa to McSweeney, forward, leaving outside the off stump. That was close. That just ducked back a little bit off the seam and at about bail high, whistled past the off stump and missed it by maybe an inch, 2 or 3 centimetres. That's all it was. It's enough. McSweeney survives.
Yeah, I was at the back having a chat with Alex Ross before I came in, and you know, from a batting perspective, you like to formulate sort of a game plan of who are the bowlers you want to target today, who you think will be the most threatening.
Nisa to McSweeney, who drops it down on the onside and thinks about a single.
And the general feeling was somebody like Nisa, Steketee, and Wildermuth, who will bowl that fuller length, challenge at the top of off stump, are the ones to really keep an eye out on. I think Vidal, as much as we saw him really good in the first innings, loved everything that I saw about him, his energy. I think he's the one that you can look to target a bit, look to score off of.
Nisa's in again, full pitch delivery, which McSweeney comes forward to, pushes up to mid-off. And that is the end of a successful over for Michael Nisa. A wicket maiden, his second over. He has figures of 1 for 1. And Queensland have made the perfect start here on day 4 of the Sheffield Shield final, with the wicket of McInerney caught at third slip.
I suppose you can say the trend continues. Every morning I think apart from the second day when Menenti and Lehman resumed, been getting a couple of quick wickets.
Yeah.
Yesterday we got McDermott and Pearson falling in quick succession. Already lost McInerney.
Vidler from the southern end of the ground. Shock of blonde hair running away from us. Bowls a bouncer, which is steep. Goes over the head of Henry Hunt. And Vidler tumbles on his follow through.
Yeah, I love the aggression, but I think you really want to be challenging that pad and the top off stump with this new ball, forcing Henry Hunt to play. I mean, nothing better than seeing the ball slapped in, the new ball slapped in and sailing over the top of your head. He's full of aggression, so you've got to allow him to do things his way.
Hunt still at the crease as Vidler comes in, and he shoulders arms hit, and the ball goes through to Pearson again. So he slips in the gully at that end as well. Kawaja at first, McDermott and Lovell. There's Nisa in the gully. Point and mid-off. Labuschagne, the captain, mid-on. Square leg and fine leg. Sun beats down here at Curran Rolton Oval. Little bit of cloud yesterday. Not a lot, but otherwise it's been blue sky all the way. Here's Vidler in, and Hunt works this to the onside, out towards Wildermuth at square leg, and there's no run. Good crowd in already. That bank on directly opposite us.
Yes, I thought yesterday and then already today, the stand we've got on just on the eastern side there without the shade, it's already looks full.
Pretty full, yeah. And that area under the trees directly opposite us in the shade looks pretty chockers as well. As Vidler comes in to Hunt. Shorter ball, which is forcing Hunt to lift the bat right in the air to allow the ball to pass through underneath. And again through to Pearson, and there's no run. South Australia 1 for 1 if you're just joining us here on Grandstand Cricket. Conor McInerney, the batter, out. Called him the slips off Nisa for a duck.
Yeah, Hunter's not going to go outside of his game. He's normally just an accumulator of runs. Very orthodox player. I think had 100 very early in the Shield, and then just in the last few games have struggled a bit for runs. No better time to get some today.
Vidler in again, short ball cracked away, nice shot, first boundary of the innings for South Australia. Vidler dropping short, and Hunt seized on it, guided it forward a square on the offside, and picks up 4. South Australia 1 for 5.
Yes, well, these are the opportunities you want to pounce on. I think in the first innings, when there was a little bit of preparation, moisture in the wicket, ball seamed, a little bit of assistance for the bowlers today. Day 4, this is as flat, so you will get balls to score off, and that one short with width. Crack for 4.
Vidler into Hunt again, leaves this alone outside the off stump. That is the end of the over. 4 have been bowled. South Australia 1 for 5. Plenty of banners away to our right-hand side. We've seen for a few days. Manenti Magic, Paul Nobes stand. Picture of David Hooks as well. A new one today as well. Saka got the dog in them, as in Brendan Doggett, double G. And that belongs, I know this because I walked in with that to the ground this morning, to Brendan Doggett's mother-in-law, who we got chatting across the traffic lights. I said to her, "Are you here to watch the game?" She said, "Yes." "Who are you supporting?" Expecting her to say South Australia. I didn't know who it was, as Nisa is in. Forward comes McSweeney, back to the bowler, and there's no run. She said, "Oh, I'm from Queensland, but I'll be cheering on South Australia."
So she flew in for the game?
Yeah, she's been here all the time. So I said, "How come you're from Queensland and you're supporting South Australia?" I didn't know who she was at this point. And she said, "Oh, my son-in-law plays." I said, "All right, who's that?" "Brendan Doggett," she said. Oh, we've had a good few days.
Proudly.
She was very proud.
Oh.
She was very much looking forward to the day. Yeah.
Fantastic bowler.
There's Nisa in again to McSweeney. Clips this away into the onside. Well fielded. Mid-on by Steckety, and there's no run.
Yeah, contrasting lengths. We've got Vilder from our end bowling more hitting the deck and back of a length, and Nisa probably bowling a touch fuller, challenging the pads and the stumps. I think that's the length that we've seen that have brought success from day 2 on.
Nisa bounds in again, the bowl to McSweeney. Big wicket this for Queensland potentially. If they can get McSweeney out, he is well capable of batting all day. And for McSweeney, this one he hits to Steckety again. Nisa's encouraged because he thought McSweeney was playing a little bit across the line.
Yes. McSweeney just needs to stay very calm and very clear. Trust the process. He's a very good player.
Tapping his bat as Nisa turns. Oh, so McSweeney's forward, bit of bat, bit of pad, and the ball dribbles away down into the slips. And there's no run. Got forward to try and smother that. McSweeney.
Yeah, Nessa just trying to challenge the stumps as much as he can. We saw one ball in the previous over that came back from outside the off them and kept a tad low. I think you probably get the occasional one that will do that, but generally this is still a very, very good surface.
These are tense times for South Australians at Karen Rolton Oval. Nisa into McSweeney defending. Back down the pitch. Up to mid-on. And there's no run.
Yeah, Nisa's been on the money. He's making him play, which is very, very important with that new ball. They want to pick up a few. They've already got 1.
Bit of talk last night about being a bit of rough outside of left-handers. Off stump, potentially for Swepson to use later as Nisa is in. To McSweeney, traps him on the paddle, out of appeal. Umpire Nagayski says no. That was a strong and confident appeal from the final ball of a maiden over, again from Michael Nisa. McSweeney survives. It's 1 for 5 after 5.
Yes, again, nice and straight. It looked like it probably nipped back in. Actually, no, it's just sliding down the leg side. But the Queensland boys, up and about, loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire.
It's been a tense first 5 overs hit. McInerney gone. South Australia looking to survive as Vidler into Hunt. That's a shorter ball outside the off stump and left alone by Hunt. With Jimmy Pearson.
Yeah, Hunter's going to love that length, giving him a good sighter.
You want him to pitch it up, well, you don't want him to, but you think he should pitch it up a bit further.
Exactly. The longer that he bangs it, short of a good length, seam starts softening, ball starts softening. It's early days yet, but you keep doing this for a little while. Nice and soft after lunch, it'll be a little bit easier.
4 slips in place as Vidler is into Hunt, who allows the ball to hit him amidships and drifts out onto the offside. Lower part of the chest, perhaps, for Hunt. Just wearing one and giving the chest a good rub. Now, and again, a sign of the pace that Vidler has. He's just shouldered arms, Hunt, and allowed the ball to smack him in the chest. He'd have known it was coming. He'd have known it might not be too pleasant.
Yes, good pace, good aggression, but still, he's got to challenge the stump. He's going to be a tad fuller.
Vidler and into Hunt in the red helmet, leaving a fuller delivery outside the off stump. It was a couple of feet wide of the off peg, so Hunt was confident in his decision.
There's a lot to like about Vidler. He's got good pace.
Yeah.
And how old is he? I think he's, I heard, 19?
He is 19. Yeah. Played successfully for Australia's under-19s. Leading wicket taker in the under-19 World Cup, which Australia won, of course, as comes in now to Hunt. Short ball cracked away to backward point. Clayton is the fielder. It was just short of him. Fiercely struck.
I went on an under-19 tour last year with the Aussie 19s to India. And we had some talented kids there, but they had Coach Lachlan Stevens was talking about the 4 fast bowlers that they had at the previous World Cup. And Vidler obviously was one of them, and I can see why. You know, he had great things to say about the 4 that they had. He reckoned they were the deal, the real deal.
Vidler bowls to Hunt, who's forward and defending a straight one. Back to the bowler, right down the pitch. Perfectly vertical bat from Henry Hunt.
So it's my first time seeing him, and I'm seriously impressed.
Yeah, it's only his third first-class match for Queensland.
He's got a great future ahead of him, and he'll only get better.
Yeah. And also it's useful to have the experience around him as well of the likes of Michael Nisa, who's been there and done it at this level and a little bit above as well. Vidler to Hunt, who defends. Back to the bowler. Of course, Andy Bickle is the bowling coach as well. There's a thing or two about taking wickets.
That's right.
Maiden for Vidler. 3 overs, none for 4 for him so far.
Yeah, you can slowly see him making the necessary adjustments. The first over, more balls back of a length, not challenging the stump. We had more balls there that sort of in the right area. So good to see that he's learning very quickly and making the necessary adjustments.
McSweeney will take strike, looking to get off the pair. Made a duck in the first innings, hasn't yet scored in this. Just waiting for one or two spectators to find their seat. Behind the bowling arm of Michael Nielsen. 3 slips in the gully. And Nielsen's into McSweeney, who's pushing into the offside. Clayton Fields at point, there's no run. Thinking about that single. I've seen McSweeney do that so many times down the years. Former Queenslander, of course, but just leaning on the ball, pushing it into the offside and getting up the other end for a single. Tension is building here at Karen Rolton Oval. South Australia needing 270, 1 for 5. And Nielsen on strike. Comes in rather to bowl to McSweeney. That's a genuine delivery that beats the outside edge. And through it goes to Pearson. McSweeney coming forward. Committed himself to the shot and ball just moved away. Unfortunately for McSweeney, it did not flick the outside edge of the bat.
Yeah, and all Nisa's experience and skill coming to the fore. His length has been really, really good this morning. Just pitching the ball up and bringing McSweeney forward in. But the length is good. He's given himself a chance for the ball to actually do a little bit, whether it's going to seam back or seam away. So his length has been spot on.
Nielsen to McSweeney, forward he comes and pushes up to mid-off. There's a misfield by Swepson, which enables McSweeney to get off the mark. They'll come through for 2. Thinking about a third, they'll get back for 3. 3 to Nathan McSweeney, which is greeted as though he's gone to 50 here at Karen Rolton Oval. Great applause around the ground.
Massive cheer.
Yes.
Every run counts. Every run counts.
A little bit of easing of the tension. Should have been stopped by Swepson at mid-off.
Yeah, a bit sloppy.
1 for 8. Chasing a target of 270. And that brings Hunt onto strike to Nielsen, I think for the first time in the 7th over.
Yeah, the fielders have got to make sure that they back up the good work being done by Nisa and Vidler. You can't afford balls to be going through you and conceding unnecessary runs.
Nisa to Hunt, who's pushing forward out to Swepson again. This time he fields more comfortably. And there is no run. Nisa's spending a lot of time with hands on heads at the moment.
It's never intentional, drop catches, misfields, but today's a day when you want to put all facets of the game together from a fielding perspective and a bowling perspective. If they're going to have any chance pushing for a win this evening, we'd expect a result today.
Nielsen bowls, and there's an outside edge from Hunt that drifts into the offside, and Clayton Fields at point. They get through for a single, but that's gone completely in the opposite direction to the way that Hunt was looking to hit it through square leg mid-wicket. It's gone out the point off the edge of the bat. 1 more added to the total though, 1 for 9. Hunt 5, McSweeney on 3.
It's a very still day.
Yeah. It'll get warm, I think. Nielsen into McSweeney, finds a gap in the onside. Nice shot as he clips it off his toes. Steckety gives chase, but then gives up. And South Australia into double figures with a McSweeney boundary. He's on to 7, and they're 1 for 13.
Yes, and those are the fine margins. You want to pitch the ball up full enough that you can give it a chance to seam, that the batsman cannot cover the length, but you miss your length just by a little bit, and when you bowl into good players at this level, they'll make you pay and make you pay very quickly. Beautiful shot by McSweeney. Balance looked really, really good as he clipped this one wide and mid-on. Fast outfield and the ball sped across the turf for 4.
And we're about to begin the 8th over of the innings. South Australia 1 for 13. In the final innings of the Sheffield Shield final. Vidler into Hunt. Leaving alone a full-pitched delivery outside the off stump is Henry Hunt. South Australia need a further 257. It's going to be a tense day, particularly you fancy this first session.
Yeah, take it step by step. Get to that first strings break. Get to lunch. After lunch, we start again. I think the key today obviously will be partnerships. Sounds very cliche, but it's important to have as many partnerships as you can.
Vidler to Hunt, who's leaving alone again outside the off stump. And there's no run. People pouring into the ground. Just on that far side. Some people coming in and trying to find seats in the shade, but realising there aren't too many of those, continue their journey around the ground, trying to find the best possible spot. Those temporary stands away to our east. We've got people now sitting in front of them as well, trying to find some shade as Vidler is into Hunt on 6. Forward he comes and defends, not altogether purposefully. Defends it out, he does, out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yes, nice length. Didn't take him too long to figure out the length that he needs to bowl. Signs of a good cricketer. Assessing conditions and making the necessary adjustments and having the skill to do so. It's been bang on in this over. Fuller length.
Vidler again. Henry Hunt has 6 to his name. Oh, and he swings outside the off stump. There's Henry Hunt, cross-bat shot, looking to hit it through the offside. And there's a bit of extra bounce. Goes just above the top edge of the bat and through to Jimmy Pearson.
Was there. Got to make sure that you stay very, very positive from a batting perspective. Anything that's slightly off, you want to make sure that you take the opportunity to score.
Deep square leg back on the boundary, and deep fine leg as Vidler into Hunt. That's straight and defended again by Hunt, fielded by Vidler, and there is no run. Not a cloud in the sky. Beautiful blue sky day in Adelaide. South Australia 1 for 13. 6 to Hunt, 7 to McSweeney. And Vidler about to bowl the final ball of his 4th over in the 2025 Sheffield Shield final. Been 3 days of fluctuating cricket, and already in the first half an hour it's fluctuated on the 4th day as Vidler bowls to Hunt, left alone outside the off stump. Pearson gathers. It's another maiden, a 3rd maiden in 4 overs for Callum Vidler. And he's impressed again from this southern end of the ground with good pace. 1 for 13 after 8. And the target, to remind you, is 270. Still 82 overs remaining in the day, so plenty of time today for South Australia, plenty of time for Queensland. You would imagine the game will finish today, given it's a pretty fast-scoring ground. And Carl Hooper has stepped out of the commentary box. Jason Gillespie, former Australian fast bowler, he's alongside me as Nisa comes in to bowl to McSweeney, who's beaten outside the off stump. Was there a little feather on it? Nisa's asking the question. Those behind the stumps were not asking the question, which may be significant. That was a good delivery. Jason Gillespie, good morning.
Morning, Robin, and morning to all our listeners. Yeah, it's been an intriguing morning thus far. There's been some probing bowling from the Queenslanders. Looks tough work out there.
Yeah.
Michael Nisa, the veteran, birthday boy, is bowling very well.
This is what you'd have expected, though, isn't it, from Queensland this morning?
Oh, most certainly. And they're up and about, mark my words.
Nisa bowls to McSweeney. He's forward, pushing out to cover. And there's no run.
So you can listen in the, had the benefit of the effects mics. You can hear They are up and about, these Queensland boys. There's a lot of banter out there. South Australian batters will take that all in their stride, of course. But one senses, as it has been in this game, the first 20 to 30 overs, South Australia can get through relatively unscathed. Hold them in good stead.
Nisa into McSweeney forward, strikes him on the pad. He's quite a way forward, McSweeney. And the appeal is turned down. That was a much more confident appeal than earlier in the over. But Nisa is causing McSweeney problems here.
Well, he just bowls stump to stump, doesn't he, Robin? With the benefit of our replay, it's just hitting him outside the line. McSweeney's getting across to that off stump and getting down the track. Bit of nibble off the seam back towards the stumps from Michael Nisa.
In again to McSweeney. Gets bat on this and guides it out to mid-wicket. It's fielded by Wildermuth and there's no run.
This is challenging work for the South Australian batsmen. They're having to fight hard here, and they need to. So they don't want to expose their middle order stroke players to this new fresh ball. This is their responsibility. This is Hunt, McSweeney. This is what they're in the team for. This is their job. Negotiate, navigate his first 20 odd overs.
Nisa to McSweeney, who defends down the pitch again. It's short of a length that time. This is a terrific spell by Nisa.
It certainly is. These periods of the game, Robin, it tests you physically, but it tests your mental capacity. It challenges your defensive strategies, your defensive play, your ability to leave the ball, and also being able to score, finding ways when the loose ball comes, which they don't come often.
Nisa to McSweeney forward, dropping it out on the offside, but there's no run. End of the over, 1-4-13. Another maiden for Nisa. If you don't play international cricket, and I know McSweeney has done,
yep,
and probably will again in the future, Nisa has done, may yet again in the future. This is as high as it gets, isn't it?
Oh, without a doubt. We are watching international standard cricket right now.
Yeah.
Our listeners are listening in our explanations of this is high quality cricket.
You see a first bowling change this morning at Karen Rolton Oval, with Mark Steckety coming into the attack to replace Vidler. He bowled 4 overs.
I think it's a smart move, Robin. Don't want to overcook the young seamer to warmish day. Not overly hot, but I think his greatest strength is his pace, Callum Vidler, and you want to keep him fresh so that each spell he comes in, even if it's a 3-over spell, 4-over spell, but if he's bowling 18 balls with high velocity, that'll be the best chance for Queensland Impact to use him.
Steckety into Hunt, edging, taking a second slip. McDermott low down to his left-hand side, takes a screamer. Steckety gets a wicket first ball. Hunt falls for 6, and South Australia 2 for 13.
Well, Mark Steckety, his first delivery comes in on the money, absolutely. Pitched it up, it's full, probably about 4th, 5th stump line. And Henry Hunt, defensive prod, only succeeds at edging it low to Ben McDermott's left. Gee, it's a good catch. I mean, any catch of the slips is a good catch. He's got good hands, and South Australia 2 now for 13.
This is just the script that Johan Botha wrote for his side overnight. What a fight back it has been by Queensland. And they've continued that fight back from lunchtime yesterday through to this point, 40 minutes into day 4. South Australia 2 for 13. Remember, they are chasing 270. And that was a really good catch from McDermott. At second slip, he's a terrific fielder. Low down, it went quickly, and it never looked like coming out.
So we've seen two really good slip catches. Angus Lovell took one to dismiss Connor McInerney. You see that one to dismiss Henry Hunt from Ben McDermott.
Jason Sanger, the new bat for South Australia. Steckerty's second ball is left alone by Sanger, and through it goes to Pearson. And there's no run. Continuing your point from before about Steckerty and the replacement of Vidler after only 4 overs. I just wonder, that's obviously with later in the day in mind, because his pace might be a difference later in the day, which South Australia didn't have yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. You always, with your bowling attack, what are each of your bowlers, what do they bring to the table? What are their weapons? And Callum Vidler's weapon is his pace.
Steckerty to Sanger, who's defending out into the offside, and there's no run.
So you want to use the tools you have in your kit bag as effectively as possible. So Marnus Labuschagne, he's got a big responsibility today as captain, as leader, how he manages his bowlers. Because we saw that yesterday with Nathan McSweeney. There was a bit of discussion around after lunch with Nathan McAndrew and Brendan Doggett. South Australia spearhead bowled long spells, and they looked a bit cooked towards the back end of the day, didn't they?
Steckerty to Jason Sanger. Forward, inside edge, out into the onside. Watermouth fields at square leg, and there's no run.
And also, we've got to take into account Callum Vidler is very early in his career. He's only 19 years of age, so it makes sense to use him wisely. So I would suggest 3 to 4 over spells. He can bowl a couple of those in a session. So he can have 3 or 4 overs, then have a good break, and then come in for another maybe 2 or 3 overs in that session. So he's getting 6, 7 overs in a session, but it's high quality.
Steckerty to Sanger. Forward and defending. The other thing is you would expect Swepson to bowl more overs than Menenti, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Which makes it easier for the likes of Vidler, Steckerty, Nisa as well.
But without a doubt, and I suspect we'll see Swepson come on before, say, Jack Wildermuth. And if Jack Wildermuth does come on to bowl, he might just bowl a short spell. But I suspect they will want to get Mitchell Swepson into this game, even if the ball is still relatively new, relatively hard, to see if he can extract any movement. And I think if he does bowl, I think what I'd like to see from Mitchell Swepson is probably slowing the ball up a little bit, getting it above the batsman's eyes and seeing if he can extract any turn, because I think the criticism of him last game, he was just a little bit fast through the air.
Steckerty to Sanger. Sanger clips this nicely to get off the mark. Through mid-wicket. Swepson's after it. Won't go for 4. Sanger will pick up a couple of runs through mid-wicket. That is the end of the over. Sanger 2, McSweeney has 7. It is 2 for 15. I'm going to step out, and Aaron Bryans will guide you through it.
The 2025 Sheffield Shield Final. South Australia versus Queensland.
What a morning it's been so far. 270 needed for South Australia, and they're 2 for 15. Immediately, the Queensland Quicks striking with a bit of movement. Henry Hunt out for 6. Connor McInerney for a duck. Jason Gillespie is alongside me. Dizzy, you've been an absolute burst of energy through the first 3 days, and I feel like the atmosphere has shifted a bit after the first 20 minutes.
I think there's a bit of nervous tension around the ground. You can sense it, you can feel it.
Nisa continuing from the northern end to McSweeney, tucks it back with a square. Steckerty's waiting on the rope, and they'll take a single. He moves to 8. South Australia 2 for 16, trailing by 254.
I mean, there were lineups outside the ground very early this morning, like a good hour and a half before play started. So there's an air of excitement here at the Karen Rolton Oval here in Adelaide.
The narrative is totally flipped. For Queensland, who had last in the previous season to rise to the top. New coach, lowest first innings total in a Sheffield Shield final, and they have clawed themselves out of this hole. Nielsen to Sanger on 2, full, defended back to the bowler, no run.
They've played really well, haven't they? To come back from scoring 95 in the first innings of a Shield final, to be in a position now where South Australia need to score 270 to win in the 4th innings, and they've got South Australia 2 down for 16 runs. It is a superb effort, and it must be applauded and commended, the Queenslanders, for the fight they've shown in this game.
Nielsen marches in, high bat raise from Sanger, catches it. A good length delivery, pushes to cover, quickly fielded by Swepson, no run. What would it mean for South Australia in the grand scheme of it, Dizzy, after 29 years to get to this moment, be in the box seat and it unravel on the second last day?
Look, I think it's a reward for all the efforts over the last period of time, last number of years. It's been this squad, this team, it's been building. Hasn't been much success. Talked about that. We know how long it's been.
He said a Sanger on 2. What would it mean though if they couldn't get it done today?
They couldn't.
Yeah, after a period where it looked like they were home and home.
Look, look, it'll be a disappointment. There's no doubt when you have the Shield final. You know, the odds are stacked in your favour. It'll be a blow, but also I think as well, should it not go the way of South Australia, they can be incredibly proud of what they've achieved this season. It's been a massive improvement.
3 slips and a gully in place. South Australia 2 down, still trailing by 254. Leaning forward, Sanger on a straight line delivery, plays it to cover. Thought about the quick single, but there is a fielder waiting.
Yeah, it's been very probing here, Michael Nielsen, the veteran, the birthday boy, 35 today. Ooh.
There's still some hope for us then, Diz. Could be 5 years. Never know.
You never know. You know, it's really important that the South Australians navigate this tricky period. Some probing bowling.
Sanger's on 2 after just 5 in the first innings. Nielsen bowls straight, closer to a back of a length to him, and it seams in as it starts across from off stump and defended to the leg side. South Australia 2 for 16 at the end of the 11th over, trailing by 254. McSweeney's on 8, Sanger's on 2. If you're just joining us, McInerney and Hunt out for a combined 6 runs this morning. It's Michael Nielsen and Mark Secchity both struck, and they each have 2 for the match so far. Aaron Bryans and former South Australian coach Jason Gillespie with you. There's a great crowd, and a lot of them would be a little bit stunned as to what they've seen across this opening hour. We're going to see Secchity continue from the southern end after his success earlier, picking up the wicket of Henry Hunt.
Tell you what's been amazing, Aaron. It's just been how excited, genuinely excited people are for Sheffield Shield cricket.
Secchity races away from the southern end to McSweeney. Nipped up on him, quickly defended, well adjusted as it trickles to point, no run.
It just proves that there is a real appetite for domestic cricket, for first-class cricket. The South Australians, they do love their South Australian cricket team. But yes, there's been frustrations. Yes, it's been a long time, but the love is there. It's never gone. The belief is there. The belief is back. The excitement, you know, the lineups outside the ground an hour and a half before the day's play. People care.
Secchity away from the southern end. McSweeney with the high bat raise, awaits, full, catches it on his toes. Good punch through the leg side. It's rolling towards cow corner. Chase is on. And a good catch up there from Tom Straker. And he gets through for 3. Good running. Nathan McSweeney up to 11. South Australia 2 for 19. Sanger now on strike on 2.
Yeah, just not quite timed from Nathan McSweeney. Sort of inside half of his bat. I think he was actually trying to look to play it through the offside.
Did double take when I saw Straker in the outfield, and Robin Chipperfield's let me know that the reason he's on is because Michael Nielsen is off again. We saw this in South Australia's first innings. Secchity Away from the southern end to Sanger on 2, defends a fuller delivery, no run. Michael Nielsen was on and off for periods of time.
There's talk that he's got a little bit of a niggle at his hamstring, but I suspect he's bowled 6 overs now. But maybe it could be something as simple as a comfort break, or it just change a shirt. It's quite warm, isn't it? So maybe he just feels he just needs to freshen up and change his shirt. So hopefully from Queensland's perspective that there's nothing serious there.
So damaging this morning, picking up McInerney for a 6-ball duck. Steckity now away to Sanger. Right arm over the wickets. Squared up and defends forward of point, no run. 2 for 19, South Australia, trailing by 251. I mentioned it with Tim before, Dizzy, but we were a little bit critical of just the high rotation of Queensland bowlers in the first innings. When Labuschagne came on at an awkward period, it felt like they were on top. Didn't really get the momentum of it. And then you look back at South Australia yesterday and predominantly using 4 bowlers, and they were absolutely cooked by the end of the day. And maybe that depth will help Queensland in the long run, and rotating Nisa in and out. Steckity away to Sanger. Leans forward, feet planted, straight drive that races through mid-off and down to the rope for 4. Sanger's up to 6. South Australia moves to 2 for 23.
And further to your point about that, the rotating the bowlers, I think the big difference we'll see is the Queenslanders will use Mitchell Swepson more than South Australia's Ben Menenti. From a spin point of view, that it'll allow them to rotate their seamers a little bit more from the other end. I expect Mitch Swepson to play a big role here.
Steckity looking to respond. Bowls away to Sanger on his toes. Defends back to the bowler, no run. 2 for 23. South Australia looking to wrap up their 14th Sheffield Shield title after losing 2 wickets earlier today. Now trailing by 247. Aaron Bryans and Jason Gillespie with you on ABC Sport at the end of the 12th over.
It looks like, you mentioned Michael Nisa's off the ground. It looks like Jack Wildermuth's going to have a little trundle here.
Was good in the first innings, picked up 3.
I thought he was a little bit underused by Marnus Labuschagne in the first innings.
Well, that was the period where he was starting to fire, and then they did drag him off and rotate in the spinner and the skipper. Jack Wildermuth gets a crack here at Karen Moulton Oval. First session of day 4. South Australia shocked early, losing both of their openers for a combined 6 runs. McSweeney and Sanger now holding the line. The skipper's on 11, Jason Sanger on 6. 247 the deficit. Woodworth bowls to McSweeney. Looks to pull, got enough of the toe of the bat through square leg. Menenti's waiting on the rope. And it will be fielded. Straker waiting on the rope, rather, I should say. And they get through for a single.
Just, Aaron, just on my point there was talking about last over regarding the love for first-class cricket, Shield cricket, the love for South Australia. As you mentioned, the belief back in about the South Australian cricket team. Can Cricket Australia, can Saka, can anyone do more to continue to promote Sheffield Shield cricket? Because clearly, we look at the text line and it's full of texts of people listening in and supporting Sheffield Shield cricket.
For delivery, and Sanger's happy to turn it through the leg side, fielded by Vidler.
Can we do more to promote the game? The domestic cricket.
We had the Chief of Cricket, James Alsop, on during lunch yesterday, and he reiterated the same, that the constant coverage of this final has been tremendous, and they're just figuring out how to translate that in what is a stacked summer of cricket. It does feel like the Shield gets buried beneath so many different formats.
Oh, look, completely understand that, but still, I still think there's an appetite for it.
Sanger on 6, Wildermuth in from the northern end. Straighter delivery, pushed back to the bowler, and a good stop by Wildermuth.
Because I've had a lot of friends communicate with me throughout this match that they're listening in. They're either on the live stream or listening to ABC, and they're really enjoying the coverage, and they're loving listening in, learning about domestic players that they may not have heard a lot about or know the story behind the player.
And that's the narrative aspect, isn't it? So everyone's hooking into the possibility of a 29-year drought being broken.
Yeah.
The flip side in Queensland, everyone's hooking into how would Usman Khawaja play. Northern ends, Wildermuth bowls and it's left across the off stump by Sanger. I know that Queensland panicked during the week and they didn't put anyone up for interview to promote this game because of the Khawaja drama.
Yeah.
But the Khawaja drama in itself sells this game. Sometimes you almost have to lean into that.
That's right.
All sports full of these chaotic off-field moments and the personal rivalries. It's just reality TV at its finest. And I think that's the issue, as you touched on with Sheffield Shield, is people largely look at it as the breeding ground for the next Australian cricketers. So let's promote them. Watch this game because this youngster's coming through. Wildermuth bowls to Sanger, leans forward, pushes straight to cover, no run.
And I think that's a great point. And, no more so than young Callum Vidler, who a lot of supporters around the country wouldn't have known much about. And they're watching this kid run in, bowl 140 plus K an hour. The ball's flying through to Jimmy Pearson. They go, how old's this kid? Oh, he's 19. He's playing his third or fourth first-class game.
Yeah.
Wow, future of Australian cricket. It's looking pretty good here. I think we need to sell the story more,
Wildermuth to wrap up the over. Bowls to Sanger on 6, who defends back to the bowler, no run. End of the 13th, Sanger's on 6, McSweeney on 12, and South Australia steadying after losing a couple of early wickets. 2 for 24, currently trailing by 146 runs. Aaron Bryans and Jason Gillespie with you on ABC Sport. I have been giving out the text line number, Diz, but unfortunately, because of where we are in the weekend in the winter sport codes, AFL and NRL on, we are sharing the text line today. So we have had a lot flood through, but most of them are rugby league ones. So do get in touch. We'll try and navigate our way through 0467 920 222. Totally understandable.
Absolutely.
That a large portion of today is going to be around our winter sports. We do have a text from Roger, who's at Storm King Dam in Queensland. Says, hey team, thanks for the great coverage of the Shield final. I was really proud of the way Queensland fought their way back into the game. The Sheffield Shield is the most even domestic competition in the world as Security bowls from the southern end to McSweeney leaves across the off stump. South Australia have been the best team all year, but Queensland are really in this with a shot. That's a great summary, Roger.
Yeah, Roger, well done. And thanks for listening in. Roger, I think you've summed it up really well. You were right. You should quite rightly be very proud of your Queensland team. They've played really well, particularly after being rissoled for 95 in the first innings. To be in a position to potentially win a Sheffield Shield title on the back of that is absolute kudos to them. But you're right, South Australia have been the form team of the year.
Secondary to McSweeney, away, kept low and straight, had to lean forward the last possible moment and defends to cover. No run, 2 for 24, South Australia. And I guess that is the positive, depending on how this day goes, Dizzy, is South Australia top of the table and comfortably ahead on wins compared to the next best, which was Queensland, who had more losses than wins. Is even if today doesn't go the way they want it to, and it will be heartbreaking, and there's a lot of reflection out of that, is, they're not going to fall away.
No.
They're a team that was comfortably the best through the regular season.
No. A lot of pride.
Steckety to McSweeney. Plants his feet, drops down and guides it to point, no run. 2 for 24, South Australia, 146 the deficit right now. I know it's early to jump the gun a bit, Diz, regarding that. But is there any pieces they should start looking for heading into 2025-6 season? South Australia?
South Australia.
What are they missing?
It's a good question. I think they've got pretty much all bases covered, to be perfectly honest.
You still happy with the top order?
Yeah, I think that they'll certainly reflect on that and certainly look at ways to improve.
Steggity to McSweeney on 12, away from the southern end, right on over the wicket, forward and defends, no run.
I think obviously, if you look at the raw numbers, you'd probably say with Connor McInerney, before his 140 in the previous game, he was averaging 19. So that might be something that South Australia may look at. But I think the spine of their lineup looks good. I think, do they employ a double spin process with Manenti and Pope? Can they do that? Can Manenti move up the order?
Yep.
bat a little bit higher so they can get Pope in regularly into the team.
Secondary to McSweeney on 12. Cover drive, splits the two fielders. Not a lot of power on it, though. It will pull up short. 2 on offer. Bit of confusion in the middle, and they're sent back. I'll just take the single. So McSweeney moves to 13. South Australia 2 for 25 with the ball to come in the 14th.
So I think the positives for South Australia, they've got a good mix of youth and experience, and they've got guys now in mid-career who have racked up quite a few games now. And their senior players are not too old. They're kind of early 30s as opposed to mid to late 30s.
But a lot of that summary is just positives in that Ryan Harris has options.
Yeah,
to,
absolutely.
He can shuffle the way this list looks without really damaging too much of it. Steketee to Sanger on 6 now, away from the southern end. Forward, catches a leading edge that trickles through cover, no run. We'll get an expert change on ABC Sport as the great Jason Gillespie makes way for former Australian coach and his Sheffield Shield winning teammate from 1996, Tim Nielsen. Your text coming through 0467 920 222. One unnamed listener just says, flat out, I hope Queensland lose. They're in a good spot here, considering the way the game's gone. Pete in the outer seeking shade. Best of luck to you, Pete. It's pretty full out there. Not a lot of space I can see under the trees in the northeastern bank. Pete says March should be cricket's month. We can survive with 2 less footy games. Just my 2 cents. Another listener who's unnamed, do leave your name when you text in, says, I don't normally follow the Sheffield Shield, but I am following this final, though, because it has been so long since South Australia won. If it was Queensland versus anybody else, I'd have no interest. And that is a large part of the narrative that's been happening heading into this week of cricket. It is drinks at the moment. South Australia 2 for 25, trailing by 245. McSweeney on 13, Sanger on 6. Also Mark from the Gold Coast, driving back home from Melbourne at the moment, listening to the coverage. Sheffield Shield cricket and its entirety is exciting. Should it not be up to the Australian Cricket Board to promote it more? Because you hardly hear anything about it. This is where the up-and-coming players for the Australian team come from. Yes, we have the T20 and so forth, but it is Sheffield Shield that is the breeding ground for Australian cricket, and it should be promoted more. Cheers. Have a great call. Thanks for that, Mark, on the text line 0467 920 222. Tim, good to see you once again after a very eventful morning.
I popped out at the right time, didn't I? Yes.
Or the wrong time if you're a
depends,
South
I suppose,
Australian
which way
fan.
you look at it, yeah.
When I saw Chippers had picked up a couple of wickets, it was a bit of tapping on the shoulder.
Time
Mate. You're a bad
out,
omen, get out.
Exactly. Yeah.
2 for 25, South Australia. So it was a couple of early wickets off the quicks for Queensland. So Michael Neser and Mark Steketee striking, and the openers falling for a combined 6 runs of Henry Hunt and Connor McInerney. Starting to settle a little bit now. Chip away at the required title. What do you make of the promotion of the competition, Tim?
It's a good point from Mark, I think, is that, like, for example, my old man, my dad is 82 now. I think there's a lot of people of a bit older age that do love their Sheffield. They love their cricket, full stop. But they're not necessarily on the apps. They're not necessarily digitally inclined. So I do think we could probably promote games like this a little bit more in the normal mainstream media. It's hard in Adelaide, it's hard in Melbourne, I'm sure, because most of the content at the moment in the papers is footy. There's no doubt about that. But if it means you've got to buy some space to get the ad in there, or you've got to buy some space to make sure the article goes in the right place at the right time, I think it would be beneficial for the game. And, we've got a great game of cricket here, haven't we? It's ebbed and flowed over the last 3 days, and it's doing the same thing today with... Ultimately, it's the premiership race. So, it'd be nice to have a lot of people understand it's on.
Woodhamith continuing from the northern end. Bowls to McSweeney, drops to a knee and leaves over the top of leg stump through to Pearson. That was very close.
Just seemed back a little bit, that one too. So they'd be working hard here, South Australia, with the mindset that 20-25 over mark is where we've got to get to. Yeah, we saw that yesterday. If they can find a way... The hardest time, I think, to bat will be around now. There's still a little bit of movement off the seam. They'll be fighting like everything, to give themselves the best chance to be there. And then it might just start to open up a little bit more after that 20-over period.
Just the 2 slips in a gully now. Woodhamith bowls full to McSweeney, pushes it to mid-on, no run. The 2 deep fielders now, a square leg and backward square leg near long leg. It's Queensland opt for a relatively open leg side for the right-handed Nathan McSweeney. I think also regarding the coverage of the competition, Tim, it's a little bit symbolic of the Australian media empire right now, that outside of the West Australian, every local paper is owned by the same company, and as a result, I mean, what we get here in the advertiser is basically the Herald Sun.
Sure.
Wildermuth bowls, pulling. McSweeney catches it on the bounce through square leg, races straight towards Vidler on the rope, and they take a single. McSweeney up to 14. South Australia 2 for 26 and trailing by 244. So because it's all basically the same paper, we're all getting the same sports section, which means that the coverage of the Sheffield Shield is usually limited to a page or half of that.
And often the Eastern States teams, because
Yes.
they're based out of Sydney, aren't they? So, yeah, they're all challenges that we face and that the sport faces to try and keep promoting the next level. But I suppose there's people in Adelaide that would say the same thing about SANFL footy.
Wildermuth bowls, again pulling Sanger this time. Gets a bit more of an angle towards long leg. It'll be fielded by Steckity close to the rope, and another single on offer for South Australia. 2 for 27, Sanger's on 7, McSweeney on 14.
There's mountains of coverage of the AFL footy, the Crows and the Power. There's probably nowhere near as much coverage as there used to be of the domestic or the state-based footy here.
I know our man Andrew Capel is part of the ABC Sports Zone.
Yes.
He's the real grinder who's keeping it
Lone
alive.
Ranger, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's doing Sandful and Sheffield Shield, and he's essentially the lone man. Wildermuth bowls a straighter delivery to McSweeney, who defends no run, because the others are all focused on AFL. That's just how it is.
Yeah. And I suppose, I wouldn't know, but I suspect there's some media rights money going to that from that group, so they're keen to promote it and make sure they get people watching it and listening to it and engaging in it. So it's all understandable, but we need to be very aware of it, I think, and make sure that the average punter out there, like Mark, I think his name was, he's driving from Melbourne to Gold Coast. He's got at least they've got a couple of different options to listen to the cricket or even watch it on the stream if they need to, which is great.
Wildermuth in, McSweeney leans forward and defends. Another straight delivery, good length as well. No run, 2 for 27, South Australia at the end of the 15th. Trailing
Sorry, mate.
243.
Yeah,
there we go. Got it.
I was just thinking out loud, we probably underestimate also. I know there's a fair few mates I have that don't get to Sheffield Shield a lot during the normal summer, but 99% of them are watching the stream at work on the second screen of their computer, if that makes sense.
And I will say, ABC Sport as well, we usually always had around the ground score updates from as part of Summer Grandstand, and it has expanded this year. We're doing a bit more, it's still constant score updates, but a bit more in-depth fleshing out of the storylines, what it means in the grand scheme of things. So, yeah, I feel like we're investing more into it as well, which is great.
Yeah. Yeah, got to keep promoting it. It's just, we want to see the Sam Constas and we want to see the Callum Vidlers of Idlers of the world coming through and making their initial mark. You can follow then their journey through into international cricket if that's the way it goes.
Mark Steckity away from the southern end to Sanger, forward and defends, no run. That's why I love Campbell Kell so much. I had a couple of games where I did some updates and, again, the storylines and learning about who he is and how he's been batting. And after seeing him more than a couple of times, you go, gee, this kid's got some talent and I really like what I'm seeing here. And unless you're like yourself, a diehard who loves their Sheffield Shield and is watching all the games consistently, you don't really see these guys come through.
And Nathan McSweeney's a good example also, who came promoted up into the Test team at the start of this year against India. There were a lot of people saying, where does he bat, how does he play, how many runs has he made? So unless, again, you are a diehard, you probably weren't aware of these players. So to have that exposure to Shield cricket is really important for those sort of guys.
Steckity to Sanger on 7. Full and straight and defended to cover. 2 for 27, South Australia, trailing by 243. On the text line, Mark says, hey team, enjoying the coverage across the last 4 days. Is Marnus' 61 enough to keep him in the Australian side?
I think what Marnus being in the Australian side probably now is about what Marnus does in the Australian side rather than what he does in Sheffield Shield cricket. So if they feel as though they're going to keep going with him for that World Test Championship Test match, that will be the first stage and he'll need to keep scoring runs at that level. I think once you've played 60 or 70 Test matches, it's your performances there that count more than here back here in Shield cricket.
Steckity to Sanger on 7. Plays through square leg. There's a fielder waiting in front of the light tower, so they'll take the single and continue to move along. South Australia 2 for 28. Sanger's up 2-8. McSweeney on 14 on strike now. The deficit chipping away. 242 now. But those 2 wickets falling this morning. The opener's out for a combined 6. Long message in from Laxmi, who's listening in Naarm on Warrangiri country. Thanks for your text, Laxmi. I will read this out in a moment's time. It's longer than our normal ones. Don't want to miss a ball. Steckity to McSweeney on 14. Away from the southern end, right arm over the wicket. Edge dive taken. That is an extraordinary catch from Jimmy Pearson, who launches to his right. South Australia are 3 down, and the skipper, Nathan McSweeney, is gone for 14. Queensland, they are looking incredibly good on day 4 of the Sheffield Shield final, from 0 to hero. What a delivery from Mark Steckity. And they will just double check where the foot was placed on the popping crease, and it has been a problem through the first 3 days.
Gee, there'll be some hearts that are pumping here, hoping it's a no ball, that's for sure. We'll see.
Here's the vision.
No, that's the...
this is the wrong side.
This
is too late.
Too late. They've already running in to celebrate there, so we'll have to take it back a bit.
We had one in the Queensland innings where the vision was blurred as the ball was delivered. Doggett was caught no ball. This is comfortably in. South Australia will be 3 down 2 days after feeling like they were motoring towards a 14th Sheffield Shield title. Queensland have risen off the canvas and have dominated this opening session on day 4. 3 for 28, South Australia, still trailing by 242 runs. Nathan McSweeney is out.
Really good length. Probably could have let it go, to be fair, if you're being ultra critical, but it's one of that length and line that drew the defensive push from McSweeney, and it was a fine catch again by Jimmy Pearson, diving across in front of Usman Khawaja at first slip and pouching it with both hands. He's an acrobatic and a very safe keeper, Jimmy. He's done it for a lot of time now, and that's a fine catch from him. He's had a couple of beauties in this game. So, as you say, 3 for 28. And I was thinking as in between shifts here that I've got my gut feeling says that one player that's going to be absolutely critical and maybe even the linchpin for South Australia in this game is going to be Alex Carey, with his ability to score, his international performance and experience. He'll have been in very pressure-filled situations before, so he'll be as well equipped as anyone to cope with the challenge and the stress of being 3 for 28, chasing 270. This is a massive moment in the game, this next 45 minutes up to the lunch break as we go through.
Steckety's got 3 for the match, 2 for the morning. Picks up Henry Hunt for 6, Nathan McSweeney for 14, and Alex Carey, who had one of the better scores for South Australia in their first innings, 24 from 26. Now at the crease, the left-hander. 2 slips in a gully. Steckety away from the southern end to Carey, forward, driving down towards mid-off, wants a quick single, will get it. Darting across, Labuschagne launches it to Pearson, and that'll wrap up No, we've got a ball to come left in the 16th over, but Carey is off the strike. 3 for 29. South Australia trailing by 241 with 7 wickets in hand.
This innings is now taking a very similar path to what the whole game has taken, isn't it? In that it's been hard work against the new ball. Both teams have lost some early wickets. Queensland in the first innings lost 10 of them, early wickets that is, and then and now it's really important that these two can try and find a way to get through the next 10 overs when the ball starts to become a bit softer and batting maybe a bit easier.
Steckety to Sanger on 8, drives past the bowler, punching it towards the rope at long on. It's pulling up, they're converging. Labuschagne launches himself but can't get there. It will hit the rope for 4. Sanger moves to 12. South Australia 3 for 33, now trailing by 237 at the end of the 16th over. Commentary change coming up on ABC Sport. Robin Chipperfield coming in.
This is the 2025 Sheffield Shield final. South Australia versus Queensland. Live from Karen Rolton Oval.
What a game of cricket this is turning into. Is probably the wrong phrase. Has been, and is still twisting one way and then the other. And big moments still to come.
For you, Robin.
Go on.
I understand you were involved in 2 wickets this morning in your first call-in session.
I was.
You need to clean that act up, okay? I'm biased, but unequivocally and unrevocable. What's the word? I'm just plain straight biased, okay? So yeah, sort your game out if you wouldn't mind for the next half an hour.
I consider myself admonished. Well, this would be a big wicket. Carey's on strike. And Wildermuth to bowl to him. Forward comes Carey. Geez, he looks in good touch. Drills it out into the offside, just for one, despite a slight misfield. And 3 for 34. Carey on to 2. Goodness me.
We talk about intent.
Yeah.
And you can't get a better physical display of intent than what Alex Carey has shown in the 2 balls that he's faced. Both have been reasonable length balls. He's made positive movements, good positive strides, punched the ball back past the bowler and got a single both times. And it's almost just sending a message to Queenslanders, I'm on here, I'm ready to go, I'm ready to take this challenge on. Probably the other half of our batting, or South Australia's batting, has been a little bit tentative, almost looking to survive, looking to hopefully not get out. And guess what? They bowl enough good balls in a run. One's going to bounce a bit or seam a bit, and you find yourself trudging back to the pavilion.
Sanger's on strike here to Wildermuth, and he tucks this nicely off his hip. I think Sanger's looked confident as well since he's come in. Ball's found the middle of his bat. He'll pick up another single here.
He's moved nicely, hasn't he? That on drive, last ball of the last over, I think it was off Steckety that went for 4, was a beautiful shot. He's hit a couple of cover drives. Whilst he's only got 1 run, he's tagged a couple of pull shots as well. So he's moving well both forwards and back. And I think probably the most obvious thing for him is he's watching the ball really well. He's letting go on length and line nicely, but when it's time to play and defend, he's jumping into line beautifully and defending with a full face of the bat and then taking his opportunities to score. So these two look like they're in good nick. Most importantly, on a day like today, it looks like they're thinking well. You're not fixing too many technical issues or too many batting problems day 4 of a Shield final. It's about thinking clearly now and watching the ball. That's right, watching the ball closely and being ready to try and impact whenever you possibly can.
Can you withstand everything that Queensland are throwing at you? Great credit to them for this fight back. It's been extraordinary. Wildermuth bowls to Carey down the leg side. Pearson thought there might have been something. In fact, it wasn't down the leg side.
It seemed away from me. He went to play it to square leg and it went past the outside edge, outside the off stump. If you see a replay, it's like an off spinner. So again, this is the problem, isn't it? Well, not the problem. This is the challenge batting on day 4, day 5. There are a few little cracks there under the grass. There are a few little pieces that are probably a bit softer or are starting to move around. And if you hit the right one, that is straightened significantly.
That's an extraordinary delivery.
Yeah.
Because Carey's playing it down the leg side. It's the leg gloves.
He is. And he missed it by a good half a bat width, I reckon. So never really close to getting out.
Wildermuth to Carey again, who's forward. And this time he is working it into the onside. Through mid-wicket. Swept some more chase. Out towards the boundary. Again, the slide from Swepson. And they get back for 2. And I wonder whether that puts doubts in Alex Carey's mind. Why he's come in and just punched everything so confidently off the middle of the bat so far. And suddenly you get one like that.
Yeah, I think given the way he's looking and then thinking, that's where his experience is so important. He would recognise that there are going to be some things happening, and his best way to counter that is to try and score, put pressure back on the bowler, so it's more, or it's less likely they'll bowl more of those balls, if that makes sense.
Wildermuth to Carey on the back foot. He's timed that nicely, but straight to Lovell at extra cover, and there's no run.
And that's exactly, I think, why, the good players under pressure situations are so successful, because as batsmen, they don't go into their shell and think they're going to outlast the bowler. They actually start scoring off half-decent balls and putting pressure back on the bowler, who starts to think, I've got to bowl perfectly here. I've got about a saucer to aim at rather than maybe a dinner-sized plate. Yeah. And as soon as it gets smaller and smaller, then they maybe search a little bit too hard and either over-pitch or a bit short, and scoring options come.
2 slips in a gully as Wildermuth bowls to Carey, who's forward here. Pushing it back to the bowler, and there's no run. And that is the end of the over.
Well done. You've got through so far. I'm about to change with Hoopsy. Okay, but there's no pressure, but
no more
sort
wickets.
it out.
Don't want any more wickets.
Thank you. Good boy. Okay.
Jeez, I've never felt under so much pressure in my life. 3 for 37, South Australia. If a wicket does fall, I'm going to feel like I've let down an entire state. Sanger on 13, Carey on 4. And Steckety 2 for 16 will continue from this southern end of the ground. Steckety with those couple of wickets, if you are just joining us. Henry Hunt for 6 and McSweeney for 14. Conor McInerney out early for a duck. Set 270 to win. South Australia is 3 for 37. Steckety into Jason Sanger. Right arm over the wicket. Sanger is getting an edge to this, but playing it with soft hands, and it goes down to Michael Neser, who's back on the field, fielding in the gully. Might have just caught his finger, his little finger on his left hand a bit harshly. Carl Hooper has stepped in. I don't feel under so much pressure as Tim Nielsen was putting me under. Carl, good afternoon. Good morning, Just. Here.
Hi, Robin. Gripping stuff.
Jeez, what a game. Right at the top of Australian domestic cricket, and both sides giving it their all. Here's Steketee into Sanger, beaten outside the off stump. Was there a little faint edge? Labuschagne appeals, maybe no surprise. Steketee appeals, not too much from behind the stumps.
Yeah, 3 for 37. And Queensland have been good this morning. Bowled good areas consistently. Nielsen was bang on target. Now being backed up by Steketee, and from this end.
Seeing a replay of that from Sanger. If there was a noise, it can only have been bat, but there wasn't a huge amount of confidence, mostly around the Queensland outfield, as Steketee into Sanger, edging just short of Nielsen again, who dives away to his right-hand side to field. He's played it well, Sanger, but these are alarming moments for him.
Yeah, soft hands and the ball not really carrying to the man at, looks like a floating slip, or, yeah, no, a third slip. We saw this morning a couple of edges that went, one to the keeper and two to the slip cordon. They were low catches, but, you know, they carried. As the ball getting slowly softer and softer.
Nielsen's right hand is taking a battering here. Steketee is into Sanger, and that's left alone outside the off stump. And has he got a little edge on it? And has it down in second slip? Khawaja, I think, diving away to his left-hand side. It looks as though Sanger had left it, but it must have just flicked off his glove or his bat. And diving away, McDermott in front of Khawaja. Yes, he tried to take the bat away. Did get bat on it. McDermott took a very similar catch early to get rid of Henry Hunt, but he's put that down.
Hey, off the bat. Tried to get his bat out of the way, and it just feathered the edge and went good height to the guy at second slip, but just to his left.
Here's Steketee into Sanger again. This has been a testing over for Jason Sanger. Put down.
Who's at second slip?
McDermott. Was it going to Khawaja, or was he right to dive?
Was smacking between the two.
Yeah.
And McDermott was trying to go to his left. It actually ricocheted off Khawaja's thigh, but it went to ground. It didn't sort of... Sometimes you get a second grab at those. Fortunately, this went straight from his thigh straight to ground.
Extraordinary shot from Sanger. It looked like he'd left it, and it still came off the outside edge. This one he is genuinely leaving. Goes to Pearson. I made an over from Steketee, a terrific over from Steketee. A couple of edges from Sanger, and then the drop catch as well. A searching over from the veteran Australian, but Sanger survives.
Yes, Nesta this morning, and then Steketee from this end, and then Wildermuth from the far end. Really, really good. Been challenging the top of off stump, forcing the batters to play. And because the banks of the wicket is probably not, it's not high. You know, most of the balls are challenging the stump, sort of stump high going through. You tend to want to sometimes play at balls that you can leave, especially when you know that they're trying to attack the stump.
So two slips, Khawaja and McDermott. Long gully. It's point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg and fine leg. In comes Wildermuth to Carey, who defends.
But I'll tell you what's good, Robin. With Carey now at the crease, you've got left right-hander. So lines will have to be adjusted quickly. And there are different types of player. Carey, as we know, is a very aggressive, very attacking player. Only going to be a trifle off, and he's going to be all over it. So I like the combination here. Just need to settle a bit, get a partnership together, and then go from there.
270 is the target. South Australia 3 for 37. Forward comes Carey. This is a massive half an hour before lunch. Carey and Sanger in.
I think the next step is when would the spin be introduced. I think there's just a little bit of, I wouldn't say footholds, but there's a little bit of rough outside of Carey's off stump.
Yeah.
So there's something for the leggy to work with. Whether we're gonna see him maybe a tad before lunch, maybe give him 1 or 2 to see if there's anything there. But just at this minute, it seems, you know, something seems the way to go.
We know Carey loves a sweep, which may not be altogether easy. Here's Wildermuth to Carey. Nice shot into the offside, no run. Swepson running away to his left-hand side gathers. It'll be a fascinating battle if it ensues between Carey and Swepson with a leg spinner bowling potentially into a little bit of rough outside Carey's off stump.
Well, I think he's going to play one way. He's going to look to counter-attack, look to put the pressure back onto the bowler, which is a good thing. I think Sang, on the other hand, is a perfect foil for him.
Wildermuth in again to Alex Carey. Pulls firmly into the onside. There's a man out on the boundary for Queensland. But they will get back for 2. As he picks up a couple through mid-wicket. Alex Carey didn't get all of that, but enough of it to trot through for 2 and to take himself onto 6. 3 for 39.
And speaking about Sang, how good has he looked? He's only on 13. He's looked really good this morning. Played one off drive. I mean, sumptuous, beautiful. Didn't look as if he even hit it. Sped away through mid-off for 4.
3 for 39. Roar of another jet making its way into the airport above us. As Carey drives pleasantly down the ground, that has beaten mid-on. Nice shot from the Australian wicketkeeper. Straker, the substitute fielder, is after it, but in the end they managed to prevent it going for 4. And they get through for 3.
Yes, fine lines, a little bit too full, and Carey straight away on the on drive. Nice, beautiful punch down the ground, beating mid-on. Just looking away at Marnus Labuschagne, went off after that as if his life depended on it. Every run, it's like gold dust.
Seeing Straker again out there reminds me to tell you that Michael Neser has gone off the field again. I assume that was more to do with a potential finger problem than anything else. He was off earlier. As Jason Gillespie mentioned, there's been talk of a slight hamstring injury. But here's Wildermuth into Sanger, who defends stoutly into the offside, and there's no run. So it's 3 for 42 after 19 overs. The target is 270. Having said that about Michael Neser, he's now returning to the field. He had to field, I think, 3 deliveries in that previous over from Steketee, from edges from Sanger, and there were good efforts to stop them, but might have taken a toll on the little finger of his hand. He's going back into the gully area as he comes back onto the field, and Steketee is going to continue. So Khawaja into first slip, McDermott at second, and Neser in the gully. There's also a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg for Alex Carey, who's going to face Steketee here. 2 for 16 for the fast bowler from his 5 overs. And we have exactly half an hour to go until lunch. Steketee comes into bowl to Alex Carey, who punches back to the bowler. And there's no run. He's looked aggressive, Carey, since he's come in. He's showed good intent, struck the ball firmly.
Well, I think that's key. He's always been the sort of player, always looking to score. Want to put the pressure back onto the bowler so that they can settle into their work and feel comfortable just pitching the ball up. If they miss their length, it's going to be all over it.
Steckity to Alex Carey. Defends into the offside. Up to Labuschagne, and there's no run.
One wonders if this is going to be the same trend as the last 3 days. I think it was only the second day when we didn't see a flurry of wickets in the first session. But then if you can remember yesterday, that fantastic partnership. Clayton with 100 and Wildermuth and Steckity late in the day. Not 100 for Wildermuth and Steckity, 50 odd.
Here's Steckity into Carey again. Out to Lovell at cover. The turnaround has been remarkable from Queensland. 95 all out. 176 behind on first innings. And then dead and buried.
Yeah, they've really fought their way back into the game.
And if they find a way to win it, Queensland, it will be the biggest turnaround in Sheffield Shield final history. Long way to go yet. They still need 7 wickets. Alex Carey facing Steckity, who's whipping this off leg stump down towards fine leg. Should be just a single. Carey's interested in a second. Fielding is good from Wildermuth down at fine leg. Keeps them down to 1. 3 for 43 on grandstand cricket.
Yeah, and even the running between the wicket, there is an urgency. Looking to turn 1 into 2s. Push really hard. If you can turn 2s into 3s, they realize the importance of every single run. It's really gripping stuff to watch.
Yeah. Get terrific Shield games. And this has been right up there, and to have it in a final with so much at stake. Here's Steckity into Sanger, who's wrapped on, I think, a glove by this one. Ball goes out to backward point. Not seen much of that in the first 3 days. Sanger coming forward. The ball just leaping a little bit. Sanger generally plays with low hands. But, yeah, that came off the glove. Could have gone anywhere. Went down and into the point area. Plays 3 for 43. Plenty happening here at Karen Rolton Oval. Steckity to Sanger again. Hits to Labuschagne at mid-off. Slightly uppish, but very safe in the end. And that is the end of the over. 20 have been bowled. South Australia is 3 for 43, chasing 270. Sanger has 13 and Carey 10.
Yeah, it's just getting back to Nisa. Didn't see when he left the field. But he's obviously back on. Is he being reintroduced?
Yeah, I've just got the binoculars out to see. We can see Labuschagne, Khawaja, Swepson and Nisa with cap off, all in discussions just where the umpire stands. So we'll wait to see who's coming on to bowl. Nisa looks most likely just because he's got his cap off. And indeed, that little meeting breaks up. And the decision is that Nisa will have a bowl. His 7th over. He's got 1 for 10 so far.
Well, that's good for Queensland because, as you had just said, if Jason Gillespie thought he had a little bit of a hamstring niggle, and if that was going to affect him bowling, that would have been a massive blow for Queensland. But obviously that's not the case. He's good enough to go.
And he'll be bowling to Alex Carey first up. Khawaja at first slip. McDermott is moving out a second slip. Into mid-wicket. That's an interesting move. Lovell is in the gully. Maybe a kind of more 5th slip. But there is a big gap between Lovell and Khawaja. Nisa around the wicket to Carey, who finds that mid-wicket fielder in McDermott. There's no run. It's a big 25 minutes coming up here. what Queensland would do to get Carey out or Sanger before lunch. Deep square leg and fine leg as well. There's Nielsen into Carey again, who's on the back foot, picking out only Swepson at cover. There's no run. Plenty of people sitting up on the hill in the shade. And there's that open stand directly opposite us, which is, I'd say, 9/10 full. Nisa's in again. Forward comes Carey, driving into the offside. No run. Labuschagne at mid-off. Then there's a small gap between that stand and the eastern side of the ground, where there are more temporary stands, and a patch of grass, maybe 20 metres across, which is also shielded by trees. And there's a clutch of people gathered as well. Perched on the hill. That's deep mid-wicket as Carey looks, the left-hander. Aces into Carey again, defending out into the onside, and again there's no run. And the stands on that eastern side of the ground, which are well populated and are in the shade as well, with tents on top, and then a patch of quite worn grass away to our right-hand side. People are trying to find a bit of shade, but there's not a lot there. As they perch under umbrellas. Nisa into Carey, who's playing a shorter delivery out to point where Clayton fields. Again, there's no run. 3 for 43. It's warming up again, 26 degrees at the moment.
It's very still.
It is. Feels quite humid again. There's not much of a breeze. There's Nisa into Carey, beaten outside the off stump. 1 or 2 heard a noise. Maybe just blind optimism. It's a maiden over from Michael Nisa. 1 for 10 after 7 overs. And we're going to have a double change here as Carl Hooper makes way.
The 2025 Sheffield Shield Final, live from Karen Rolton Oval. South Australia versus Queensland.
Closing in on lunch day 4, the Sheffield Shield Final. Queensland gathered tremendous momentum after comfortably winning this opening session. South Australia 3 for 43. Aaron Bryans and Jason Gillespie with you as Callum Vidler bowls from the southern end away to Sanger on 13. Tried to turn it through the leg side, stuck the bat out for wider delivery and through to Pearson.
So a little bit of chaos when we changed to the double change with cool Carl Hooper. He's got his little fan. Yep. He's got his glasses.
Cables
his phone,
everywhere.
Cables. He's unhooking this and that.
And the lunches have arrived at the same time, so we're trying to navigate that.
It's a whole procession.
Painting the picture, we're in the shipping container at what is currently long off. And then if you're batting at the southern end, more fine third man. Vidler to Sanger. Full again across the leg stump. And it bounces off his toes. Down fine leg. They'll come for 2, and the umpire reckons it's collected the bat on the way through. So Sanger will take those runs and move to 15. South Australia 3 for 45, currently trailing by 225. Doesn't sound as ominous when you say 225, does it, Diz? 3 down was a little bit.
That's what I think the supporters will be worried about, that number 3. This surface is just settling down. The ball's getting a little bit older.
Vidler to Sanger, steps across off stump and defends back to the bowler, no run.
Just got to understand there will always be a partnership. And, you know, the trend of this game, how it's gone, has been once that 20 to 30 overs well, it's become a lot easier to bat on, hasn't it? And not only, it becomes easier because, one, the ball's getting a little bit older, the seam's less pronounced, there's less swing, but also bowlers are in their second, third, fourth spells. So they're a little bit tired.
Wickets flat.
Wickets is very benign, very flat.
Vidler to Sanger on 15 away from the southern end. Right arm over the wicket. Fullen on the leg stump. Whipped by Sanger through mid-wicket. Fielded in the deep. Brief misfield there in the deep by Straker, but they do get through for their single and don't opt for the second. Sanger moves to 16. 3 for 46.
Straker will be on for Steckity at the moment, which is a common...
so they are rotating their bowlers.
It's a common tactic that Queensland use, what they do, because you're allowed 15 minutes. If you go off for within 15 minutes, you can come back on and then basically bowl straight away. You only lose time. You have to be on the field. Over 15 minutes, you have to be on the field for the same amount of time you've been off before you're allowed to bowl again. But this will be purely potential comfort break, maybe change of shirt, have a drink, just get off your feet for a couple of minutes.
So Nisa and Steckity just rotating the advantage of having a break. Two slips in a gully in place. Vidler away to Carey now on 10, the left armour with the high bat raise. Looks to cover drive. Gets enough of a connection on the bounce. Picked up by Labuschagne and flung towards Pearson. They take a single. Carey to 11.
Remember the 05 Ashes tour, Aaron? And you were only a wee pup back then, but...
ripe age of 10.
Before the tour started, Ricky Ponting met with the match referees and the umpires with the opposition and talked about England's tactic of their bowlers going off the field. As soon as they bowl a spell, they go off the field for 15 minutes and change their shirt and sit up.
Yeah.
And his argument was, you're replacing him with a gun fielder from county cricket. Fresh gun fielder, county cricket.
Vidler to Sanger on 16. Straight drive back. Vidler sticks the left arm out and takes the momentum off the ball. No run.
So Ricky made it very clear that he didn't want to see that happen, and replacing a big fast bowler. It's the end of the over here.
Yep, end of the 22nd. So South Australia 3 for 47, currently trailing by 223.
So his argument was you replace a big fast bowler like a Steve Harmison who patrols the fine leg fence with a whippet who fields at backward point in county cricket as a gun fielder, right? So what happened at the test match at Trent Bridge, Steve Harmison, I think, or Andrew Flintoff went off the field and they brought Gary Pratt on, who was a county cricketer from Durham. And he got his 15 minutes of fame because Ricky was out there batting and has hit a ball and the ball's gone to backward point. Gary Pratt swooped on it like a seagull on a hot chip and thrown the stumps down.
This is my moment.
And run Ricky Ponting out.
Nisa from the northern end now bowling to Carey on 11. Slip and a gully in place. Tucks it through point. Be fielded by Clayton. They'll take the single. And Carey moves to 12. South Australia 3 for 48.
And what I can say is, to say that Ricky Ponting was annoyed would be a gross understatement. He was filthy. And as he walked off the field, Duncan Fletcher, the coach of England, was standing up on the balcony looking down with his wide brim hat and his glasses. He just had this wry grin on his face. And then Ricky just blew up and started blowing up at him. There's footage of it. If you do get a moment to see it. Robin Chipperfield's having a giggle in the back, at the back of the box here.
Nisa to Sanger on 16. Drives on the offside and fielded at extra cover, no run. 3 for 48. South Australia trail by 222.
So that's a memory of mine of the tactic of a bowler going off after a spell.
I can totally actually seeing the vision here now. I was just pulling it up on the PC to our right.
Yeah.
That is a tremendous pickup, though. Great run out.
Yeah, superb run out.
Just waiting to see the reaction from the great man Ricky Ponting. Meanwhile, Nisa bowls, big shout on the off stump. It was a bit full and Sanger looked to play through the offside. And that brief shout is quickly dismissed. Here's the vision of Ricky Ponting. We've seen the run out. Members are certainly getting stuck into him, and here are the barbs from Ricky.
He absolutely went off. He was so annoyed. And his biggest frustration is because he brought it up with the match referees at the start of the tour, start of the test series.
Nisa to Sanger on 16. Forward, pushes to cover. Dive there to take some pace off the ball. Not a clean take on the launching effort on the right there from Decady, but did enough to knock it down towards extra cover where it's fielded no run. 3 for 48. Sanger's on 16, Carey on 12. I don't mind it when, you've got, 12th man emergency. It's that local fielder being brought in.
Local,
that's
who
a
then
different
fields
vibe.
at an important position like backward point or cover. Tom Straker coming on and fielding at fine leg. I don't have a problem with that. That's absolutely fine. But that was Ricky's point. That's what he was annoyed about.
Nisa from the northern end in. Sanger's on 16. Turns it through square. Darting across from long leg. Clayton will get there to the rope and they'll take 2. And that is 50 runs for South Australia on a morning that they'd rather have another crack at. 3 down. Starting to settle through Alex Carey and Jason Sanger. 3 for 50 rather, trailing by 220. Sanger's on 18, Carey's on 12. Crowd starting to build. Already started excellently, Dizzy, but as the Saturday progresses here in South Australia, it will flood out. Leaning closer and closer towards getting a result today, considering how the morning's gone. Deep fielder at square leg, 2 slips in a gully. Nisa pounds in from the hospital and short pulled, not strongly. Clayton's waiting at long leg, coming across to field. He's just tucked behind our monitors, isn't he, Dizzy Jack Clayton?
Yeah.
So every now and again, this fielder pops up out of nowhere and you go, oh, yeah. And he's done well to keep it to just a single. Carey moves to 12. South Australia 3 for 51, trailing by 219. Sanger's on 19 as well from his 45 deliveries. Aaron Bryans and Jason Gillespie with you on ABC Sport for the Sheffield Shield final. Having a quick whip through the text line, Diz, 0467 920 222. Murph says, driving back to Alice Springs. Loving the call from somewhere between Port Augusta and Pimba. Came down for the first 3 days of Shield. Great game, was there on 96 and stormed the Oval. Go Sackers from Murph.
Oh, thanks, Murph.
I did rile up Dizzy earlier, Murph. I said maybe it's more 95 than 96 for this Sheffield Shield final.
Yeah, I'm not having a bar of that, Aaron. Not having a bar of it. But Murph, drive safe up there, mate. Glad you're enjoying the call.
Vidler continuing from the southern end to Sanger on 19. Plays it through square. Nisa's waiting on the rope and they'll take a single. 3 for 52. Sanger moves to 19. That target 218 now for South Australia, 3 down. Dave says, loving this at the moment, the coverage. Thank you, Dave. We've got one from Liz as well, who's listening in New South Wales, as Vidler looks to make a couple of changes. So an open leg side at the moment for left-handed Alex Carey. He's got a deep square leg, but the infield's available for his taking. Deep backward point as well. 2 slips in a gully. Vidler bowls ferociously fast on the toes of Carey. Turns it through square leg and takes the single. 13, Alex Carey moves to South Australia, 3 for 53. They're hard to follow, Callum Vidler's deliveries, because they're absolute bullets.
He bowls quick. He certainly does. And I'm really liking how Marnus Labuschagne's used him here so far. Just the 4 overs for his first spell. He's into his second over in this spell. I anticipate he'll mainly bowl 3, maybe 4 overs in this spell as well.
Vidler away from the southern end to Sanger on 20. Short hooks, catches a top edge, doesn't carry. A couple of bounces towards the light pole at backward square and fielded. They'll take the single. South Australia 3 for 54. Sanger's on 21 now, Carey on 13. Liz's message says, hi team, really enjoying the Sheffield Shield coverage. I do agree that it needs more promotion. It would be helpful if most games were on 2 days of the weekend as part of the 4-day match.
Yeah, Liz, that's a really good point you make. But I think scheduling, I just suspect, Liz, that scheduling makes that a little bit challenging, just with all the cricket that's being played.
Vidler to Carey on 13, right on over the wicket from the southern end. Straight drive past the bowler. Empty, long on. It's heading there. Labuschagne has darted all the way from mid-off and a desperate dive sliding towards the fence. Can't get there. It was a tremendous 100-metre sprint from Marnus Labuschagne. He gave absolutely everything, but it will be a boundary for Alex Carey, who moves to 17. South Australia 3 for 58 and trailing by 212.
It was a wonderful shot from Alex Carey, but gee, that was a hell of a chase from Marnus Labuschagne, and he nearly got there in the end.
Gave a cheeky grin to us as he slid across the rope as well. He called that well for me.
Geez, I just wonder if he's got the GPS on and probably wondering how fast he's running. But that was quick.
I was chatting to our great friend Bharat Sundaresan.
Yes.
He and Marnus get on quite well.
Yeah, they're good mates, aren't they?
Callum Vidler from the southern end to Carey on 17. Pulls. What a connection. The sound as it races towards square leg. There's a fielder on the rope in front of the dugout. They'll take a single, but a great shot there from Carey, who moves to 18. 3 for 59. He was saying Marnus loves his wrestling. So they text each other memes heading into games as to how the day is expected to go. And today Marnus sent Stone Cold Steve Austin stunnering Scott Hall at WrestleMania, which is the huge launch into the air. And he said, this is the move we need to lay to stun South Australia. Loved it.
Brilliant.
So he's got a good character to him, Marnus. He's
absolutely
a quirky fellow.
I like him even more, the fact that he's a pro wrestling fan now.
Vidler away from the southern end. Sanger drives down towards long on, and again it'll be a big sprint. Slower across the carpet though, and Labuschagne will get there. And they run for 2. Sanger moves to 23. South Australia 3 for 61, trailing by 109. 209. 109 would be nice, Dizzy. 209. Just still feeling a little better than where they were when they were 3 for 28.
Oh, without a doubt. Look, this partnership just feels like it's just settled down. You can feel it, feel the energy around the ground. It's just almost like a
sigh of relief.
Yeah, we've got Sanger's faced 48 deliveries now. Alex Carey 18 of 26.
Breeze coming in as well, some relief for the fans. We're going to see some spin now at the end of the 24th over. Mitch Swepson into the attack from the northern end. Will be bowling to Alex Carey on 18.
I think this is a good move from Marnus Labuschagne. Well, it is on the cusp of lunch, it must be said.
About 8 minutes away from lunch.
I just wondered if, anticipating how many overs would he get. So he may get 2 in here, possibly. Depends how long they take to get their field right. But I touched on this earlier, Aaron. For Mitchell Swepson to be effective here, he's going to have to slow it down a little bit. I watched him bowl 60 overs last week in the Shield match here at KRO, and he bowled very flat, very fast. There wasn't much on offer on the pitch, admittedly, but you just sensed that. Could he just slow it up a little bit? Could he just get it above the eyes of the South Australian batters and see if he can extract as much turn out of this surface as possible? Because the way he's going to impact is if he misses the middle of the bat. And by missing the middle of the bat, you need to spin the ball hard and extract as much turn as possible out of this Karen Rolton Oval surface.
Swepson about to come in from the northern end. Tim Nielsen actually had a look at the vision earlier, and there are patches close to the batter's crease that he can hit.
Yep.
Where it's really flattened out. There's a short leg in place and a gully. Up to the stumps is Pearson, and sweeping is Carey. Catches it low, backward is square. Coming across on the rope, it'll be fielded by Callum Vidler.
I suppose the advantage South Australia have, probably their 2 most effective players of spin are currently in.
How's that breeze, Diz?
Yeah.
Absolutely annihilating our effects, Mike. We've been desperate for it for days.
It's delightful, isn't it?
It's lovely. I've had to run a washing load the last 3 nights because of the shirts I've been wearing. It's been saturated. 3 for 62, South Australia. Carries up to 19 now. Deficit 208. Sanger's on 23, awaiting Swepson.
But having South Australia's 2 most effective players of spin in will give South Australia a degree of comfort here.
Now a slip in place in a gully. Swepson bowls. Pops up. Wants to wrong in towards Sanger, who tucks it into the leg side. No run. Straightening delivery from Mitch Swepson. Sanger's on 23. Deep fielder at square leg as well, and that short leg still in place. Swepson bowls well flighted and full. Sanger leans forward and defends. No run. There's a lot of noise in the Queensland field, Tiz.
Yeah, it is certainly. There's a lot of banter out there.
I caught the slip scored and kind of dancing together before. So Uzi Kawaja leading the charge. Sweps and bowls from the northern end on the back foot. Sanger turns it into the vacant mid-wicket region. Fielder will come off the rope and they'll take a single. Sanger moves to 24. South Australia 3 for 63, trailing by 207. I'm going to keep doing that until they pile on some more runs. South Australia 207. Carey's on strike now on 19. Early wickets to fall today. McInerney for a 6-ball duck. Henry Hunt for 6. Nathan McSweeney for 14. Swepson to Carey. Couple of bat taps. Leans forward and glides it through cover. Coming across from deep point, it'll be fielded. They'll take another single. Carey up to 20. South Australia 3 for 64. The deficit 206. Sanger now on strike on 24 as well. We've harped on it a lot if you have just jumped on the coverage. Queensland were all out for the lowest first innings total in Shield final history of 95. Looked absolutely down and out when South Australia had a 176-run lead and had them 2 down for 85. Swepson bowls, leaning forward, Sanger defends, no run, and that wraps up the 25th over. 3 for 64 South Australia. Sanger's on 24, Carey's on 20, the deficit 206. So at that stage, it felt like South Australia were closing in. Marnus Labuschagne looked to be out on 20. It was deemed a no ball off the bowling of Brendan Doggett. And that sliding doors moment, Queensland go on to post 445. And even heading into today, that 270-run deficit for South Australia felt very gettable on a flat track. And first session of the day, the quick strike for Queensland, and it's game on.
Most certainly, and it has. We've talked about it throughout this match. It's a new ball wicket. Just offers enough assistance through the air and off the track just to create a bit of indecision for the batters. So it's been tough to negotiate, tough to navigate. But it looks to be settling down now.
Wilder from the southern end to Carey on 20. Pushes it down to mid-off and takes the single as Labuschagne rockets across and then thrusts it towards Pearson. He's got so much energy, the skipper for Queensland, setting the tone. 3 for 65 South Australia. Carey's up to 21. The deficit 205. Coming up at lunch, we're going to hear a bit more of the BBC Stump podcast we caught a bit of yesterday. The chat yesterday was around Brisbane's new stadium at Victoria Park, coming in for 2032. Today's chat with Ali and Jim will be more around Peter Siddle, the 40-year-old who's retired now from first-class cricket, but continues on in the Big Bash and doesn't look like he's slowing down anytime soon. I actually was surprised he didn't want another year of Sheffield Shield cricket, Diz. I thought he might have had it in him. Vidler from the southern end to Sanger on 24, defends to the leg side.
It's interesting chatting to Peter Siddle about it. He pulls up a bit sorer after a BBL game than he does after a day's play bowling for Victoria.
Right.
And I think it's the pace of the game because you know the energy. It takes a lot of out of you, bowling bounces, slower balls at high energy, bowling full tilt. You're running in the field constantly. He said that hour and 20, I pull up sorer than when I do if I bowl a whole day, you know, in a state game.
Vidler to Sanger on 24. Drives down towards long on. That's got plenty of pace. Down towards the rope. Labuschagne, the desperation once again won't get there. Is White's getting a workout on the Karen Rolton Oval turf, minus Labuschagne, and Jason Sanger moves to 28 off that boundary. South Australia 3 for 69 as we close in on lunch. A deficit 201.
It's been a real feature of his game in this innings thus far, Jason Sanger. Driving back down the ground. Just beautiful positioning. Keeps his head very still, Jason Sanger, when he drives. Or when he plays any shot in particularly. He's got a great presence. He judges length really quickly, Jason Sanger, which allows him to get into the right positions to execute the strokes.
He's had a great season. Didn't cash in the first innings, but this is what South Australia were hoping to see. Fresh off 5 from 29. He's backed it up with 28 so far from 54. 3 balls to come, you'd imagine, before lunch. Vidler away from the southern end to Sanger. High bat raise, defends to the bowler, no run.
Sorry, Aaron.
No, you go, Diz.
I was just saying, you just sense that for South Australia to chase down these runs, one of these two need to make a significant contribution. A 70 70 plus, 75 plus score, ideally 100.
You've still got Lehman and Scott to come and Menenti, so
McAndrew.
There's partners available to get them there.
Yeah, absolutely.
201 is the deficit. 2 to come before lunch. Vidler to Sanger on 28. 2 slips in a gully, looks to pull through mid-wicket. There's a square leg deep fielder who dives and can't get there. Over the rope for 4. Steckity picks up the red ball in front of the Saka members on the eastern bank. And South Australia moves to 3 for 77 as Jason Sanger starts to find his rhythm. He moves to 36 from 57.
Beautiful shot, just swiveled on his back foot. So that shorter ball, it's probably about just above waist high. Great shot.
Vidler bowls to Sanger, pushes down towards mid-on. Thought about a single, quick fielding from Swepson. And that will get us to lunch. South Australia still trailing by 197 at 3 for 73 after losing the top order for a combined 6 runs. They're starting to settle through Alex Carey and Jason Sanger, who have now put on a partnership of 45 and continue to motor along. Sanger's on 32, Carey's on 21 as we get to lunch, and it's game on. Day 4 Sheffield Shield action here at Carrum-Rolton Oval. Diz, what do you make of the first session?
I think Queensland would be pretty happy with their work to have South Australia 3 down. I thought they bowled particularly well, and I think South Australia will breathe a little bit easier going into the lunch break with Jason Sanger and Alex Carey just settling things down just a little bit. The crowd here appreciating the work that they've done in the last hour. So I think, Queensland will be happy. South Australia still a few little nerves, but settled down somewhat.
197 to go. Is Tips still with SA at this stage?
Yes.
Plenty of cricket still to come. Great to hear the thoughts of former Australian quick Jason Gillespie, former South Australian coach as well. Call of the card here at lunch. South Australia 3 for 73 after starting the day trailing by 270. We saw Connor McInerney depart for a 6-ball duck off the bowling of Michael Neser as he edged through to Angus Lovell at second slip. South Australia 1 for 1 at that stage, and Henry Hunt would follow him shortly afterwards, out for 6 from 29 deliveries, this time off the bowling of Mark Steckity, a fellow quick cashing in as it was edged through to Ben McDermott. 2 for 13 South Australia at that stage, and the alarm bells were ringing at Carrum-Rolton Oval. The crowd had lost its voice. Nathan McSweeney out there in the middle with Jason Sanger. The skipper would depart for just 14 shortly afterwards, caught by Jimmy Pearson, the bowling of Mark Steckity. So 2 for the morning, Mark Steckity, 3 for the match. Sweeney out for 14, South Australia 3 for 28 at that stage. Alex Carey out alongside Jason Sanger, and Carey was dropped on 4, the bowling of Jack Wildermuth by Ben McDermott. It looked like a tough chance, but one that Queensland were a bit bitter about. They could have had South Australia 4 down before lunch. In the end, it's 3 for 73 as Carey continued on, cashing in on his lifeline and moving to 21 from 29, and Sanger 32 from 57. The bowlers for Queensland, Neser 1 for 14 from his 8, including 4 maidens. Callum Vidler none for 27 from 7 overs, 3 maidens included. Mark Steckity 2 wickets for 17 runs, 1 maiden from his 6 overs. Jack Wildermuth none for 12 from his 4 overs, and Mitchell Swepson none for 3 from his 1. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport today. There's plenty of sport happening around the country, so the NRL and the AFL on today. If you want to hear any of it, ABC Listen app is your home. Just hit your respective codes button and you can bounce in and out of all the different coverages. But great to have you with us. And if you do want to get in touch, the text line 0467 920 222. Shout out to Chris as well, who's listening from Cambodia. Says, g'day team, loving the cricket coverage, listening on the app. And cheers, go the Bulls. Looking all right, Chris. Felt like they were no chance midway through the second day, and it has been a remarkable fight back. Anyone's ball game. Early stages, day 4 of the Sheffield Shield final. Plenty still to come. Been great to have you with us for it. Still to come, we're going to chat a bit about, or we're going to hear a bit about Peter Siddle's retirement from first-class cricket. Still to play in the Big Bash, but at 40 years of age, tremendous career coming to an end. Ali Mitchell and Jim Maxwell chatting on it about it as part of the BBC Stump podcast. We'll hear that in a moment's time, but for now, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Kerry Worthington. The scale of the destruction from a powerful earthquake in Myanmar remains unclear. The magnitude 7.7 quake hit near the city of Mandalay and was felt in Thailand, where a high-rise building collapsed in the capital, Bangkok, killing at least 9 people. Rescuers in Mandalay have described scenes of utter devastation, with overwhelmed hospitals, buildings flattened and injured people running through the streets. Chi Min is the country director for World Vision and is based in the largest city, Yangon. He says getting aid to Mandalay will be difficult.
The road from Yangon to Mandalay is badly damaged. No car or buses can able to go. The runway of the Mandalay airport is also damaged. And in Naypyidaw airport, the airplane controlling tower is also collapsed and a few people died from that.
Opposition leader Peter Dutton has kicked off his election campaign in Brisbane, saying a government he leads will provide cost of living relief and reduce electricity prices. Romy Stevens reports.
The Coalition bus's first stop on the campaign trail is at the 4X Brewery in Milton. It straddles the seats of Brisbane and Ryan, which the Coalition lost to the Greens in 2022. Opposition leader Peter Dutton says he wants to make life easier, not harder, for Australians.
This election really is about who can manage the economy, who do you trust to manage the economy? Who do you trust to keep our country safe in uncertain times?
Both Labor and the Greens are also in Brisbane today to try and win over voters in the River City.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has described the opposition leader as appealing to people's darker side, a day after indirectly comparing him to US President Donald Trump. Soon after calling the federal election yesterday, the Prime Minister said Australia shouldn't copy other countries, pointing to Peter Dutton's policy to cut public servants, a reference to President Trump's cuts in the US. Mr Albanese went further while campaigning in Peter Dutton's seat of Dixon this morning.
Now look at Peter Dutton, who's made a whole career out of appealing to the darker side of human emotions. His whole career has been built on that. His speech, I haven't seen a budget speech or a budget reply that was characterised by that so much as I did on Thursday night.
Canada's new Prime Minister Mark Carney has held his first official phone call with US President Donald Trump. Sarah Hall reports.
Mr Carney described the phone call as constructive and says he told Mr Trump Canada would introduce retaliatory tariffs on the US from early April. Mr Trump says they had a very good conversation. The call comes as Donald Trump intensifies his trade war on Canada and threatens to use economic coercion to make Canada the 51st US state, a position that has angered Canadians. Mark Carney says Mr Trump respected Canada's sovereignty during the call, but says the relationship between the two nations has changed. He says negotiations on a new economic and security relationship will get underway after the Canadian elections on April 28th.
The pilot injured in the Avalon Airshow crash southwest of Melbourne has been identified as Glenn Collins from New South Wales. Jason Katsaros reports.
Aviation veteran Glenn Collins from Paul Bennett Airshows in the New South Wales Hunter region suffered both upper and lower body injuries after his plane nosedived before crashing into the ground in front of horrified spectators late yesterday afternoon. He remains in hospital in a critical but stable condition. Chief Commissioner Angus Mitchell from the Australian Transport Safety Bureau says the wreckage has been taken to a hangar at the airport where it will be examined.
It obviously has hit the ground with quite a lot of force.
The Paul Bennett Airshows team says it's thinking of Glenn Collins and his family and is grateful for all the support it's received.
Cyclone Diane that crossed WA's Kimberley coast this morning as a Category 1 has been downgraded to a tropical low. The Bureau of Meteorology says the ex-tropical cyclone is near the town of Derby and moving southwards as it weakens. Heavy rain and damaging winds are expected between Koory Bay and Derby throughout the morning. Department of Fire and Emergency Services Superintendent Wayne Green is urging motorists not to drive through floodwaters.
With that rainfall, there may be associated road closures. We're just urging people to obey those closures, not only for their safety, but also for that unnecessary damage that is sustained by these roads when we try and traverse them in these conditions.
And a severe weather warning for heavy rain, damaging winds and flash flooding in parts of New South Wales has been extended to include Sydney, the Central Coast and the Hunter. ABC News.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here, lifts it over the keeper, one bounce for four.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it, he's got him again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 Sheffield Shield Final, SA and Queensland. Live from Karen Rolton Oval.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Former Australia pace bowler Peter Siddle has announced his retirement from first-class cricket. After making his first-class debut against the West Indies in 2005, Siddle played 231 matches, amassing 792 wickets at an average of 26.20. He was a fixture of the Australian Test side for a number of years, clocking up 67 Tests and 21 Day Internationals as well. And his 221 Test wickets, well, only 14 Australian bowlers have taken more. And at 40 years of age, I have to say, seemed to be at the peak of his red ball powers up to the very end, pulling the curtain down on a brilliant Sheffield Shield career with 7 wickets in his final outing for his state of Victoria. And I'm pleased to say that Peter is with us now. Thanks for joining us. You've gone out on a real high, haven't you? I mean, just tell us about that first of all, Sids, and then your overall reflections on your first-class career.
Yeah, thanks for having me on firstly. But yeah, it was a good finish, as much as it could be good anyway. Obviously, not being a part of the Shield final this year was disappointing. But yeah, on a high, it was nice to finish the season with a win for Victoria. But also, yeah, play my part by taking the last wicket with my last ever first-class ball. It wasn't a bad finish at all.
Yeah, I know you've already had your period of time reflecting on your Test career, but of course we're going to touch on that as well during this chat. And we can't have you on the show without, of course, first going back to a famous birthday hat-trick that you took at the Gabba back in the 2010-11 Ashes. Tell me, on your birthday, do you still think about that moment?
Yeah, I still think about it, but I think everyone else around me thinks about it more. I still, to the day, get sent plenty of videos of it and links to watch it again, and it does brings back some very fond memories. I think, like you said, when I was still playing, I probably didn't really look at it as much as I probably do now, reflecting back on my career and looking back on that day. And I guess it's starting to get a little bit emotional with the fact that after the Olympics, it's going to get demolished and there'll be Gabba, no Gabba no more. So I think then it'll probably be a bit sad when that happens.
Yeah, I was going to say that to you. So it's Cook, Pryor, Broad as your hat-trick moment. But yeah, I mean, overall with the Gabba going, I mean, do you sort of support that as a whole, even though there's some emotion there? What's your feeling on it?
Yeah, I guess not being from Queensland, if it was MCG getting knocked down, I'd probably be shattered. But more just jokingly, it'll be disappointing and a little bit sad when it does go. Like it's not like it's a ground that's going to stay standing and, you can still drive past it or see it. It's actually, it's fully going to be demolished. So fair to say in the years to come, I'll drive past there and there won't be an oval and it won't feel the same, that's for sure.
When you take 221 wickets in Test matches, obviously it's not possible to remember all, but I think you might have reason to remember your very first.
Yeah, I definitely still, you always remember your first wicket, but I think, like you're saying and alluding to, that being the great Sachin Tendulkar, it's very special. I think, just that the opportunity when I did debut to play against that Indian side that still had a lot of great players in and amongst it was obviously firstly a great opportunity, but never in my wildest dreams did I think that I'd be able to say that, Sachin Tendulkar was my first Test wicket, and I guess he has played 200 Test matches, so I'm sure that he was a lot of people's first wicket at some stage throughout his career. But definitely a very good club to be in, that's for sure.
Sid, hello, Jim Maxwell here. Congratulations on your outstanding, brilliant, like Jimmy Anderson, a career that just keeps going. So just talk a bit about the Victorian side of it and Shield titles as well as the Test match and national representation. I particularly remember Kevin Peterson becoming your bunny at one stage during Ashes series. But a bit about Victoria. Tell us about those titles with the Vics.
Yeah, I think it's just it's a special time. Obviously, it's always great to represent your country and, play international cricket and all that type of thing. It's a dream as a young kid growing up. But I think, that camaraderie and that mateship about playing with some of your best friends together for Victoria, having success. I was very lucky throughout my career that we had a lot of success. I probably missed out on a lot of opportunities to play in a fair few of those finals because of international duties and stuff like that. But, to play in a couple myself, be a part of, a handful, was an amazing time for Victorian cricket. And, yes, like I said, some of those guys now are still my closest mates. Still have a lot of close friendships there. Like you alluded to a little bit earlier, I'm a lot older, so a lot of them retired a long time ago. It's been an amazing journey. Yeah, half my life has been spent playing cricket predominantly for Victoria. So, they've given me everything. They gave me all the opportunities to obviously get to where I have. And, I owe a lot to them, the coaches, everyone involved. Obviously helped me along throughout my journey.
Now, you got to keep playing for the Melbourne Stars. I just want you to put a line in about whether or not it was bananas in your vegan diet that allowed you to bowl so well, so fast, for so long.
I'll probably have to say there's a lot of things that go into it. I think we've got Warnie to thank for going along with the story that I had 30 bananas a day. Probably didn't help that I went along with it as well, convincing all the young kids at cricket clinics that, yes, I did have that many bananas, but I had a few, but it was definitely never that many. But I think, a lot of my lifestyle choices over the years have definitely helped me get to where I am now and still be playing at 40. And relatively over the last sort of 10 years, my body has been in probably the best condition it has been. So, obviously, the veganism, the vegetarian over those years, stopped drinking alcohol, been sober for 13 years. So lots of different things throughout. But, I love playing cricket. I love bowling, and I want to do it for as long as I can. And I think one of the greatest things I'm thankful for now is to be able to, decide when I finish up myself and the body 100%, which, not a lot of people get to do.
Definitely some life lessons there about life choices, I reckon. You played a lot of county cricket here in England since over the course of your career as well. Just wonder how you compare the Sheffield Shield to the county championship and which school, if you like, is best preparing players for Test cricket?
I reckon both. I think I did love my time in the county championship. It's, like some of the best opportunities. I've been very lucky that I've played at some really good counties. I'm sure all counties are great, but I've been very lucky to have played at some really good ones and successful ones. I won a county championship back in 2019, and even though I left Essex to play in the Ashes that year, to play a part in most of the season was, similar to Victoria, some of the best time that I've had. So still got a lot of close friends there, and definitely the skill sets that I learned playing over there, the grind of the circuit, back-to-back games, learning how to bowl a lot, and putting your body through a lot of strain and pressures. I definitely got a lot to think of English cricket, and who knows, like over in the future, I might be back there coaching one day. Definitely something that I'd love to do. It's I've got a lot to thank for all the counties that gave me opportunities and just England cricket in general. What they've given to me.
You heard it here first then. We'll look forward to seeing you back in a coaching capacity.
We'll see how it goes. Hopefully one day anyway. Like I said, I love my time over there, and I just, wouldn't be a bad place to spend the off-seasons again coaching.
You've been a number of long-serving fast bowlers. Now we've got Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood, Boland, I suppose. Just looking around as a young 40-year-old, who are the other younger bowlers on the scene who might break through when you blokes all eventually give it away?
It's going to be a bit of a changing. Obviously, I've been long gone from international cricket, but those obviously Starkey and Joshy and especially, like you said, Scotty Boland are more at the back end than the early years. Paddy Cummins still got a bit of time left, I hope. He's doing a great job. But, there's going to be a bit of a change in the next 12 months, 24 months, who knows? But, there is going to be some change. And I think there's a lot of excitement around the country. I guess the Shield final currently is probably one of the better ones, and seeing young Callum Vidler running in and bowling fast and being successful, which is exciting to see. You got, obviously my teammate Fergus O'Neill. He's been outstanding the last few years. He doesn't have the high-end pace like the rest of them, but his skill set is outstanding and some of the best I've seen.
How have you seen Australian conditions change over the years. I mean, and I'm thinking again ahead to the Ashes series that's going to be played with the men coming up in November. And England seem to be, wanting lots of out-and-out pace for their attack. Are they right to take that approach? What's your take on Australian pitches now across the country?
It's probably been a little bit different than it probably has earlier into my career, and even for Shield cricket was probably a bit similar back then, was that they'll probably a little bit flatter and, potentially at times a little bit more spin friendly, and you'd see batters making high scores, teams making big totals. Whereas, the last few years of especially Shield cricket has been a little bit more bowler dominated, a little bit more life in the wickets, teams looking for results rather than playing out for draws and stuff like that. So, it'd be interesting to see what comes up in the test arena and what they dish up. But, the last couple of summers have probably been a little bit bowler-friendly and a bit more along that line. So do you need out-and-out pace? Maybe not as much, but test cricket in Australia has been hard over the years. Bouncy wickets with a little bit extra pace, those type of bowlers have seemed to have the success. So, who knows what England will bring out? I know, we have the same problems when we go over to England. We think too much about the conditions and not so much about our bowlers, who's the most successful, most consistent, who's going to do the job for us. So, we'll see. But, you look at Scotty Boland, he's probably came in over the last couple of years in Australia specifically and had a lot of success. He's not bowling high-end pace like some of those others, but super consistent, doesn't give up any runs, builds pressure, and has an outstanding record. So I think, if I was England, probably take a little bit of a leaf out of that book. They've got plenty of guys that can do similar roles as him. Is that the way to go than looking for all-out pace? So plenty of decisions to be made, but, it's going to be an exciting summer. I'm looking forward to it already.
So still room for almost a traditional English seamer, if you like, in those conditions?
Yeah, definitely. I know the Shield wickets, like I said, are probably a bit more bowler-friendly than what the test wickets will be. But, you look at types like Fergus O'Neill, Nathan McAndrew, Michael Nessa's still doing well, Scotty Boland when he plays. They're not the high-end pace bowlers that we see at the test level. So, if the wickets aren't quite the same, who knows what the type of bowler might look like. But, I guess probably saying just don't go away from the plan that maybe has worked in other conditions around the world because, if you're successful around the world, you're going to find a way. And I think that's what we've seen with guys like Scotty Boland. He's came in, he's had success, and he's done it his way, and there's a lot to be said about that.
Well, Scotty certainly had a fantastic series against India just a short while back, but so did somebody else, Peter. Jasprit Bumrah, man of the series, 32 wickets at 13 apiece. Brilliant, we thought. What are your thoughts on him?
Yeah, for sure. I think it doesn't matter who you ask that question to. I think they're going to be high praise for him. But I obviously love seeing him at the test level go about his work and what he does out in the middle. But I just think his skill set across all formats, he's successful in all conditions around the world. And, I loved watching him bowl in that last series. I think, he handled the captaincy well, as Paddy does. To be able to do that as a fast bowler and still get the job done with the ball was amazing. And I think, like we've probably said, when he first came out here a few years ago prior, he bowled at a lot higher speed than he did recently. I think, after a few injuries, he's found a happy medium at the level he wants to bowl at. He can probably control the intensity a lot better than he did when he was a little younger. But I think, like we saw, his skill set, swing, seam, how to build pressure. But, when the team needed him to take a wicket, he stood up and got the job done. And I think it backs up a little bit. Yes, he does still bowl quite high end, but more often than not, he was just bowling good line and length. He was consistent. He built pressure at that sort of high 130, low 140 sort of level rather than the high 140s that he probably did when he was a little bit younger. So, outstanding bowler. I love watching him go about his business and, very happy I never had to face him, which was always a blessing.
The IPL's overlapping the end of the Shield season at the moment. Travis Head's one of the absentees, I suppose. And just looking around in the shape of things as we move on, are we going to get to a point where we need to have all these windows sorted so that we can see the best, certainly in the Shield final, of our own players? There seems to be an issue burning in the game between bilateral cricket and T20 leagues. How do you sort it?
Geez, I think whoever sorts that's going to be an absolute genius, I reckon. That's the biggest. It's a tough one, isn't it? Especially if you look at the two countries most affected by this is obviously Australia finishing their season and then England starting their season. So they're the two countries that are probably affected the most out of any. So, yeah, it plays a big part. Ours is probably more in the side of everyone because it's our Shield final, isn't it? If you make the Shield final, you're missing that to go play the IPL, whereas I suppose at least if England, it's the start of the summer, you can get away missing a few games here and there. So it's a hard one. Obviously, the BCCI and Indian cricket bring a lot into the international game. So it's going to be a hard one to change. But, yeah, I think for Australia, for example, we have to maybe find a way where we can, potentially get it done a little bit sooner. I know the schedule's packed anyway, but to maybe, have those big name players here because, it would have been great to see. Obviously, it's great seeing Alex Carey back there playing and doing well for South Australia. But, it would have been great to see Hetty, who's been a long-time captain of that state, played there since a young age. It would have been great to see him involved in this final for a team that, hasn't had the success in a long time. Would have been great to see him playing a part.
This World Cricket Association report, Peter, that's come out is calling for windows for international cricket and generally some overall reform of the way the ICC is run. Do you have confidence that reform, change might happen, that the ICC would listen to the World Cricket Association?
I think at times they might. I guess it's probably going to be a slow burn and a slow process with how it gets dealt with. But like you said earlier, we do need to get these windows right and continue to have the best players playing, because if we don't, we're going to see more players resting from international games, which then isn't in turn great for games either. So, I think it's something where I think they all have to work together. They're real discussions that need to be had. Because, we have seen in especially the last 12 months, a lot of top quality players resting international games because of the packed schedule all round, whether that's from T20 tournaments, domestic cricket and international cricket. It's so condensed these days with some of the high-end players literally playing in every single tournament, every single international game. It is becoming too much. And at the end of the day, I'm a viewer. I'm a spectator now, watching from
maybe
afar. Maybe a coach, and I want the best players playing for me. But as a spectator, you want to be watching the best players play. And if I'm watching an international game between whether it's Australia, India, whoever it might be, the top handful of guys aren't playing, it doesn't make me want to watch it. So I think, definitely. It's probably going to take time, but it's definitely something that we need to, continue to look at and have greater discussions about, because as a spectator, that's what the people want. That's what the viewers want. We want to see the best players playing, and at the moment, it's hard for them to play the cricket that's expected of them.
And you've probably answered my final question here by mentioning about potential coaching aspirations, but you were famously a competitive wood chopper, weren't you, before turning to cricket as a professional career? So you've now had 20 years of cutting down batters with quick bowling. No chance of going back to the wood chopping now, I presume.
No, I won't be going back to that. I think, I stopped that when I was in my early teens. It was more just, it was a big family thing, being a country boy, going to local shows and stuff like that, doing a bit of wood chopping. But I realised at an early age that to play sport, I'm probably going to need my big toes. And if I had lopped off one of them at that stage, I probably wouldn't have been playing much cricket or bowling many balls at all. So I made the wise decision, and I think it's paid off in the end.
Well, Peter, thank you so much for being with us on Stumped. Great to speak to you. Congratulations on your career.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here, lifts it over the keeper, one bounce for four.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it, he's got it again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. The 2025 Sheffield Shield Final, SA and Queensland, live from Karen Rolton Oval.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Nielsen is in again, and McInerney edges to Lovell at third slip. And McInerney out for a duck. Queensland strike first on day 4. Steckety into Hunt, edging, taken at second slip. McDermott low down to his left-hand side. Takes a screamer. Steckity gets a wicket first ball.
Steckity to McSweeney on 14. Away from the southern end, right arm over the wicket. Edge dive taken. That is an extraordinary catch from Jimmy Pearson, who launches to his right. South Australia are 3 down, and the skipper, Nathan McSweeney, is gone for 14.
The 2025 Sheffield Shield Final, live from Karen Rolton Oval. South Australia versus Queensland.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
And welcome back to Karen Rolton Oval, while South Australia is 3 for 73 as we prepare for the second session on day 4. They need a further 197 runs to win. You heard the wickets there of Hunt for 6, McInerney no score, McSweeney 14, and resuming after lunch will be Jason Sanger on 32 not out and Alex Carey on 21. Those two have certainly steadied the ship, putting on 45 so far for the 4th wicket. I'm Robert Chipperfield at Karen Rolton Oval. Jason Gillespie is alongside me, former Australian, South Australian fast bowler. Dizzy, we know where your heart is at lunch. Where is your head at lunch?
The same. The same.
South Australia?
Very confident, yep.
I mean, you have been all the way through, to be fair.
Yeah, look, we've seen that what we've seen is the first 20 to 30 overs has been tricky for batting on this surface, and that hasn't changed throughout the game. We've seen there's a partnership here developing nicely between Jason Sanger and Alex Carey, and that would have just settled, calmed the farm a little bit in the South Australian dressing room, and in the, I suppose, all the spectators, the wonderful people that have come here to witness this game. So I'm bullish about it. I'm optimistic. All the seamers have had a couple of spells now. I think Steckity had a longer spell. Nisa's had 2 spells. Vidler's had 2 spells. Jack Woodham's had a spell. We just saw a little bit of Swepson. There wasn't a lot on offer for him.
No.
So, and the fact that South Australia bat deep as well would suggest to me, and I'll tell you what, going into lunch with the required runs with a 1 in front of it is a nice little bonus for South Australia.
Yeah. So South Australia should win rather than... Well, you think they will win?
I'm confident they will win.
Yeah. Swepson's interesting. As you say, we've only seen 1 over, so it's probably too early to kind of think about it.
Agreed.
But to me, the danger was always going to be him bowling into whatever rough there is outside Carey's off stump.
Yep.
And I thought it was fascinating. First ball, Carey's just reached to that area and swept the ball away for 1 very confidently.
Yep.
I thought that was fascinating because you would imagine that it would be in Carey's mind. The danger here is that little patch of rough just outside the off stump, but he's taken it out of the equation immediately.
Well, we've seen how he plays in international cricket, haven't we? How he approaches slow bowling. And that won't change. The comfort South Australia will have, and I touched on this just before lunch, is that the 2 best players of spin in the South Australian lineup are out in the middle now.
Yeah.
So hopefully from a South Australian point of view, that will negate Mitchell Swepson somewhat, as he can be a threat on this surface. I think he'll be more threatening if he looks to slow his pace up and get it above the batsman's eyes. Yes, you risk getting hit down the ground, you risk getting swept, but it's all about imparting as much turn as you can on the ball, getting it to spit out of a rough. All you have to do is miss the middle of the bat and you're in the game for a spinner's perspective. So use your weapons. You know, we talked about Callum Vidler, use his weapons of pace. With Mitch Swepson, his weapon at day 4 pitch is purchase off the wicket. But if he's bowling flat and fast and stump to stump, he's negating any chance of getting the ball to grip and turn off this surface.
I was going to talk to you about Jason Sanger as well, who's been talked about for a long time, hasn't he? And is one of the great talents coming through Australian cricket.
Yeah.
It feels as though he's had to move to kind of, not to get an opportunity, because he certainly had opportunity at New South Wales, but the break away from maybe everywhere where he was comfortable and he was living at home. But here he's come to a different city, different coaching staff, different environment, different culture.
Sometimes that's all the player needs.
Yeah.
It's just a different environment.
Because they get too comfortable?
I'm not sure, but maybe... I wonder, because the talent's there, as you mentioned, talent's undeniable.
Yeah.
And it has been for a long time. Former Australian 19 captain and the like, and started a promising career with New South Wales. But if you look at the environment away from the cricket, he's a Newcastle boy. So he comes from a smaller place, and all of a sudden he's in the big smoke of Sydney, 5 million people, compared to 300,000 up on the coast, 400,000 up on the coast. And you come to Adelaide, which is 1 million people, which is a lot closer to the feel of what home would be, which is Newcastle. So I just wonder if that's got something to do with it. And my understanding, speaking to a couple of guys around the traps, is Jason saying absolutely loves it here in Adelaide. It's already feels like home for him. So don't underestimate the importance of life outside of the game can do for a player. We see a lot of it in football codes, don't we? And, young players get drafted in the AFL, for instance. There's always that pull of home, particularly for guys that get recruited interstate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just don't underestimate the importance of that.
And also different voices, isn't it, as well?
Yeah.
You'd have had the same coaches potentially for a little while.
Yeah.
Different voice, different captain, different setup, different way of doing things.
And I'll tell you what, a lot of players around the country really enjoy working with Steve Stubbings, the South Australian batting coach. He's one of the hardest working coaches I've ever seen in cricket. He's very knowledgeable. His work ethic's excellent. He's got a good mix of tactical and technical coaching that he does, but he just knows how to deliver a message. I know Nathan McSweeney has thrived coming here and working specifically with Steve Stubbings. Jason Sanger's really enjoyed working with him. All the batters absolutely love working with Stubbo. So you're quite right. Working with a different coaching staff. Ryan Harris, what he's brought a sense of calm, but he's instilled a real sense of belief in this squad. He got Stephen Crook in, who's a relatively young coach, but he's a very calm individual who doesn't get too flustered.
And where did this come from? Because they're both English, both had fine English county careers.
Yep.
Is it contacts that Ryan Harris had himself?
No, well, Stubbo's been the batting coach for a number of years.
Yeah.
So I remember I got him on board. So Stubbo...
From your time in England and working with him? Or?
Yeah, so I actually did my level 4 with Stubbo back in the UK many years ago. And then Stubbo, his partner, moved. She was an Australian girl and she was working in England. She's moved to Australia and he's basically come and followed her. And then he got involved with East Torrens Cricket Club here and started to do some coaching just at the Saka. And then when there was an opportunity to go for the batting coach role, he applied and got it. So, and he's just done a wonderful job. And as I said, a great work ethic. This is home for him. Steve actually grew up in Melbourne. Born in the UK, but grew up in Melbourne, played under 19s for Victoria, but then got an offer of a contract for Derbyshire. And so went and played his county cricket, played his whole first-class career for Derby. And then stayed in England, was coaching in the Derby system. And then he came to Adelaide.
Yeah, right. So maybe how it all works, isn't it? As you say, and you mentioned with Jason Sanger, life outside of cricket.
Yeah.
And his life outside of cricket has helped his cricket.
Yeah.
In terms of coaching, moving to Australia.
Absolutely.
A very good
because he had a bit of a dabble at it at Derbyshire, and then he got moved on from there and was wondering what he was doing. He came out here, he coached the club side, he was doing some private coaching. But I knew he was around and was keen to see if he could have a role with South Australia. And he's a fine coach, and a lot of the batters are benefiting immensely from his expertise.
I wonder how pivotal you think Carey will be this afternoon. It might be the obvious thing to say, but given the way he came in, and from first ball he's looked very full of intent, confident. Yes. The ball has come off the middle of the bat largely, and he's looked to dominate, not necessarily in terms of run scoring, but in terms of being a dominant figure at the crease. How big a wicket he is for Queensland?
Well, you could argue he is the wicket at the moment. He's 21 not out of 29. I know Sanger's 32.57. I'll just look. Carey will probably be the slightly more aggressive player, but Sanger, now that he's been in for a period of time now, he's naturally a stroke breaker, as you've seen. You've watched him a lot, Robin, over the years.
Too much, actually.
So, I expect these two to continue this partnership, and from a South Australian perspective, I'll hope that this develops strongly. It'd be really interesting to see how the Queenslanders approach the start of the second session. They know they need wickets. They know that if this partnership continues in the vein that it's going, that the ball will get older, the seam will become less pronounced, there won't be as much swing there.
Do you think there comes a point where Queensland put a ring around and kind of sit in the game for a bit and trying to play for the new ball again, if you like? It's a long way off, yeah.
I think they're already now, just looking out there now, Robin, it looks like they've gone a more one slip, gully, point. Wonder, is there anyone out here I can't see out there? No. So I think Michael Neser with 1, 2, 3, 4 on the leg side. He's going to bowl dead straight here.
Short mid wicket as well.
Yeah,
so
top of the stumps, very straight, and challenge Alex Carey to play an aggressive shot off a good ball.
As Jason Gillespie mentioned, Neser has ball in hand from that Port Road end of the ground, opposite end to us. South Australia begin the final session needing a further 197 with 7 second innings wickets in hand. And it will be Neser to Carey. First ball after lunch. Carey's defending out into the offside. And there's no run. I wonder how much work Queensland's coaches will have done at the interval. Or do they just let the players get on with it?
The short answer is I don't know, but I would suspect the players all know what they need to do. They would have talked about this last night, maybe this morning. Maybe just reiterate, get around individually to a couple of bowlers, just reiterate a couple of key points.
Neser into Carey. Nice drive into the offside up to deepish mid-off. But there's no run there to Labuschagne. He's quite well positioned there, Labuschagne, because Carey hits it firmly.
And just a little bit squarer. Yeah, just a little bit squarer as well. But just on what we talked about there about messaging during the break, what you don't want to do is just hover over your players. When they only have 40 minutes, it's a hot morning they've had.
Neser to Carey. This time's on this time up to Labuschagne, which means there was more chance of a single, but they still don't go through for one.
Knowing that there's a 40-minute break for lunch, players may want to have a shower, freshen up, an ice bath. They want to go get something to eat.
Switch off a bit, yeah.
Switch off a bit. You don't want to then be hovering over them and talking tactics too much. But it might be just a little pat on the back, saying, well, is there anything you need from us? Just keep it really simple.
Neser again has Khawaja at first slip and Lovell in the gully. And bowls and Carey punches this into the offside. Square, but it's well fielded by Clayton at point, diving away to his right-hand side, and there's no run. So there's a fine leg, deep square leg for the surprise short ball. Mid-wicket has just moved back a bit to a more conventional mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off cover, point. And the two fielders I mentioned behind square on the offside at gully. And slip. Neser. Forward comes Carey and drives this time to Labuschagne and will take the single as it's a bit wide of the Queensland captain. And a ripple of applause around the ground for the first run after lunch. Nicely struck by Carey. 3 for 74. The target is 270. Carey on to 22. Sanger just going through some warming up exercises after lunch as he prepares to face his first ball. Looks as though Jimmy Pearson's going to come and stand up to the wicket here. He's going to don the helmet. Try and keep Sanger in his crease. Almost confirmation they're going to just try and bowl straight, I suppose, and
absolutely
trap him LBW. That is the plan. Sanger will be equal to it. Certainly wary of it. As Nisa's into Sanger, defends on the onside, and there's a comfortable single down to Steckity at fine leg. Hands on head from Michael Nisa at the end of the over, not for the first time in this match. He's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 16 with 4 maidens. It looks as though Queensland are going to bring Steckity in, so Nisa and Steckity immediately after lunch. Probably their 2 most impressive bowlers in the morning session, I would suggest.
Yeah, most certainly. I thought Nisa started off beautifully, got the early wicket, Connor McInerney, and I thought Steckity was excellent. Bowled with pace, aggression, bowled the slightly fuller deliveries, got himself a couple of nicks, got on with his first delivery to remove Henry Hunt.
Might have had Sanger as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a tough catch, though, wasn't it? Tough chance for Ben McDermott.
Yeah, Sanger was trying to leave the ball and just flicked the outside edge as he was pulling it away. It flew between Khawaja at first and McDermott at second. McDermott flung himself away to the left-hand side, got a hand to it, low down, but couldn't hang on to it.
It was a really good attempt, really good effort, though. They either stick or they don't, those.
He's taken some stunners, McDermott, in this match.
He really has.
Steckity into Jason Sanger on 33. Sanger is on the back foot, finds the aforementioned McDermott at cover, and there's no run. Slight breeze this afternoon, which is very much appreciated.
No question. It's incredibly appreciated in these transportables, shipping containers.
Yeah, nice little breeze. I know you were chatting about the Ricky Ponting run out at Trent Bridge.
Oh, you were sitting in the back of the box giggling your head off.
It's a Steckity. Into Sanger, drops this down on the offside, and there's no run. I couldn't remember, so I've looked it up and watched it again, who the batter was at the other end. There's never a single there. I don't know what all the fuss was about.
Who was batting with him?
Damien Martin, I think.
Was it Marta?
And called Ponting through for the single. Well, don't run. You know there's a gun fielder at point. I mean, not named in the 11, obviously, but if there's a gun fielder at point.
Mate, he was barely getting... He was playing second 11 for Durham.
Yeah, he barely played again. Yeah.
That's his. He had his 15 minutes of fame, probably going on the speaking circuit. And...
Yeah, open top bust. I don't think he actually got the MBE, but not far short. Here's Steckity into Sanger, defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. That was an amazing series, that 2005.
It really was. I mean, I know from a personal perspective, I'd had a really poor series. I played the first 3 tests and was quite rightly dropped. So from a personal perspective, it was a real disappointment because I wasn't contributing to my team. But reflecting back on some 20 years later, to say that I was part of that is, I'm very grateful. And even though we lost, we're on the losing side, it was still a wonderful series to be part of.
Steckity into Sanger. I remember being at Trent Bridge that, what actually turned out, was that the 4th test, Trent Bridge, I think?
Yes, it was the 4th test.
And in rough terms, Australia set England, 120 to win, 150, something like that. And they were cruising Trescothick et al. At none for 50, none for 60. And then, or maybe not that many, maybe none for 30 or something. And then Shane Warne came on first ball, got Trescothick out.
Yeah, that's right.
And it was like, you could hear the whole ground going, oh no, here we go again. Here's Steckity. The Sanger. That's chipped away into the offside.
Probably get a couple there.
Yeah, he's coming back for 2, Jason Sanger. That'll take him on to 37. And the score on to 3 for 77. That was one great Australian team. Back on it. Players involved.
I thought England did their homework. Why they were successful, they had obviously their batting unit was very good, but I thought their bowling unit, led by Hoggard swinging the new ball, Harmison running in and hit the pitch hard, Flintoff bowling, just rockets.
Ball, yes. Here's Steckity into Sanger, who's edging, but safe. to backward point, and there's no run.
And then you had Simon Jones bowling beautifully with the old ball, reverse swinging. And then you had Ashley Giles, this is the end of the over there, Robin, South Australia, 3 for 77. Then you had Ashley Giles, who only took 9 wickets in the 5 test matches, but he performed a really important role.
Yeah.
And obviously he caught well behind the wicket, as well as contributing some useful runs with the bat. So he was a real role player for that England side.
It's the first time I kind of became aware of how important runs at number 8 were. It was when Giles kind of, much derided cricketer, really. But,
his record for England is very good, Ashley Giles. Very successful cricket administrator these days.
Nisa in to Carey, works this into the onside, and there's no run.
I think he's a CEO at Worcestershire now.
Yes,
from memory.
Right. He was at Warwickshire, I think, in the same.
Well, when he finished playing, he went straight into the director of cricket's role at Warwickshire. I think he might have had a role in. Had some various roles. Had some role with England and stuff. But I think his latest one, my understanding, he's done a lot of study. Ashley Giles, it's a credit to him. Now he's at CEO of Worcestershire.
Nisa into Carey, defended out in the offside. I think he was one of the casualties of the last Ashes tour.
Yes, I think you might be right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of which there tend to be a few every 4 years when there's an Ashes out here.
It used to cause a bit of angst amongst players in the UK because Ashley Giles, as a coach, as an administrator, he's, particularly English cricketers, they love playing football in warm-ups.
Yeah.
But Ashley Giles banned it. As he said, it's just too big a risk, injuries and the like, and that didn't go down well.
Nisa to Carey, drives outside the off stump, doesn't make contact, much to his relief. Nisa hands on head. A pose we're going to see a lot this afternoon, I think.
It was very close to that off stump and sort of nipped back ever so slightly and beat Alex Carey on the inside edge. He was just practicing his stroke there, just a little bit loose. Didn't miss the off stump by much.
No. Good delivery from Nisa. And again, Carey defends out onto the offside. These Ashes defeats, I know you've not had as many of them as we have, but they do. Well, the one here when England won out here under Vaughan, that would have. No, under Strauss, rather.
2010-11?
Yeah, that caused a review here, didn't it? And everything gets thrown up in the air, and let's see how it comes down.
Yeah. That Ashes series, a lot rides on it. I mean, we just saw with the women's game with England, a couple of casualties.
Nisa to Carey, drives nicely down the wicket, and dead straight. And he's got enough of that. And is he going to reach the rope? Not quite. Labuschagne, the Terrier, is after it and manages to keep them down.
Just if you cast our minds back, some of the nonsense that was coming out of the England camp, the England women's camp during the Ashes whitewash, some of the comments from
utter nonsense
from the coach,
yeah,
just about the lifestyle was the reason why the fitness levels. How about just acknowledge that they weren't fit, strong enough, the skills weren't at the level that needed to be, because they kept dropping catches.
Yeah,
they clearly weren't fit, and yet the coach is coming out saying they're the hardest working team he's ever worked with. Give me a spell.
Yeah, he's not there anymore.
Yeah.
Here's Nisa, bowls to Carey, driven through the offside. Nice shot. Clayton's after it, but he won't get there. 4 runs to Alex Carey. A lovely shot just after the lunch break. And Carey moves on to 28, 3 for 83.
A beautiful shot, top of the bounce, Alex Carey. With Michael Nisa coming around the wicket, it gave him a lot of width, which allowed him to get his hands through the ball. And square drove that off the front foot. Wasn't that full, but the width allowed him to play that shot. Timed it well enough to get to the fence. Fielder had no chance of chasing that down, Jack Clayton.
Yeah, John Lewis gone, Heather Knight gone as captain as well. I feel a bit for her.
It had to happen, though.
Yeah, and she's been in charge for a while as well, so These things do evolve. Steckity to Sanger. And Sanger's right behind it, defended. Especially when it's 16-0. It's not just that you've just not just lost the Ashes, you have rolled over and had your tummy tickled.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I did. I did have some sympathy for John Lewis, and I'll explain why. Because when you talk to the media, you're inadvertently talking to your players. Because your players will, as a head coach, your players will listen to every word you speak in the media. So I suspect he was trying to put a positive spin on everything and trying to defend his players. But I just think...
Here's Steckity. And to Sanger, who plays this off the back foot out to backward point, no run.
I just personally think he did his players and himself a disservice in that situation, because it was plain to see for everyone, even if you weren't a big cricket fan, it was plain to see where the deficiencies were.
Yeah.
And to not acknowledge that when asked specific questions about it, everyone just saw that as a joke.
Yeah.
And that's ultimately, unfortunately, cost him his job. But I can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to be positive, trying to put a positive spin, but sometimes in that situation it didn't work.
Steckity to Sanger, defends out onto the onside, and there's no run.
Who do you think's getting there? Charlotte Edwards?
Looks like it, doesn't it? She seems to be the...
Yeah. I think that'd be an inspired move from...
It seems an obvious move.
It seems an obvious move. It seems an inspired move.
Yeah. Interesting to see what happens with that. But if the men's Ashes is as one-sided this next summer rather, and I think the same sort of thing would happen in the men's game. As Sanger drives into the offside here of Steckity. No run.
I'm not sure about that.
Really?
No, they love McCullum. Like, everything about...
Who does?
The ECB.
Okay.
The players,
right.
Everyone. I don't think his job's in jeopardy in any way, shape or form. They've got this whole philosophy of how they want to be seen and how they go about things, and sometimes the rhetoric gets a little bit tiresome. You know, when you hear people say it's not about results.
Yeah.
Well, if it's not about the score, then why do we even keep score?
Yeah. There's Steckity to Sanger, defended out into the onside, and there's no run. There's some very odd things happening with England teams. Some of them work, some of them don't. And that happens all the time.
I think in McCullum's defence, I think a lot of the media have banged up this whole Bazball stuff, because I know, speaking to him, he actually doesn't like the term, that phrase. And, you know, he's made some tough calls when he's needed to. Like, Jimmy Anderson was one. Yeah. That was a tough decision to make.
That's a call with the Ashes in mind, I think.
Yeah, no doubt.
Steckity to Sanger. Defended out into the onside, and they'll go through for a single. Because I'm sure Jimmy Anderson would still be playing now, if he could.
Oh, will he?
It's the end of the Steckity over. One off the last ball. 2 for 19. His figures from 8.
I think you're exactly right. I certainly think Jimmy Anderson's... I mean, he's playing another season for Lancashire.
Yeah.
He's playing this winter. He's nominated for the IPL draft. I think he's nominated for a few of the
100
draft.
Well, yeah.
So there's obviously that real desire to continue to play. And I mean, I'll take my hat off to him. I mean, to keep yourself at the top of your game as a fast bowler for more than 20 years. It's best part of 25 years, Jimmy Anderson. I think he made his debut for Lancs at 17 or 18. So I think it's...
my point is somebody else was going to have to make that call, because he wasn't.
Because he wasn't.
Great credit to him for it.
Geez, he must just love bowling.
Yeah.
But no, absolutely fair play to him. He's been a great of the game for a long time.
Lisa bowls to Sanger. Definitely played. Guides it off the back foot. Behind square on the offside. Down towards the boundary. They have run through for 3 in the end. And 3 more added to the total as Clayton gets the throw back. And also, not necessarily a popular man in this country, but Stuart Broad retiring around the same time as well. Has given them a fair run up to the Ashes, so that they can get people in they like.
Yeah, you say Stuart Broad not popular in this part of the world. I mean, yeah, look, he's a pantomime villain on every Ashes series, but I think there's a healthy respect for him as a cricketer and what he's done over many years for our sport, and in particular for the England cricket team. He's a superb fast bowler.
Nisa into Carey forward and defended out in the offside, and no run. Swepson Fields. With his 3 for 87, the target 270.
It's going to be an intriguing summer next summer, isn't it? The Ashes. Can't wait. It's so much fun.
You'll understand I'm a little fearful.
Well, if I was an English supporter, I'd be fearful as well.
He's Nisa to Carey, pushed out in the offside, and there's no run.
I think they're going to get absolutely pantsed.
Do you know what? I've never met an Australian who doesn't think that. There's a fair few Englishmen that think that as well, English women. I think it'll be tighter than previous Ashes. I thought the last one would be tighter than it turned out to be, and it should have been, to be fair. Target is 270 here.
I don't disagree. I think it will be a good series.
Carey's on strike and Nisa's forward. Push down the offside. They think about a single, but no run there. Again to Mitch Swepson. Would you see Australia's team being very similar to the way it is?
Yeah, but I don't envisage too many changes. I think obviously from last summer, Cameron Green will come back in. Bo Webster's done absolutely nothing wrong. He's been very good. But I think Cameron Green will come back in. I think a lot of the talk will be around Usman and Marnus, I suppose. So I'll see where that lands.
Nisa to Carey. Nice shot. Through the offside. Just forward a square. And that hits the boundary rope as well. Beautifully done by Carey to move into the 30s. And South Australia settling down at 3 for 91.
Great shot from Alex Carey again. Carbon copy of last ball, the last over from Michael Nisa. Just that width, that sort of stump. Alex Carey's not going to say no to a gift like that.
Yeah, so there might be changes after the Ashes, might there?
There'll no doubt be changes after the Ashes.
Yeah.
No doubt whatsoever.
Nisa to Carey. Back towards the bowler. That is the end of the over. Nisa has bowled 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 29. We've had 31 overs here in the second innings at Karen Rolton Oval. And South Australia 3 for 91. Sanger 39, Carey on 32. And a change alongside me here in the commentary box. Tim Nielsen steps in for Jason Gillespie, who's Tim instructed me all the way through to make sure I don't claim any wickets against his South Australia.
Doing well so far.
It's going all right.
You're still on notice, though, by the way.
Yeah,
this is not a short-term thing we're talking about. 4-day, 5-day cricket. We need to lock in and do it for an extended period, if you don't mind.
I can't promise. Here's Steckety into Sanger. He's got 39 to his name, and he's coming forward and defending out in the offside. But as we've seen, Tim, through the match, as the ball has got a bit older, it's looked much, much less threatening to the batters.
Definitely, yeah. And this is where I'm surprised. I mean, I understand them having a crack with both Nisa and Big Steckety, because they both bowl beautifully before lunch, but it can't be long before they throw the ball to Swepson and let him just have a decent, 7, 8, 9, 10 over spell to see if he can weasel a wicket, break this partnership, and then who knows how it could be quite difficult to start against the spin for the new batsman as well.
Steckety reaches the end of his run. Here he comes again. Into Sanger, shorter ball, pulled into the onside. Out towards deep square. And they go through for a single.
I think the other benefit to that too, Robin, is that if they can get Swepson, I'm trying to think, if they can get Mitchell Swepson to bowl and bowl well from one end, they can actually attack quite hard by just rolling their quicks through, maybe 3 or 4 over spells. We saw yesterday South Australia without that option. They ended up having to work their quicks all day, and by the end of the day they did look quite tired. And that could be when it's right on the edge. They need some energy. They need their quicks up and about. So that the benefit of Swepson bowling is not only attacking and getting getting wickets. It's also potentially an opportunity to roll their quicks through in shorter spells, so that at the end of the day they might just have a bit more petrol on the tank.
Swepson's just begun to warm up. Here's Steckity around the wicket to bowl to Carey, and there's no run up to mid-on. Just keep an eye on Swepson here. Yeah, thought he would. He's just got the ball and he's going to bowl it to Labuschagne. Mid-on to mid-off. So Swepson's coming on soon, that's pretty clear. He's bowled so far entirely from that Port Road end of the ground, so I assume he'll come on for Nisa. Next over. And then Steckity again into Alex Carey. Carey forward and pushes it down the pitch. And there's no
quite nicely today, Steckity, hasn't he?
Yeah,
he's attacked the stumps and he's bowled with really good energy. Got a couple of wickets before the lunch break and really did give Queensland a look at South Australia's middle order pretty early. 3 for 30 odd, I think it was at one stage. So he's probably been the pick of them, I think, today. After Vidler was probably the pick in the first innings, Steckety's bowled with good pace and good rhythm, and really been able to keep the stumps in play on a wicket that's not easy to score on. It's been difficult. And it's starting to be a bit too paced, I think.
Steckity around the wicket again into Carey. Works this off his hip down to fine leg. And that reduces the target. They need another 177, South Australia. 7 wickets in hand. They're 3 for 93. They have recovered. They were 3 for 28. So 65 added so far by Sanger and Carey. $58 overs remaining in the day. They still fancy it one way or the other at the finish today. Steckity comes in the bowl to Sanger. Sanger defends. Again, not much movement off the pitch. Sanger has his bat and pad close together. Pretty early has it as well. End of the over, 32 complete. Sanger on 40, Carey 33. South Australia 3 for 93. And this feels like, Tim, a big moment in the game as Mitch Swepson comes on the ball.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest the same thing. They've obviously listened to us. So they've got their ear plug in and their ear pod in, and they're heard our very smart tactical thinking.
I'm hoping they're listening to you rather than me, too.
I'm not sure they should be doing that. I'm as one-eyed as all heck at the moment. They won't. In fact, if you are listening, Marnus,
have a bowl.
Have a bowl yourself. And yeah, I reckon there's a couple other. Ben McDermott might need a trundle as well. Yeah. But yeah, I think you're right, mate. I think this is a pretty big point of the game now. The partnership has got to 60-odd, 70. They're both looking in as such. Sanger on 40, Carey 33, both faced over, well, basically 50 balls for Carey and 75 for Sanger. So they're as probably in as they're going to be now. So it's important for Queensland, if they're going to get close to or be able to bowl South Australia out, that their spinner now goes to work for them. So this is, as you say, a pretty big moment in the game.
Deep square leg and deep mid-wicket out on the fence as Swepson comes into bowl, and Carey sweeping, gets a little top edge but safe down towards fine leg. Steckity will field. Shouts and cries of catch it. That's the danger, isn't it, with that patch of rough for Carey?
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't have a 45 in. They've got the deep backward square and the deep almost on 45 angle, but all the way back. I'm not sure Kez is going to hit it hard on that angle. He's more likely going to dab it and sort of almost lap it, sort of thing like that one. And if it does bounce and spin a bit, maybe that it becomes almost an attacking catching position as well. So it'll be interesting to see if they let him keep doing that and getting one without any real risk at all, or they change the field.
More fielders around the bat as Swepson bowls to Sanger. Short ball deposited over mid-wicket for a huge 6. Swepson dropped it short. Sanger was on to it in an instant. What a way to pick up and bring up this South Australia 100. Fabulous shot from Sanger, putting the pressure back on Swepson in his first over after lunch.
It wasn't a good ball, but it was an excellent statement by Jason Sanger. He made sure he jumped onto the back foot and deposited that well over the boundary. In fact, might have almost gone to the top deck of the pavilion over there on the western side of the ground. It was a big hit. So a nice statement by Sanger, not letting Swepson settle into his work and making sure he realises if he misses by a small margin, he's going to take that opportunity to bang in for 4 or 6 at every chance.
There's a slip in place. There was a short leg.
Yeah, straight away a field change.
Yeah. He's gone. Gets the floppy hat to replace the helmet that he had been wearing, Jack Clayton, and moves into conventional mid-wicket. And that took just one shot from Jason Sanger. Pretty conventional field.
Yeah.
Just one slip. Swepson with a quicker one, and Sanger rocks onto the back foot. Looks like he might enjoy himself here against the spin. He goes through for a single.
I think he certainly will if he keeps bowling short.
Yes.
He's had a pull shot, then a cut shot. He needs to... we're just talking, it feels like he's bowling quicker and flatter than he has done in the past. And it'd be nice to see, given there is some rough there, that he throws it up outside the off stump and asks, especially to the left-hander, ask Carey to drive against the spin. They're now messing around with his fielding position, so Marnus is talking about having almost a leg slip in, but it's a bit squarer than a conventional leg slip, and maybe about 2 or 3 metres deeper, probably, I think, for that lap shot that we've seen Alex play. Both the first ball of both spells from Swepson, Carey went straight out and got down and lapped it, just let it run off the face of the bat, basically around the corner. So they're trying to block that. They've got to put the helmet on from a safety perspective, and we'll see if this changes Alex's approach at all, which is obviously what they're trying to do. They want him to hit it against the spin through cover if they can, which brings those foot marks into play.
Swepson around the wicket, bowls to Carey. He's crouching down low and keeping it out, and there's no run. 3 for 101. Carey on the back foot this time, plays it through mid-on. He's going to run through for a single here. Played that nicely, safely, and picked up one. The pressure is all of a sudden back on Swepson here as he bowls to Jason Sanger. He loves facing spin. And there is a deep mid-wicket. Sanger on 47.
That's better.
That's
a
well
better shape.
up.
Yeah. Above the batsman's eyes as well, didn't it? It wasn't quite so darty flat. It just had a better shape about it, and looked like it might have drifted a little bit when he gave it the opportunity by getting it up there and spinning it hard. So that's got to be the template for him.
Hang on, Tim, there's a player milestone on the way. So Aaron Bryans is stepping in now.
The Sheffield Shield Final, SA and Queensland.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Third time's a charm. From the southern end, Steketee bowling to Carey on 35. Plays it to mid-off, no run. I did want to give a shout-out to Robert Chipperfield. He's had a tremendous 4 days of calling, some great wickets. But there is a running gag in the commentary box that every time a player gets close to a half century or 100, he gets a tap on the shoulder and it's time to go. He's been very unlucky with the roster, Tim Nielsen.
He's been good with his no wickets at the moment, though, so...
And we'll say it's an ominous sign for Queensland with Jason Sanger on 47 as I entered to replace Robin Chipperfield, but more likely than not, we've seen a milestone. Steketee to Carey on 35, short, pulled through square leg. There's a fielder in front of the dugout. They'll take a single. Carey moves to 36. South Australia 3 for 103, trailing by 167. Looking a lot more settled, Tim. This partnership is building.
Certainly is, mate, and I think it's 100% in line with how this game has gone to date. We're at 33.2 overs now, so in the 34th over, there's no doubt that even in the first innings, the real partnership that came in the game was Pearson and Nessa, which was around that 25 to 30 over mark, or 20 to 25 over mark. So even when on the first day that was what's happening, and now it happened both in the next 3 days as well.
Steketee to Sanger on 47 on his toes, pushes to cover. Quickly fielded, no run.
We mentioned this morning that critical period was going to be when the ball had the gold print on it. It was hard, and the bowlers were as fresh as they were going to be for the rest of the game. And whilst South Australia lost 3 wickets and were 3 for 30 odd, this partnership now must be closing in on 70, and they're both looking very comfortable and playing with really nice positive attitudes. That last over from Swepson, he dropped a bit short. He got smacked for 6 and then got cut hard only for a single, but it was a display of aggression and basically saying to him, we're not going to let you just bowl what you want to bowl here. If you don't get it right, we're going to take full toll.
Steketee away to Sanger on 47, defends to the leg side, no run. What a reward this would be for Jason Sanger, as we've touched on a few times. Unwanted in New South Wales cricket. Shifts over to South Australia and produces an all-time season, an average of 71. Includes 2 not-outs in there, but 2 centuries, 350s so far this season. Didn't deliver in the first innings, Tim. We knew something special was coming. And in comparison to SA's first innings, where it was essentially just Jake Lehman, we're starting to see more partnerships build. Steketee to Sanger on 47, right arm over the wicket. Sanger digs it in down to mid-wicket, and it had plenty of pace on it. Good fielding to try and prevent the boundary. They'll run through for a single. Sanger moves to 48, Carey up on strike on 36. South Australia 3 for 104 and trailing by 166.
Yeah, Jason Sanger's always been a player of note in Australian cricket. He was an Australian under-19 captain, probably 5 or 6 or 7 years ago. He's had a couple of good seasons in New South Wales, both in the first class and one-day arena, but also in the Big Bash. 1 year for the Thunder, he played really well. But he probably just hasn't been as consistent as he would have liked or they expected, which ended up probably forcing him to look for options elsewhere.
Steketee around the wicket now to the left-handed Carey. Plays it down to mid-off. Quick single, Labuschagne Kane. Hot, and races in. Thrusts it towards Pearson and keeps it to just a single. Carey moves to 37 at the end of the 34th over and will retain the strike, with Sanger at the other end on 48. South Australia 3 for 105 and trailing by 165. Aaron Bryans and former Australian coach Tim Nielsen with you on ABC Sport for Day 4 action of the Sheffield Shield final. Want to throw Dizzy under the bus, Tim?
Yep.
Hoping to catch him before he darted off. We've got 2 boxes of chips behind us that have been specifically brought for him. He's a fiend for his potatoes, Diz. We had a big bash game across the summer where during the innings break, Tom Wilson kept calling, and I thought I'll duck downstairs and I'll get some food. Mitch Swepson continuing from the northern end. He'll be bowling to Alex Carey for 37. Swepson, good length, turns in and tucked towards short leg, quickly fielded, no run. Went downstairs, got myself a burger and a large box of chips. Came back up to the box, said, if anyone wants some, feel free to grab a couple. Chucked the chips down, had my burger, turned around and the chips were gone.
All gone.
Jason Gillespie was licking his fingers and that had quickly been dismantled. Swepson bowls. Carey on 37, plays it through the open mid-wicket region, trickles its way towards the light tower and the single. Carey moves along to 38, South Australia 3 for 106, and Sanger now on strike on 48. So I think he owes me a box of chips.
It sounds like, well, don't hold your breath.
He's left
He's careful,
He's left one in the box behind us as he's departed, so I think I'll claim that one.
He's careful, so don't hold your breath.
Keeps his receipts.
Still got his first lunch money.
Couple of fielding changes here for Sanger as he approaches his milestone. Swepson tightening the field. We're going to have a short leg and a slip in place. He's moved the short point a little deeper. We're going to have a mid-wicket now as well in the infield. So pretty tight on the leg side and open on the off. There's an extra cover fielder, and now the mid-wicket's being sent to the rope as well. So slip in place, point and deep mid-wicket.
mid-off there as well. He's obviously going to bowl around the wicket and try and hit those foot marks, I think, and see if Sanga's going to be patient enough just to kick him away for a while.
Deep backward square on a short leg as well. Swepson in from the northern end to Sanger on 48. On the back foot defends, no run. South Australia 3 for 106 with 164 up their sleeve.
On the monitor you can see there are a couple of scarred areas where the right arm bowlers have followed through on the on the offside, or to the leg side, sorry, of Jason Sanger. So that's exactly what Swepson's aiming for, I think.
Swepson bowls to Sanger, leans forward and uses his pad to defend across the leg stump.
This will be a game of patience and cat and mouse for a while here, I think. It'll depend on how patient Jason can be and whether he can do that for maybe 2 or 3 overs. And if he can, you'll probably see Swepson change his line of attack and maybe go back over the wicket. But this is where there is a bit of risk if he's going to sweep.
Swepson to Sanger, turns it through square leg. Fielder will come in off the rope and he'll take a single to move to 49. South Australia 3 for 107, trailing by 163. Just relieves some of that pressure. The field will change back to where it was.
And it's probably a bit harder for Carey as well, because Jason Sanger does have the option, because the ball's pitching outside leg, as you said, just to basically kick it away if it's full enough, whereas Carey, being outside off stump, will have to try and negotiate that with his bat. And maybe Swepson will be trying to spin one back through the gate and see if he can get him knocked over bowled or caught at that leg slip position.
Deep point backward square and a leg gully in as it's turned through mid-wicket. They're caught halfway down. Sanger thought about a single shot. The stumps at the bowler's end misses. Swepson gets a hand to it. Looked like Sanger might have been home anyway. But a little treacherous single attempts by Alex Carey and Jason Sanger doesn't prove fruitful. In the end of the 35th over, South Australia 3 for 107. Sanger's on 49, Carey on 38, and the deficit for South Australia 163. Tightly poised here on day 4. Anticipation that we may get a result by the end of the day, and the crowd continues to build, expecting the same. Northeastern stand next to the light pole. The temporary grandstand is full. The northeastern bank where the shade of the trees are, shoulder to shoulder as well, and the southern embankment now is starting to be braved by a fair few punters as well. Expert change on ABC Sport. Tim Nielsen making way for former West Indian skipper Carl Hooper. Good to see you, Carl.
Good afternoon, Aaron.
Beautiful breeze out there, and you've been relishing it.
It's very still at the back, and my fan battery had gone a bit flat, so got him in the hot seat. I can recharge it now. A couple of power points here.
We've timed your stint well. Wildermuth into the attack now from the southern end. No wickets so far in this innings. Bowls towards Sanger on 49. Turns it through square leg and gets the single he's been after. Jason Sanger, the new look crow eater, soaring for his new state. He's got his 12th first class 50. South Australia finding some composure after a toughing at Karen Moulton Oval. 3 for 108. Sanger 50 from 84 deliveries.
Well played, Jason Sanger. Apart from the one, if you want to call it a chance, when he was on 13, going to second slip, he's looked really good. Timing the ball nicely. Some lovely shots through the onside.
Wildermuth now bowls to Carey, the left armour, looks for a cover drive and squirts it through point. Fielder waiting, no run. He's on 38 at the moment, Alex Carey. The deficit 162. Good partnership forming as well. Hoops, we've got 56 runs between Sanger and Carey, which we didn't really see in South Australia's first innings.
Well, they came together to score 28 for 3. They're seeing all sorts of trouble, and you start thinking with all sorts of stuff. But they've come together and played really nicely. Carey has been nice and positive, as he always is.
Slipping a gully in place. Wildermuth marches away from the southern end. Carey forward, driving. Desperate dive at cover. Hand gets to it to take off some pace, and they'll race through for a single. Shane darting in with the assistance. Carey moves along to 39. South Australia 3 for 109 and trailing by 161. Jack Clayton has been busy at that cover region. With a couple of desperate dives as it's come to him at quick pace.
This has been nice gripping stuff, ringed fields. Marnus Labuschagne trying to get a breakthrough somehow. But so far, Carey and Sanger up to it.
Wildermuth bowls and played gloriously through the onside down the cow corner. Sanger is really starting to settle in at Karen Walton Oval. Up to 54 with another boundary. South Australia 3 for 113.
But that's just a gem. Beautiful. And that's a very, very difficult shot to play. It's a half volley, but still, the weight and the balance, beautiful. Couldn't have executed better. Beat the man at mid-wicket, his left, and the man at mid-on. No chance.
Deficit 157 now. The panic that set in this morning is starting to ease. Wildermuth to Sanger on 54, away from the southern end. Turned to square leg. Floating across it will be fielded by Clayton under the wide brim cap. And that wraps up we've got one more delivery to go on the 36th over. 3 for 113. Jumping the gun hoops.
What's been good, I suppose, is Swepson from the far end has not been allowed to settle. We saw one massive 6-over deep square, a long hop. That Sanger hit it over square leg for 6. Also, they've been busy with the singles, and Carey has been active with a sweep shot.
Wildermuth to conclude the over. Bowls to Sanger, forward and driving to extra cover. Labuschagne floats across from mid-off, no run. 3 for 113 at the end of the 36th, South Australia, trailing by 157. Sanger's on 54, Carey's on 39, Aaron Bryans and Carl Hooper with you on ABC Sport. Text line across the day, 0467 920 222. And Carl, this was around the time of day yesterday where South Australia started to tire. Queensland's used 5 bowlers, 4 of their quicks and Swepson and the spinner. No Marnus Labuschagne yet. How are you seeing their energy in the field right now?
Well, it's still up and about. They realise if they can get one brings 2. And as the saying goes, you always add 2 to the score. It could easily be 150 for 5, but still 110 to get. So they haven't flattered. They're still with it, still pushing.
Swepson in from the northern end, bowling to Carey. Slices it into the pitch at point. It takes a couple of bounces towards the fielder. 3 for 113.
What was interesting in the last over, we saw Swepson going around the wicket and trying to bowl into if there's any rough or footholds outside the leg stump to the right-hander.
Swepson to Carey on 39. Looks to sweep and beaten through to Pearson. Just going to check how much turn that got, but the visuals have absolutely died, Carl. We saw this a couple of times through the early few days when we were checking no balls, that sometimes the cameras just fail us when we need them. Swepson to Carey on 39. He leans forward and catches it on the half volley. Guides it down to backward square, and Straker does the fielding. Sanger through for a single. Carey rather through for a single, up to 40.
Yes, Carey just look to implement or use the sweep to Swepson, more sweeping on line rather than length. It's a man at backward short leg catching, and I just saw they brought the man at deep backward square in a couple. Be careful it doesn't get a top edge.
Got another angle of that beaten delivery before, and it was very close to the toe of Carey's bat. Full toss this time. Sanger drops down to one knee. Thought about a slog sweep, didn't make the connection he was after. I think it surprised everybody. Rolls to Marnus Labuschagne at mid-wicket, no run. Swepson looks to make amends with 2 to come in the over. In from the northern end to Sanger on 54. Short leg in place. Sanger tries to turn it to Clayton under the lid and ends up being wrapped on the hip, no run.
And this is something that the legend, the late great Shane Warne would frequently do, around the wicket, into the rough. What a bowler he was.
Swepson to Sanger, steps forward and uses his pad again to deflect across the leg stump. That one had a bit of turn though. The height wouldn't have got it there, but it was getting closer towards being in line, and that's the end of the 37th over. South Australia 3 for 114. Currently trailing by 156. Carey's on 40, Sanger's on 54. That got plenty of turn, Hoops. That was right in the spot he's after.
Yeah, there's a little bit of rough there made by the quicks from this end. The good thing about it that Sanger hasn't got to play, can't be given out to LBW. So spoiled for choice whether he kicks it or if he has the length to play a shot.
Partnership up to 76 between Sanger and Carey. Wildermuth continuing from the southern end, bowling to Carey, bangs it in low and hard, leads forward and pushes to Clayton at cover rather, and no run on offer there. Carey on 40, Sanger on 54. How do you rate your spinners at the moment, Carl? Because I think Mitch Swepson felt a little bit dirty. He didn't get to go to Sri Lanka. Kuhnemann looked tremendous though.
I think it may be a bit unfair to judge Swepson on his work so far in this game. This is just such a good surface to bat on. Doesn't really offers much to the spinners.
Wildermuth away from the southern end. Carey looks to flick it into the leg side. Didn't make the connection he wanted as it bounces off his thigh pad.
But it's good to see that he's proactive, whether being encouraged by Labuschagne or not. He's going around the wicket to the right-handers. They're playing with the fields. But going into this fourth innings, you expect that if Queensland are going to push for a victory, he's got to pick up a couple. At least try and get one or two.
Wildermuth from the southern end to Carey on 40. Right arm around the wicket. Carey turns it to mid-wicket, no run. And smart fielding placement again by Queensland, as we've touched on earlier with Nisa coming off for spells. We've seen Steketee come off for spells as well, and using Straker as that extra fielder. Just saw Mitch Swepson actually swap with Angus Lovell, who was at mid-off and point respectively. So Swepson's now gone to the boundary to have a chat with his coaching staff, get a drink. He's still fielding there. That means that Lovell has to be closer to the action at mid-off. Yeah, no, it is mid-on now for the left-hander Carey. And Swepson's down at backwards square leg. Wildermuth from the southern end to Carey on his toes. Cuts forward a point. Good take on the bounce. Shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. Carey comfortably gets home as it's too high and wide. And Carey moves to 41. South Australia 3 for 115. 155 the deficit. Sanger on strike on 54.
Yes, I'm sure a lot of information will be relayed from the coaching staff off the field. Head coach Johan Botha. I had the pleasure of working with Johan a couple of seasons ago during the BBL. It's never short on eye days.
Wildermuth with 2 to come in the over. Bowls to Sanger, he guides it down third. Good fielding. It's floated across and gathered on the bounce by Michael Nisa. No run.
Sometimes in the game you can sense when you're slowly but surely applying the choke hold on the opposition and getting on top. I think this is it. Another 40, 50 runs and just might start to see Queensland rolling over. They desperately need a wicket. On the other hand, South Australia would want to continue along the merry way. This partnership has been a really good one.
Wildermuth to wrap up the over to Sanger, straight track back to the bowler, and it nipped up on Jack Wildermuth. Did well to kind of keep it away from his face. No run, 3 for 115. South Australia trailing by 155. Sanger's on 54, Carey on 41. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryans alongside former West Indian skipper Carl Hooper. Question for you on the text line, Hoops. No name behind it. It says, do you think Big Bird Joel Garner is keeping an eye on his old SA team playing this final?
Probably. Just one thing with as the old timers, as I would call them, they stay informed, they know what's happening.
Surely many of the greats are starting to make their way out towards the pavilion for what could be a very special afternoon for South Australia. Down 155, 7 wickets in hand. Swepson continuing from the northern end. Carey with a sweep as he leans forward and plays through mid-wicket. Fielder waiting on the eastern bank. Comes off the rope and keeps it to 1. Carey moves to 42.
Yeah, just, I don't know how to describe that. It wasn't a sweep. He was trying to hit it somewhere of a wide long on. Unfortunately, got it along the ground to the deep mid-wicket.
Dropped down, but almost came on top of it rather than underneath or across it.
Looked a bit ungainly, though.
Yes. Swepson continuing. We've got a deep backward square leg in place now, a leg gully as well, and a slip. Swepson bowls leaning forward, defended by Sanger, trickling towards mid-wicket to minus Labuschagne. Another question on the text line, Dave in Brisbane. Question for Cool Carl. What's the fastest spell of bowling he ever faced or witnessed? Was he ever scared?
Oh, many times.
Swepson from the northern end, short leg in place as well. Sanger leans back, lets it through the leg side, and Carey couldn't get there in time. Pearson couldn't get there in time as it rolls down towards fine leg. Nisa gathers close to the boundary line.
I can remember years ago we had a series against New Zealand in the Caribbean, and I was a bit short on cricket. There's a lot of rain in my country, Guyana, where I'm from, and the West Indies Cricket Board asked me to come up to Jamaica early to get a bit of net practice sessions, and the two that I had in the nets for 1 week was a guy called Patrick Patterson and Courtney Walsh. That was horrible. Also, I've had played a day and night game in Brisbane against Pakistan, a skinny Pakistani bowler called Mohammed Zahid. Had him faced him for 6 balls. Man, it was like lightning.
That was enough.
That was enough. That was enough.
Fuller delivery that's turned by Sanger to short leg, and Swepson's going again here. 2 to come in the over. Similar delivery and a similarly played shot as Sanger leans forward and defends.
And of course the Rawalpindi Express, Shoaib Akhtar.
Good to know a man as great as you still gets
you must get a bit
by some terrifying goals. Swepson bowls and beaten. Leaning forward, Sanger looked to defend across the leg stump, went straight through to Pearson, and that injects a bit of life into the Queensland fielders who were up and about for that delivery. The end of the 39th, South Australia 3 for 116, trailing by 154. Carey's on 42, Sanger on 54.
A dear old friend of mine, I think you'd know him, Clive Lloyd, would always say, there's some bowlers that you think about when you're having your breakfast, and all of a sudden you lose the appetite and can't have your cornflakes. People like Patrick Patterson and Shoaib Akhtar, look at your breakfast and you don't want to eat. All of a sudden you lost your appetite.
Wildermuth going to continue from the southern end. Queensland, after the hot start in the opening session, conceding some ground in this second. Wildermuth bowls, Carey forward, plays it just past the bowler, trickling down towards mid-off. Labuschagne again, like an Energizer bunny, bursting out of the blocks, does the fielding, no run.
But it's the same trend we saw yesterday. A couple of early wickets and then Wildermuth getting stuck in. Well, first Clayton getting stuck in and then Wildermuth getting stuck in, both scoring hundreds. Same trend today. A couple of early wickets with a new ball and now Carey and Sanger.
Wildermuth around the wicket to Carey. Turns it to mid-wicket. Catching it off a Fuller delivery. Quickly fielded, no run.
Tim Nielsen was saying to me behind the commentary booth that there's a chance we can come back tomorrow.
Be very tight. I had a chat as well with the Saka staff. So, of course, we expect play to be extended because it has been all 3 days.
If they get close. If there's close
even then,
result.
so even if we don't get our required overs, which we haven't,
yeah.
we'll push to 6, and then they could push to 6:30. Wildermuth to Carey. Looks to play it through square leg and just softly works it to McDermott, no run. So, yes, we could have a very late finish if it gets close between the over rates and then obviously a finish be 6:30, the latest here at Karen Rolton Oval.
I suppose the way Carey plays, if he bats for 30 of these, still 50 overs remaining, but if he bats for 30 overs, hard to see the game not finishing today the way that he plays.
And moving along at a decent pace, Carey's 42 from 70, Wildermuth from the southern end to the Australian keeper. He leans and plays it towards cover, and Labuschagne floats across from mid-off, no run. So even when it does beat the infield, Labuschagne's ready to go to back up. Sanger's also got 54 from 97, so both at a strike rate near 60. South Australia 3 for 116.
I think it's been a trademark of the way South Australia's played all summer. Runs have been scored by different batsmen at crucial phases of the game.
154 the deficit, 7 wickets in hand. Wildermuth to Carey, catches a short delivery with the hook shot, racing through square leg. There's a fielder in front of the pavilion. They'll get a single. Carey moves to 43. South Australia 3 for 117, and trail by 153.
But I suppose that's the hallmark of a good side, when you've got different batsmen scoring runs, wickets being shared between the bowlers. Of course, you're going to have your standouts. Jake Lehman in the last 3 games, 300s.
Final ball of the 40th. Slip and gully in place for Wildermuth. Bowling to Sanger. Leans forward, straight drive. Good stop from Wildermuth. Who've comfortably gone to the rope for 4. That wraps up the 40th over. South Australia 3 for 117. Still trailing by 153, but 7 wickets in hand. Carey's on 43. Jason Sanger's on 54. Commentary change coming up on ABC Sport. Robin Chipperfield coming in.
Live from Karen Rolton Oval, the Sheffield Shield Final, SA and Queensland.
Thanks, Aaron. South Australia 3 for 117, chasing 270. And the players are going to take a drink here, which has been well earned, Carl Hooper, on a warm afternoon. And plenty at stake. Saw that ball from Swepson in the previous over turn quite appreciably. That seems to have buoyed Queensland up a bit, I think.
He's working with a bit of a rough outside the leg stump to the right-handers, and then obviously it's just outside the off stump to Carey. So he's got a little bit to work with. But so far, so good for South Australia. They've combated whatever he's presented to them. And they'll want to continue in the same vein after the drinks break. Try and see if they can shut out Queensland. Don't give them back a looking.
Yeah, South Australia favourites from here. Plenty of work still to be done. Players gathering on the outfield, taking on water. And other drinks as well. Keep them hydrated and energised. So too Carey and Sanger.
Been keeping your fluids up,
yeah.
Robin?
I've drunk more water in the last 3 days, I think, than probably the rest of my life put together, I think.
It's fine when you're at the back, because you can grab a bit of shade somewhere in a chair and have a look. But when you're in this boot, it's hot.
Who'd have thought that a metal box would have been warm on a day like this?
Yeah.
Anyway, I can't complain. It's been a really fascinating 4 days of cricket that we've seen so far. Absolutely terrific Sheffield Shield final.
It's been a good game.
Yeah,
really good stuff. Yesterday and today, really good stuff. I enjoyed the first day was different.
Yeah.
With the 15 wickets, a lot of action, but I don't think the quality. Certainly had a lot of soft dismissals, but the second, third, and today, the cricket has been gripping.
Yeah, really good, high-quality stuff. And you've not been able to predict it either, really.
No, it's ebbed and flowed.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of credit to Queensland. They've really pushed back and pushed back hard.
So can Swepson, who's got the ball after the drinks break, get one to turn to Carey from outside his off stump. Quicker one to start with, and Carey rather helps himself as he works it to mid-wicket and moves on to 44 with a single. Can't bowl that short.
Yes, and the guy at mid-on he's not saving a single. He looks like he's floating, he's there for the big shot as well as like a miscue. But probably needs to get a bit tighter, save that single. So Carey's picked up quite a few singles, just easing the ball up on the onside. So it needs a single for him there.
Swepson around the wicket to Sanger, who defends out to short leg. There's also a gully and a short fine leg for the sweep. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off and point. There's also a deep mid-wicket and deep backward square leg. Swepson around the wicket with his leg spin, bowls it, loops up in the air over Swepson, and it hits the ground before getting to mid-on. Wildermuth at mid-on could not get in. A moment of fortune for Sanger and South Australia. Tried to work it into the onside, and I think it was a leading edge that looped it back up over the bowler quite quickly, actually, and then landed safely. Swepson in again, and Sanger's tucking this off his legs into the onside, and there's no run.
The previous ball, it was shorter but quicker. Initially, you could see Sanger thinking about the pull shot, but because it was flatter, got onto him a bit quick. He was trying to make some adjustments. Ball just bobbed over the bowler's head.
Sanger into, rather, Swepson into Sanger. Just pushing it away with his pad. And there's no run. 3 for 118. These two put on 90 so far. Swepson to Sanger, defends on a line outside leg stump. That's been a testing over. Swepson and Queensland again will be encouraged.
Yes, and again, Sanger's defending balls that are pitched outside the leg stump. He can't be given out to LBW, so he's got options there. Does he want to defend with his bat, or does he just want to kick it away? They've got a bat pad, so he's got to be very careful that it doesn't turn out of that rough. There's a slip in play, and there's also a bat pad in play. One might think it probably more go to slip, so he doesn't need to play those. Maybe he can just choose to use the pad.
Wildermuth to bowl to Carey. Tries to shovel it into the onside, and does just that. Through to square leg out on the boundary. And picks up a single. He goes on to 45. 3 for 119. Chasing 270 to win the 2025 Sheffield Shield.
We've got Lehman in next, and Scott and Menenti, but I tell you what, there'd be a lot of, if I was sitting in their shoes, a lot of nerves there. Fluttering in the stomach. Such a massive game.
Yeah. You'd be happy for Carey and Sanger to get the job done, wouldn't you?
Come out to hit the winning round, only one to get.
Yeah. Sanger on strike to Wildermuth from the southern end of the ground. Just squares him up a little bit. Ball drifting down the leg side. Hits the pad and comes out on the offside, and there's no run. 3 for 119 on Grandstand Cricket, live from Karen Rolton Oval in Adelaide. Final of the Sheffield Shield in 2025. What a match we have seen. If we have a bit of a twist and a bit of tension in the last few hours. Wildermuth bowls to Sanger, upish, just over McDermott at cover, and it'll go for 4. That was not too far away from the hand, the outstretched hand of McDermott, but Sanger gets enough of it. He moves to 58, 3 for 123.
Yes, we've seen Wildermuth mixing his pace up. You definitely can see some pace-off balls. A bit tricky, but South Australia will take them. Sanger moves on to 58.
Wildermuth again. Into Sanger. Defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. Feels like those 1 or 2 deliveries from Swepson that turned have re-energised Queensland a bit here.
Oh, well, they need to keep pushing. Doesn't make any sense to be flagging now. One big push, get a wicket or 2 here, you just never know. But at this point in time, it's all South Australia.
Wildermuth to Sanger. And he's defending out into the offside. And there's no run. Yeah, I guess the perfect match. And this has been, as a neutral, close to the perfect match because it's swung one way and the other. Some outstanding performances of bowlers and batters. For an outstanding match, we'd like to see a few more wickets fall, have a bit of tension, and then whichever side gets over the line, so be it at the end of the game. But it's been a tremendous match to watch. Here's Wildermuth, short ball, Sanger pulls it away. Down to deep backward square and trots through for a single. 3 for 124. Sanger will retain the strike. He's on 59. And Alex Carey on 45. And Swepson, unsurprisingly, will continue. 6 overs for 17 for him. But in the last couple of overs, 1 or 2 deliveries have caused alarm. Tim Nielsen has stepped in, former Australia coach in place of Carl Hooper. Afternoon, Tim. Swepson
Well
is
done,
pausing.
Robin. Another little stint without a wicket.
So
Good
far.
boy. You're in good nick at the moment. Keep it going.
Having a good touch, but it's felt a bit closer, this 4th wicket, the last few overs.
Yeah, Swepson's starting to land at the right spot, isn't he? Yeah, he's got a bit of rhythm and actually hitting those foot marks.
Swepson to Sanger. Plays this off his legs into the onside. No run. Sanger go about it because, I mean, he has the option to kick the ball away, doesn't he? With Swepson pitching outside leg all the time. But he's tended to play it. Here he is again forward this time.
Yeah, the fuller one is probably the one that he's playing at more, which is interesting. That's probably the one that he can just lean forward and put his backside into, if that makes sense. When it gets shorter, he's let a couple hit him on the thigh pad and things, so it's...
Swepson to Sanger. Hits the bat and then down off the pad. Drops in front of him, rather out to Clayton at short leg. I wonder if they might think about getting 1 or 2 more around the bat. This is a good spell from Swepson.
It's that happy medium, isn't it? Because they don't want to let them just get off strike. They've got the field set quite well, so they're getting to bowl 6 in a row at Sanger, for example.
Yeah. Swepson in again, quicker one. And Sanger's turned it off his hip through square leg. They will get through for 1, despite the best efforts of Marnus Labuschagne. 3 for 125. It's Carey under strike. He's not seen much of Swepson the last 15 minutes or so. You'd think this would be the better matchup for Swepson against the left-hander, albeit given the obvious quality of Carey. The field has spread a little further for Carey. There's only 1 man around the bat. That's a short, fine leg. Clayton with the helmet on about 6 metres from the bat. And it's hit away over mid-wicket by Carey. Just slightly over-pitched, and it finds the boundary rope. It clears the picket fence. And that's 6 to bring up Alex Carey's 50. Just what South Australia needed from their international batsman and keeper. The 100 partnership up as well. 6 from Carey to take him to 51. And Swepson again. Into Carey, tries to sweep. Across the line, hits him on the pad well outside the line of the off stump. That is the end of the over. What a fascinating spell of the game this is. South Australia 3 for 131.
Yeah, tremendous innings by Alex Carey and a really positive partnership for South Australia between these two, Sanger and Carey. Basically done half the scoring each, haven't they? The partnership's 103, Alex is 51. So they've shared the strike, they've shared the responsibility of scoring. They've both been positive. Chasen probably had a little bit of luck a couple of times. He was dropped at second slip and then just bunted one back over Swepson's head in the last over. But they've both been stable and been looking to score, and I'm sure that as a result of the way they're playing and the display they're putting on, the South Australian change rooms would be a lot calmer at the moment than it has been for a while.
139 to win for South Australia from here. 270, remember, is the target. They're nearly halfway there. Wildermuth to Sanger, who defends down the pitch and up to Labuschagne. And there's no run.
Interestingly, we just haven't seen any reverse, or they're working feverishly on the ball, aren't they? Marnus gets at every ball and he's down on his haunches, scrubbing it on his strides, but it just hasn't been able to find a way to get it go off the straight, which is probably was what they thought was going to happen today.
Wildermuth into Sanger, works this to the onside, and there's no run. wonder whether Labuschagne is thinking of bowling changes. Wildermuth's bowled pretty well here. On a warm day, we've not seen Vidler for a while.
It's probably time for Vidler, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, like he's going to have the extra airspeed. You're taking a bit of a risk. They might be a little bit concerned that if he does bowl a bit wide like he did earlier on, that they score off him, and then you've got Swepson at the other end, so it's kind of opening up, and that's what Wildermuth has done well. He's blocked up this end for Swepson.
Oh, it's to Sanger, who defends out to covers.
And he's 9th over now and none for 26, so he's been quite frugal and allowed Nessa and Vidler to have a bit of a spell, that's for sure. So Steckerty's probably the other one. He's been as good as anyone today, I think, so, and he's bowled from this end, so maybe they're just trying to get through. It might be this one from Wildermuth, maybe 2 or 3 over bursts from Vidler, and then they can go back to Steckerty for the last bit before tea.
A long way to go till the new ball, 36 overs after this. So that's a little way away. Wildermuth bowls to Sanger, cuts nicely. Not much width, but enough for Jason Sanger, who's just steered it into a gap back on a square and picked up 4. 3 for 135.
Lovely shot. As you suggested, there wasn't a lot of width and it wasn't overly short. It was probably below waist height, but he was able to let it come along, hit it pretty late and got it between the gap of Gully and the point fieldsman, and it raced away for 4. So no risk, lovely shot. 3 for 135, right on the hammer of halfway now.
Yeah.
It's a downhill skiing from here.
Here's Wildermuth to Sanger.
Shot.
Driven up to mid-on, no run. Feels like there's going to be another twist. It wouldn't have been this match. Every time you think things are settled and calm, there's a twist.
Haven't they spoken to you, mate? Given the fact that you're not taking any wickets, you're actually on for the rest of the day.
For the rest of the day.
There's no break, and so there'll be no twist if you're still here.
I've taken 2 today, actually, I think.
Yeah, well, we gave you a stern warning and talking about that, so
yes.
you've behaved yourself since then, which has been good.
If I had any control over it, you'd be very worried. Here's Wildermuth. Coming in the bowl to Sanger. Steered to square leg, no run.
Slower ball, I reckon, that one too. I think he might have rolled his fingers across it, which is probably not a bad option, given the wearing nature of the pitch. Maybe try a few where it's just taking the pace off, see if they can deceive with a change of pace and maybe get either Carey or Sanger driving at one that's not quite there and holds up in the pitch.
No surprise that Swepson is to continue for Queensland. Hospital end of the ground. Warm day in Adelaide again. Weather's been sensational for this final. Carey on strike on 51, having hit Swepson for 6 previous over. Here he works him into the onside, and there's no run to Nisa at mid-wicket. Swepson will be a bit wary, having been hit over mid-wicket in the last over by Carey. Around the wicket he goes, sweeps, well fielded by Clayton at short fine leg.
It's got to be his option, though. He has to have the courage, I reckon, here to actually throw it up there in that rough and ask Carey to play that slog sweep, because if one does bounce a bit or spin a bit more out of the rough, he's very much got bowled and even a top edge option in play, so he can be safe and bowl flat, but he's going to miss those rough spots.
Carey again, Swepson again drops it a little bit short.
That's at the moment, I reckon his default is bowling quite quickly to Carey. He doesn't want to see him sweep him, so he's kind of trying to get that happy medium, or trying to find the happy place where he's not being scored off but hopefully taking a wicket, and I don't think that's going to happen on this pitch. I think you need to risk a little bit more, maybe.
Swepson bowls, it's hit away, up in the air and just clear off mid-on, and it'll go for 4. Great effort from McDermott, I think, to get hands on it, but he didn't really get all of that, Carey, and he's a bit fortunate to pick up a boundary.
Exactly
he shakes his head.
Isn't it? Exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah.
He tossed that one up, it landed in the rough. Alex went to hit it square, or he probably got it off the toe of the batter fraction, and it went pretty straight, and it was only just out of reach of a diving and sprawling Ben McDermott. So much better bowling and much more chance of a dismissal.
Swepson bowls, Carey drives, well fielded by Swepson of his own bowling. And there's no run. That was powerfully hit by Carey. Goodness me, there's been a couple of moments, hasn't there? Sanger looping one up over Swepson's head. That was not far away from McDermott. Swepson bowls again, floats it up. And they're going to go through for one here. McDermott is the fielder. Swepson tried to get across to cut it off, but was probably blocked a little bit by Jason Sanger. And they did get through for one. An eventful over for Mitch Swepson. 3 for 140. And a further 130 are needed by South Australia with 7 wickets left.
Nisa back into the attack from this end. We're talking about whether Wildermuth, how much more he'd bowl. He's done his piece, and now Nisa looks like he's starting. Has he bowled? Do you remember him bowling an over from this end?
Not in this innings, not in the second innings.
I think in the first inning. Anyway, yes, he's certainly done most of his work from the hospital end, hasn't he?
Yeah.
The Port Road end. So it'll be interesting to see if he can extract anything from the pitch from a different end. He's quite a good bowler. He gets the ball going reverse as well. He's got good control of the seam. So if there's anyone that's going to get it off the straight, it's probably Michael Nisa. So this will be an interesting little point of attack for Queensland. And we've got times tea, quarter past.
Yeah.
Quarter past. We've got plenty of time, 25, 40 minutes till the tea. So he'll get a proper bowl here.
We'll be bowling first up to Carey. Queensland have been a bit unfortunate not to take at least 1 wicket in the last half an hour. But Sanger and Carey are still there. Carey on strike as Nisa comes in around the wicket. He's defended forcefully up to mid-off. There's no run. Labuschagne, the fielder. Not sure what else he can try, Labuschagne, at the moment. He's bowling pretty well from that hospital end. He looks a threat. He looks like he might take a wicket.
Yeah, I think they have to stick with Swepson. They've got the foot marks. He's shown enough to suggest if he gets it right, he's going to be difficult.
Nisa to Carey, edging wide of Pearson, down to third man for 4. Things are beginning to roll South Australia's way here.
No slip. And I think in the back of Alex Carey's mind, the thought was, if he gets any width, if he gives me any width, I'm going to go after it pretty hard. And he did, and he nicked this one. Would have hit the regulations first slip right in the belly button, I would have thought.
Yeah.
But there was no one there, and it raced away for 4. So this is the challenge for Queensland. How aggressive can you afford to be? When can we keep catches in? It's hard because you start second-guessing yourself, but as we know, the best way to stop people scoring is by getting them out. So they've got to try and find some way to have some sort of catching presence. At the moment, that player is at gully. Usman Khawaja is at gully. They've got a backward point. They've got an extra cover. They've got a wide mid-off. Catching mid-wicket. No slips.
Nisa to Carey. Punches this up to Steketee at mid-on.
Probably suggest, too, that with a wideish mid-on and a man at deep backward square and a man at fine leg, it probably suggests that they're trying to bowl the stumps. So maybe that ball from, well, Carey nicked it. It probably was a bit wide for what they'd set the field for. So they're more likely trying to get him caught in that close catcher at short mid-wicket, or maybe have one nipped through his defence and hit him on the pads, a bit like we saw with McDermott and Pearson in the second innings for Queensland.
Nisa to Carey. Again, that picks out that short mid-wicket. There's Clayton, and there's no run. Let's see if there's any reverse swing. Difficult to see. We're at a kind of wideish mid-on for Carey here. See if it was tailing a little bit, but tricky to tell. 3 for 144. South Australia. They were 3 for 28. Nisa bowls to Carey. Turns this into the onside. McDermott fields. No run. Looking hard on the ball, Steketee at mid-on.
They certainly have been given a polish, haven't they? So try and watch this one on the monitor and see if there is any even a hint of reverse swing.
Nisa to Carey, pushes forward into the offside, well fielded cover. There's no run. What did you spot?
Not a lot, I don't think. Maybe a hint. It's probably about this stage in the innings that Queensland were able to, South Australia were able to see it start shaping a little bit, dogged especially, but maybe it's a bit of extra airspeed they require as well to try and get that working. So Vidler might be worth a try soon to see if he can actually get it off the straight, because his ball speed's a bit quicker than the Wilderness and the Nisa's in this attack. So
Swepson is going to continue. He's in consultation with Marnus Labuschagne at the moment. You're right, Tim, when he floats the ball up a bit more, it looks so much more dangerous.
Yeah, it just would be nice to see them have to play more balls off the front foot, whether it's a sweep shot or whether it's a defensive shot. They just seem to be, it's at least 50-50 at the moment, where Sanger can get back and almost let it hit him on the thigh pad, or even just turn it around the corner quietly, with letting the ball doing quite a bit of work after it pitches.
Swepson bowls to Sanger down the leg side. Doesn't make contact. Pearson takes a full-length delivery. But that's for something, I'm not sure what.
That's better there, in that it's got a chance to hit the rough, hasn't it? And he's got to actually try and manoeuvre. They've got the man at short leg. If he bat pads it, they've got a slip there as well. So creates an opportunity.
That's floated up as well. Forward comes Sanger.
Yeah.
Hits him on the pad. There's 2 balls in the over, and 2 of those have been well pitched up. Swepson. And the wicket again. Bowls a quicker one this time to Sanger. But still quite well pitched up.
Good length, wasn't it? Yes. Yeah. And there'll be doubt in Sanger's mind here. It's like, can I play, can't I play? I've got the short leg there. There's a wideish kind of slip in catching position as well. It's like, if this grips out of the rough, what's going to happen? And that's what they need him to be worrying about, rather than being able to sit on the back foot and just...
Swepson to Sanger, again from about a foot or 2 outside leg stump, defends into the onside to Clayton at short leg.
And they play back. They've got the opportunity for the ball to do all that work, and they can actually see it and potentially adjust if it does spin or kick a little bit. But when you're committed forward, you don't have any time at all.
Swepson to Sanger, tries the reverse sweep.
And there you go. It's taken 4 balls.
Yeah.
4 balls in the right spot, and all of a sudden Sanger's thinking, how can I change this to try and knock him off his length, his line? So that's the game that, that Swepson needs to be playing now. He's just got to throw it up there. I'd rather see him bowl a full toss and get hit for 4 than a half tracker at the moment.
This has been a really good over.
Yeah.
Swepson to Sanger, defended out on the onside. They think about 1, but Sanger in the end sends Carey back. He made an over for Mitch Swepson, and that looks so much more consistently threatening. He's had threatening deliveries before, but that was a 6 balls, a set he's put together that he'll be very pleased with.
Yeah, that's as good as his bowler and over today, isn't it? And it took 4 balls before Sanger was actually reverse sweeping, which out of the rough, with the field that they had, there's quite a bit of risk attached to that. So totally understand that Sanger wants to keep scoring, and if you see him play one-day cricket, he's actually very, very good at the reverse and the normal sweep. They've blocked up the leg side, so the normal sweep, I think, would probably feel like it's quite risky. With only 1 guy at backward point, he probably thinks he's got more margin for error there, and he'll try and play the reverse sweep like he did then. So a big game of cat and mouse going on.
Nisa around the wicket to Carey. Worked into the onside. And there's no run. 3 for 144. South Australia chasing 270. The target set for them after an amazing second innings from Queensland yesterday. Dismissed at the close for 445. Centuries for Jack Clayton and Jack Wildermuth. Valuable half-century from Steckity and from Labuschagne. This has been good to watch. Nisa bowls to Carey. It's into the offside. There's no run to Lovell. And we've got, half an hour till tea. A warm afternoon. Hard work for the likes of Nisa at the end of a season in which they've given everything. Bowled an awful lot of overs. One more effort is what is required if Queensland are to get back amongst it here. Nisa into Carey, who finds Clayton at mid-wicket as he comes forward and there's no run. Tough for the players at the end of the season to say they've bowled a lot of overs.
And I think we've probably underestimated this heat as well, haven't we? It's been pretty hot this week.
Yeah.
Every day over 30, and there hasn't been a lot of breeze. So whilst it's not the humidity of Queensland, it's certainly got you feel the sun when it's beating down on you. So I think everyone's a bit tired, yeah.
Nisa into Carey, flicked away down towards fine leg by Carey. Fielder will get there. They're going to come back for 2 though. And Carey goes to 62. South Australia 3 for 146. Nisa perhaps for the first time looking a little
I was just thinking
weary.
the same thing. He's just taking a few shorter steps as he on the way back to his mark, and it was noticeable in the first innings. He only bowled one spell on the second day, so he might even have a little niggle that's built up over the year, and as he bowls more and more, he starts to feel it.
Nisa into Carey, turns it through square leg, and we'll pick up 1. Jason Gillespie was talking earlier about the suggestion he might have a slight hamstring issue.
Yes, okay.
And that would certainly tie in with what we're seeing. Anyway, end of the over. It is 3 for 147. We're going to have a change up in the commentary box. Aaron Bryans stepping in.
Live from Karen Rolton Oval, the Sheffield Shield Final, SA and Queensland.
It's been a mighty knock from Alex Carey alongside Jason Sanger. What a season he's had, the Australian wicketkeeper Alex Carey. Team of the season after playing just 4 games, average of 87 into the final and backing it up with 63 so far. 123 required. Nisa bowls, slashing across the off stump. It's sliced backward a point. Down towards third man of the rope for 4 by Jason Sanger, who moves to 68 and South Australia reach 151, chasing 270 for victory. A mighty effort in response to a very slow start to the day. We'll get an expert change as well on ABC Sport during this break. Tim Nielsen's going to make way for Jason Gillespie. He's had a very busy afternoon floating between commentary boxes, I should say, but I reckon his energy is going to be right back up to maximum level. Jason Gillespie, as he takes a seat next to me here. That is the end of the 48th over. South Australia 3 for 151.
Hello, Aaron.
Good to see you, Diz.
Mate, I'm as happy as a fat spider. Things are going well. Things are going well.
And Vidler's going to take the ball at the northern end. Haven't seen him since lunch. Carey on 63, Sanger on 68. A mighty partnership that these two have formed. South Australia with 3 for 28 in the first session. Now 3 for 151. After both failed to fire in the first innings, they've come together when South Australia needed them most. Vidler just setting his field now. He'll have a slip and a gully in place. How good's Michael Nisa's cap, by the way, for Queensland is? You can tell he's been around for a while because his is the only one that doesn't quite look maroon anymore.
More like a brownie colour, almost, isn't it?
Faded away.
Yeah, much cherished cap, no doubt. It's a good move from Marnus Labuschagne. Put the young fella on.
Jackson pace, deep square leg.
Short burst.
Deep point as well. Vidler in from the northern end. Bowls to Carey on his toes, looks to cut. Got enough of it as it bounces towards short mid-wicket. And fielded on the bounce by Lovell, no run. Deficit for South Australia is 119. Carl Hooper's still not convinced outside, Diz. He wants to get to 100 and then he'll be happy.
Oh, I've been consistent all along.
Yeah, your belief never really wavered, did it, Diz?
It hasn't wavered.
Record run chase if South Australia can get the job done. Vidler in. Carey with a couple of back taps. Rocks back and cuts through point. Fielder cuts across from the pavilion. Straker will thrust it in as they run for 2. Carey moves to 65. South Australia 3 for 153 and trailing by 117. Carey 65, Sanger 68. Aaron Bryans, Jason Gillespie with you on ABC Sport. I was just mentioning before to Tim Dizzy about Carey's remarkable season, averaging 87 off just 4 games. Vidler comes in, Carey forward, punches it down towards mid-off, no run, and you add that on top of his tremendous form for Australia, where it felt like maybe at the start of the summer his position was in jeopardy and he ends it with a 156 against Sri Lanka, and you go, yeah, there's never any doubt about Alex's Carey's future. And to make the team of the season for the Sheffield Shield off just 4 games is how dominant he was.
Absolutely. Absolutely spot on.
10th for runs across the season, averaged 52 this Test summer.
Been in superb form, hasn't he?
Vidler to Carey forward, plays it straight to cover. Lovell's waiting, no run. 117 required for South Australia with 7 wickets in hand.
It's clear all our listeners are enjoying the coverage.
Crowd the biggest we've seen it across the first 4 days as well. There's not a lot of room around the picket fence of Karen Rolton Oval. There's queues to get in as well, we're hearing. Get on down if you can. Park 25 open for parking. Vidler to Carey on 65. Forward, slices straight to Lovell. Clean take. And a little fake towards the bowler's end to give Sanger a bit of a warning. He's keen to get off or get on strike. South Australia 3 for 153.
We hope everyone's enjoying our broadcast here on the ABC.
I think we're going to have a few more across the afternoon join us as well. If you are listening on the ABC Listen app, if you're in South Australia, you might be able to flip over to local radio 891 shortly.
Brilliant.
Once the AFL wraps up.
Hear our soothing voices, Aaron.
Vidler bowling to Carey, forward defends past Vidler, who dives towards his left. It's heading down towards long on. Pursuit is on. Fielders converging close to the rope, and they'll be able to keep it in. Good desperation from the Queensland fielders. And good running from the South Australian batsman. Carey gets through for 3. Moves to 68 and is able to retain the strike at the end of the 49th. South Australia 3 for 156, trailing by 114. And that, I guess, shows how much confidence is in the state right now, Diz, is that, the local radio team have pulled the trigger and said, we're going to join you because they're going to win. Sorry, Queensland fans. There's still plenty of time to go. You never know.
There's a lot of cricket to play out, but South Australia have given themselves the best chance here to win this game.
Confidence has built.
Yeah, confidence is built. We understand there's a long way to go, but from a South Australian perspective, they'll be very happy with the position they're in. They've had to fight hard early, bit of a wobble early, some good bowling from the Queenslanders.
I've said it time and again, the fact that Queensland have put themselves in this position alone is just incredible effort.
They need to be given a lot of credit, and and rightly so. You're spot on, Aaron.
Carey's on 68 from 99. Sanger 68 from 125. Big roar as well when Carey reached his half century because Robert Chipperfield got to call it, Diz. He's missed out on a few milestones across the first 4 days. I think we rose as one for him. Nisa from the southern end. Bowling to Carey on 68. Tucks it backward of squares. Single on offer. Triangle field converges. Carey moves to 69. South Australia 3 for 157. Down 113. Sanger now on strike on 68. Did you get your chips in, Diz?
Got my chips in, buddy. Felt very, very nice.
Love the special delivery. There's only a few that can ask for that, I reckon. And you'd be one of those in the state.
No, very nice. It's enjoyable. As we see, Marnus Labuschagne and Michael Nisa are having a discussion at the top of Nisa's run-up. discussing what the field's going to be here. There's a bit of indecision whether Usman's Khawaja is going to stay at slip or he's going to move to a position in front of the wicket. Looks like he's heading back to fielding behind the wicket.
The other option was potential short leg.
Yeah.
But they've decided to move Lovell across to mid-wicket. So the slip in place, no gully. Deep backward square in front of the light tower. Nisa away. Forward, Sanger defends to Clayton at cover, no run. Just having a look at the fielding setup, Diz. So that deep backward square leg in place for the right-hander. There's a more traditional square leg, mid-wicket place. We've got a mid-off, cover, point, and that slip of Usman Khawaja. I feel like I'm missing a body somewhere, but we'll find them on this low angle here at the southern end. Ah, there we go. The mid-ons come across. Thanks, Jonesy. Mark Steckety. So that one deep fielder in front of the light tower. Very cramped northeastern bank.
It is, isn't it?
Nisa to Sanger on 68. Run him over the wicket. Drops down low. Cuts through point. Splits the two fielders. Parting the seas to the rope for 4. Sanger moves to 72. South Australia 3 for 161. Eating away at the deficit. 109 required.
It's a lovely shot from Jason Sanger. Back of a length from Michael Nisa, but it was the width that allowed him to play that shot. Pierce the gap through that offside.
Nisa looks for a response as he has a chat with his skipper, Marnus Labuschagne, who has provided so much energy in the field today to give Queensland some hope, keep their spirits high. Nisa to Sanger on 72, straighter delivery, good length as well. Defended to cover, no run. Jason Sanger 72 from 128. Carey's on 69 from 100. This partnership just continues to motor on, Dizzy. 153. Massive. I reckon I've given them too many there. Hold on. 133. Gave them an extra 20 runs.
Well, from the South Australians' perspective, they'll hope it does end up 153 and hopefully a bit north of that.
Nisa continuing to come in the over. Bowling to Jason Sanger. Good length delivery and forward place straight to cover once again. Clayton quick on it. No run on offer, 3 for 161. Have you made your way over to the pavilion during your breaks, Diz? You've been very busy this afternoon.
No, I haven't had a chance, to be honest. It's been just moving.
I've heard the queue in and out of it is almost looping around the outside deck. There's so many bodies floating around.
Yeah, I think up to 4,500 people and they're expecting more. I think there's some...
Cram them in.
Jonesy was saying there's some queues still outside looking to come in.
We love to see it. Special Saturday here in South Australia. Nisa to Sanger on 72. Pushes it towards mid-on. Steckety does the fielding, no run. That wraps up the 50th over. South Australia 3 for 161, trailing by 109. Carey's on 69 and Sanger's on 72. Continue on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryans and Jason Gillespie with you for the call. Carl Hooper, Tim Nielsen part of the coverage as well, and Robin Chipperfield as we continue to roll on this glorious day in South Australia. The sun is well and truly out and the Queensland fielding unit would start to feel a little bit worn down. It is after a really hot start. A couple of quick wickets to start. South Australia 2 for 13, but started to peter down in this second session. What's the key? What do they need to do for a breakthrough, Diz? Is it length? Is it pace? What do you feel is the key to snapping this partnership as Vidler marches in from the northern end to Carey on 69, defends onto the leg side?
I'm actually not sure much more they can do than look to attack the stumps, be patient, just sense with the Queenslanders' body language that they know this is slipping away and slipping away fast. Vidler is bustling in, giving all he can, but in answer to your question, I just think they just have to keep persevering, keep plugging away and hopefully a mistake will be made by one of the South Australian batsmen.
Violet a carry on 69. Thought about a clubbing blow, gets a bottom edge that rattles onto his toes and trickles to point. Nielsen does the fielding, no run. We kind of saw that earlier, right before I jumped in, Diz, where Jason Sanger went for a reverse sweep and you thought, oh, maybe they're getting a little bit too comfortable, but they've locked back in since then. Just need one of the South Australian batters to slip up.
That in essence, because there's the ball's not doing much, surface hasn't really broken up, there haven't been many deliveries that have misbehaved at all, has it, Aaron?
Deep square leg and long leg. Carey pulls in that direction off a short delivery from Vidler. They converge in the deep and we'll keep it to a single. I think about 2. There was a brief little misfield as there was no real urgency from McDermott on the rope, and they get home for the double. Carey moves to 71. South Australia 3 for 163, trailing by 107.
Just keep chipping away at this total, the South Australians. No doubt breathing a little bit easier in the South Australian viewing room.
Leg sides open. A couple of deep sweepers. Carey on the back foot, slices to point. Will be picked up in front of the members. Angus Lovell tosses it in and they take a single. Carey to 72. South Australia 3 for 164. Down 106 at the moment. A couple of deliveries to go on the 51st over. Bryans and Jason Gillespie with you. I know cool Carl Hooper's ready to go though. Waiting for that hot tag.
He's got his little fan as well, ready to go. Keeping cool. Cool Carl Hooper.
He is a great man. Enjoyed his company.
His insights have been brilliant. He's still a little bit nervous, the big fella.
Idly in from the northern end. Sanger on 72, defends back to the bowler, no run. Kept saying outside until it gets to 100. He's not ready to commit. And they're closing in. It's 106, the deficit.
It's getting close, I think, during his stint here. Might be more optimistic.
One to come for Vidler in the 51st over. Sanger 72, as is Carey. Looking unfazed right now in the middle. Slipping a gully in place. Got a deep backward square leg and point. Close mid-wicket and cover. Vidler in from the Northern Hospital end. Sanger takes a step back, pushes it to mid-wicket. Clayton's there, does the fielding, and that wraps up the 51st over. 3 for 164, South Australia. Trailing by 106. Carey and Sanger both on 72. Jason Gillespie making way for the former West Indian skipper, Carl Hooper. And he was also part of the Saka program for many years. Still is part of the Saka program, Carl Hooper. Obviously more in the franchise cricket BBL sense, but knows these players very well. Would be elated to see them lift the trophy later today if they can continue the way they're going. Chasing a historic first ever domestic double for South Australia after the One Day Cup victory. Carl was so excited to get in, he's broken his headset. So just get this working and then we'll get him back underway. 106 runs is the deficit. There you are, Carl.
Heard Jason talking about me being nervous. Call this on the first day. Never in doubt. Never in doubt. Never in doubt.
That's not what I was hearing about 30 minutes ago.
Squeezing this morning, man. Squeezing.
Nisa away from the southern end to Carey on 72. Pushes it through cover point. Takes the single. He'll move to 73. South Australia 3 for 165, down 105. So you're ready to commit, Carl?
Commit?
Yeah.
To?
South Australia?
I've always been committed to South Australia. I've been here for 30 years. It's the first time I've seen us lift the shield. No, but the boys, they do deserve it. Well, we're not over the line just yet. And a lot of credit must go to Ryan Harris and his support staff. A lot of good work done behind the scenes. A lot of hard work.
From the southern end to Sanger on 72, forward and defence to the leg side. Just tell us about that atmosphere, because you would have been there shortly after the Hussey review dropped and all The different bodies were floating in and out. The landscape of South Australian cricket at that point felt down in the dumps. Did you feel a sense of urgency that they needed some success fast?
Well, yes, there were some, I wouldn't say, there were some changes made. A new CEO, new cricket director, a new head coach, all in the space of 2 years.
Nisa away from the southern end to Sanger on 72, squared up, no run.
So the hierarchy obviously felt there was a need for change.
I think that's the part that we forget so much as well, is the late Keith Bradshaw, his impact that he had on South Australian cricket in the Sacker, and was almost there when they started to turn that corner.
Yes, a really good man and worked really tirelessly for the good of South Australian cricket.
Tea approaching here as well. We're about 10 minutes away. Nisa bowls from the southern end to Sanger on 72, pushes down to mid-on. Clayton races across from mid-wicket to free Steketee up to continue his arrest. Sanger on 72, Carey on 73. South Australia 3 for 165, trailing by 105. Nisa just searching for a breakthrough. Marnus Labuschagne continues to chirp in the field and lift his troops. I would have been elated with the start of the day. Bustling with optimism. Nisa to Sanger, forward and defends once again. The second session just hasn't gone their way, Carl.
Yeah, just like yesterday, a couple of early wickets to South Australia, and then just flattening out, the ball getting softer, seam getting softer. Fantastic conditions to batting. And just remember, we're still on the 4 days. This is still a very good deck to bat on. As we've seen, 28 for 3, 165 for 3, and runs being accumulated in a comfortable manner.
None for 92 since lunch. Nisa bowls to Sanger, forward and defends again back to the bowler off a straight delivery. And that is the end of the 52nd over. South Australia 3 for 165, trailing by 105. Carey on 73 from 105 deliveries. Sanger's on 72 from 137. And still to come, that lineup continues to grow. The likes of Jake Lehman waiting in the wings. They've got Liam Scott and Ben Manenti and Nathan McAndrew. So Queensland need to get a breakthrough fast.
There's still a lot of batting to come, and I think the key in this partnership is the way Carey has played. It's just put them under pressure. Didn't come out and batted like a man with a score on 28 for 3. Immediately was looking to put them under pressure. Sweeping Swepson, hitting them over long on. Good support from Sanger.
Idler in from the northern end. Carey on 73 awaits, pulls through square leg. Fielder waiting on the rope, and another single. Carey moves to 74. South Australia 3 for 166, trailing by 104.
I suppose, Aaron, what's good is that we're going to get a result. I know 5 days is a long time, and you would have thought that, you know, come on, for sure you must get a result in 5 days cricket, but this is such a wonderful surface to bat on that I can see a draw being a result here.
Yep.
If we didn't lose 15 wickets on the first day.
Which again goes back to that bonus point system that...
Yeah, I didn't want it to come down to points and that sort of stuff. I actually wanted a result. So it's a good thing that the first day panned out the way it did. It just opened the game. There was so much time left in the game that you know there was going to be a result.
It will be the sixth final out of 7 that isn't decided by a draw. Vidler bowls to Sanger, who defends back to the bowler, no run.
And I loved the atmosphere. I know there was a big push to get the game at Adelaide Oval.
Yep.
But being a more intimate setting, smaller ground, temporary stands, but we call it a full house, people on the bank, you know, cheering every run. It's one of those occasions when you want to say I was there when South Australia won the title in 2025.
Vidler bowling to Sanger, steps back and defends. No run, a fuller delivery this time for Vidler. And you're right, this is, you know, should South Australia get the job done and break the 29-year drought, it's a moment that will live for many decades, and when you look back on it to see a stacked Eastern Bank at Karen Rolton Oval and a full pavilion, the imagery will last a lot longer, I think, than an Adelaide Oval that has a couple of thousand in it.
Well, I've been here for 30 years and I haven't seen it, so it's taken me this long.
You waited until they won and then you moved. Vidler to Sanger, steps back, leans and cuts quick and fast to the rope for 4. Jason Sanger catches that short delivery magnificently, and he's up to 76. South Australia officially down 100 runs, 3 for 170. Sanger's on 76. Carey at the other end on 74.
Yeah, the hallmark of his batting, good footwork. This one short and wide and got into good position. When you get into good position, good footwork, it's easy to get your hands through the ball, cut behind point for 4.
Vidler to Sanger, full toss, and blocked down by Sanger. Stays on 76. South Australia 3 for 170, so 100 to go for the hosts and 7 wickets in hand.
And you would have thought from here is going to be an uphill task for Queensland.
I think we've got 7 balls left before lunch, before tea, I should say. 1 to come for Vidler. Another over from the southern end. Vidler to Sanger on 76. Slip in place. Forward and defending. No run. 3 for 170 South Australia. Down 100 runs. Sanger 76. Carey 74. Aaron Bryans and Carl Hooper with you on ABC Sport for day 4 of the Sheffield Shield final. Great to have you with us as part of our coverage. It is starting to get a little hotter, Carl. Had a nice breeze coming through before. Poor Queensland are getting no relief out there. 0 cloud cover.
We've had 4 excellent days. It's been hot, but not unbearably hot. I think the hottest day of the 4 so far was yesterday. It was a bit muggy.
Which was funny because we had a little patch of rain towards the end.
Towards the end.
Didn't help.
That's right. As I was driving home, had a little shower.
Michael Neser from the southern end continuing. We're bowling to Alex Carey. Across the off stump. Carey leans forward and defends to cover, no run. Remains on 74. We've got a gully in place. Just looking to see if there's a slip as well. And on that northern side of the ground. We did have a deep square leg, but they're coming in now for Alex Carey. So it's going to be a pretty tight ring field. Only man on the rope is at long leg. Neser from the southern end to Carey, forward and driving through cover. There's 3 fielders in the region converging. It's rolling along the carpet and sliding, well fielded close to the rope. And Carey gets back for 2. He moves to 76. South Australia 3 for 172, trailing by 98 runs.
Carey continues to be free-flowing. As we say in the Caribbean, sea ball, hit ball. He's never taken a backward step. Just plays each ball on its merit. Looks to put the pressure back onto the bowlers.
Neser to Carey, forward defends, no run. Got a very close mid-wicket in play, and more traditional as well.
And he showed today why he's the Australian wicketkeeper batter.
Three to come in the over, approaching tea. We might be able to squeeze one more over in if we're lucky. 2 minutes to go. Neser to Carey on 76. Gully in place. He's forward and defending back to Neser, who alley-oops it over the top of Carey to Pearson on the return. 3 for 172. South Australia down 98 right now at Karen Rolton Oval. They lost early wickets of Connor McInerney for a 6-ball duck, Henry Hunt for 6, Nathan McSweeney for 14, 3 for 28. You felt like what was a very solid lead was unravelling before our eyes. This partnership saving the state of South Australia. Sanger and Carey on 76. Neser bowls to the ladder. Carey's forward and pushing to mid off, no run.
Yes, this morning when we lost 3 quick wickets, you think that, hey, here we go. Not a little twist, but Carey and Sangha have steadied the ship.
We've had a few of those, Carl. It's been a great
great
5-day matchup in that sense, where we've had the roller coaster of the up and down mental battle.
You definitely need some little twists. Just can't.
Nisa to Carey on 76, away from the southern end. Works backward of square. Fielder on long leg will come in front of the scoreboard, and they'll take a single. Carey moves to 77, retains the strike at the end of the 54th, and we will get one more over before tea with 30 seconds to go. 3 for 173. South Australia down 97. But it has had all the chapters, Carl, but you feel like across all of them, there's just been that slight edge that has grown and shrunk for South Australia. They've never been behind the game, but certainly have let Queensland back in it at times.
Well, yes, they could have batted Queensland out of the game in the first innings, but they've gone on to make 450. You know, obviously wouldn't have probably have to bat again.
Question without notice for you. How would Travis Head be feeling? He's getting a paycheck in the IPL, but isn't here after being part of this system for so many years, and will miss out on raising the Sheffield Shield trophy.
But he's chosen to be in the IPL. That just gives another player an opportunity to play for South Australia. Maybe if Travis was here playing, we wouldn't be seeing Sangha.
Yeah. It's a great shot.
Or we wouldn't have seen Lehman in the first innings, but everything works out for the best. He's in the IPL doing his stuff.
Gets his money.
Gets his money, and big money too.
Mitch Swepson from the northern end, replacing Callum Vidler. We're bowling to Alex Carey on 77 to wrap up the second session. South Australia trailing by 97 runs and 7 wickets in hand. Swepson's got a leg slip in place and a gully. Swepson around the wicket, Carey forward, catches it on the bounce and pushes to the open mid-wicket region. Rolls towards cow corner and he takes a single. Carey moves to 78, South Australia 3 for 174.
Yeah, you get the feeling that if anything is if there's another twist to the game, this is the man who's got to do it. I think he's bowled well. Hasn't been a lot of turn for him, but he's tried to use some of the footholds that's outside the right-hander's leg stump.
Still just the 1 wicket in the match, though, Mitch Swepson. Economic, but hasn't been damaging. Bowls to Sangha.
But if you look
it into the pitch too, short leg.
If you look at the statistics for the spinners here, it wouldn't make good reading.
Sangha on 76. Swepson in from the northern end. South Australia trailing by 96. Good sweep shot from Jason Sangha, who catches it well. Down towards fine leg. It's second, he floats across from square leg to get there. They run for 2. Sangha moves to 78. South Australia 3 for 176, trailing by 94.
I was speaking to Sean Williams, who is one of the selectors / cricket managers in the soccer program, and we were discussing the composition of the team for this game and whether Pope would play or not, and he said to me, hoops the figures.
Swepson to Sangha, who dispatches it. Monster shot all the way over cow corner. That is a heave into the pavilion. And a 6 for Jason Sangha. 150-run partnership for Sangha and Carey as well, as they guide South Australia towards its 14th Sheffield Shield title. What a shot from Jason Sangha to move to 84. Swepson looks to continue. Sangha forward, defends towards point, no run.
Yes, I suppose the second long hop we've seen from Swepson and Sangha again, similar to early in the day. Hit that in front of square, well in front of square, actually probably over deep mid-wicket for 6. But getting back to what I was saying, he said that the stats for the spinners here at Cara Rolton didn't make good reading, hence the reason why they decided to go just the lone spin in Menenti.
Deficit of 88, swept some bowls. Forward Sanger defends it to his toes, no run. And you feel like it was the right decision, Carl, in the long term?
Well, it's turning out to be.
That is tea at Karen Rolton Oval. South Australia 3 for 182, currently trailing by 88 runs. A dominant session by Alex Carey and Jason Sanger. Sanger's up to 84, Carey on 78. His partnership, absolutely magnificent, continues to grow and put South Australia in the box seat. They've combined for 154, Sanger and Carey, and they've still got Jake Lehman and Liam Scott waiting behind them. Standing ovation in the pavilion at Karen Rolton Oval. South Australia would feel like they're in the box seat now as we turn towards the final session here at Karen Rolton Oval. Carl, your quick thoughts on how that all played out?
Well, all South Australia since losing 3 early wickets, exactly what the doctor would have ordered for them. I just think that the partnership between Carey and Sanger was a really good one. They complemented each other really well. Carey launching a counter-attack and Sanger, the sort of classical accumulator of a run. Very good player. Almost looked like a touch player. We rarely see those sort of players these days. 84 off 147 and Carey 78 off 113. I think they'll be happy where they're at right now going into the tea break. 182 for 3. Queensland, on the other hand, will have to do something special after tea. And I think if they're going to try to get back into this game, it'll have to happen very quickly. And the man to do that would be the leg spinner. There's been nothing there for the seamer since the 3 wickets. So we've just got to wait after tea and see how the game unfolds. But I think at this point in time, South Australia definitely with one hand on the trophy.
Thoughts of cool Carl Hooper on ABC Sport as we hit the tea break here on day 4 of the Sheffield Shield final. If you're just joining us, South Australia started the day with needing 270 for victory. They lost Connor McInerney for a 6-ball duck at 1 for 1 at that stage. Henry Hunt was then out for 6. 2 for 13, South Australia crumbling in front of us. Nathan McSweeney out for 14, 3 for 28. Panic stations had set in. Alex Carey and Jason Sanger then started to combine at lunch. 3 for 73 after Carey was dropped on 4. Jason Sanger reached his 50 off 84 deliveries and Carey joined him off 75 deliveries. Sanger's now on 84, not out. Alex Carey 78, unbeaten. The bowling figures for Queensland. Nisa 1 for 49 from his 17 overs, 4 maidens included. Callum Vidler, none for 40 of his 10, including 3 maidens. Mark Steketee, 2 for 25 of his 10 with 1 maiden in there. Jack Woodham with none for 30 off his 9 overs. Mitch Swepson, none for 38, 1 maiden from his 10 overs. Coming up shortly, you'll hear from Robin Chipperfield and Tim Nielsen as our coverage continues on ABC Sport. But for now, with South Australia trailing by 88 runs, you can hear the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. State media in Myanmar are reporting the death toll from a powerful earthquake has risen to 694, with 1,670 people injured. The magnitude 7.7 quake hit near the city of Mandalay and was felt in neighbouring Thailand, where a high-rise building collapsed in the capital Bangkok, killing at least 9 people. Rescuers in Mandalay have described scenes of utter devastation, with overwhelmed hospitals, buildings flattened and injured people running through the streets. Dr. Chi Min is the country director for World Vision and is based in the largest city, Yangon, and he says getting aid to Mandalay will be difficult.
The road from Yangon to Mandalay is badly damaged. No car or buses can able to go. The runway of the Mandalay airport is also damaged. And in Naypyidaw airport, the airplane controlling tower is also collapsed and a few people died from that.
The Prime Minister says a parliament made up of more independents would be ineffective as he faces the possibility of having to form a minority government. Most polling shows the likely result of the May federal election is a hung parliament, meaning Anthony Albanese or opposition leader Peter Dutton would need to negotiate with independents and minor parties to form government. Mr Albanese says the trend away from the major parties brings instability.
You need to be sitting around the cabinet table. You can't govern the country with 150 independents. You need to govern the country with a cabinet I lead a majority government with 78 seats. That has brought stability. It has brought order.
Greens leader Adam Bandt said he'd be astounded if the Prime Minister refused to respect the will of the people and work with a minor party in the event of a hung parliament. The Greens have held a rally in the electorate of Griffith today to kick off their campaign. Mr Bandt says there's a growing desire for more voices on the table.
I would be absolutely astounded if any politician, including Anthony Albanese, refused to respect the parliament that the Australian people elected.
Air safety investigators say they've retrieved recording devices from the wreckage of a plane that crashed during an acrobatics display at Avalon International Air Show in Victoria yesterday. Aviation veteran Glenn Collins remains in a critical condition in hospital after the light plane he was flying crashed in front of thousands of spectators at the event southwest of Melbourne. Australian Transport Safety Bureau Chief Commissioner Angus Mitchell says the wreckage has been moved to a hangar for further assessment.
We've managed to do a number of measurements on site. We have retrieved a number of recording devices out of the aircraft. We also have a lot of mobile phone footage, but we do call out for anyone else who may have mobile phone footage. That all is very important for us in recreating what's occurred here.
Authorities say they're preparing for the worst as unprecedented rainfall continues to drench Queensland. Evacuations and door knocks have already occurred in low-lying areas in the state's southwest, including Adavale and Junda, with police on the ground to help with developing emergency. Police Minister Dan Prudy says precautions are being taken to deal with the unusually high rainfall levels.
And we're expecting riverine flooding now to reach and exceed record levels. Locals in those areas are telling us this is they're seeing water in areas they didn't see it back in 1974. But we have pre-positioned well. We have a lot of assets on the ground.
Canada's new Prime Minister Mark Carney says he's told US President Donald Trump his country will impose retaliatory tariffs on America from early April. The two leaders have held their first phone call since Mr Carney took office earlier this month. Mr Trump has taken aim at Canada, levelling tariffs on the country and controversially calling for it to become America's 51st state. Mr Carney says the talks were constructive.
This was a call between two leaders of their respective governments, between two sovereign nations. The spirit of the call was both cordial and focused on making progress.
And a powerful chemical found in black market oxycodone has prompted the New South Wales Health Authority to issue a warning. It says the chemical nitazazine has been found in green round tablets which are marked OC on the front and 80 on the reverse. Poisons Information Centre Medical Director Dr Darren Roberts says people should bin the tablets.
So this substance can have unexpected effects. These effects can be much more severe or potent, and this can actually make it life-threatening.
And Madison Levi has become the most prolific try scorer in Australian rugby history, making another 7 at the Hong Kong Sevens, taking her tally to 189. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
Live from Karen Rolton Oval, the Sheffield Shield Final, SA and Queensland.
And we are at tea here with South Australia closing in on their first Sheffield Shield title for 29 years. They are 3 for 182 at tea, needing a further 88 runs to win. And a partnership has really developed between Jason Sanger, who's 84 not out, and Alex Carey, 78 not out, to guide South Australia closer and closer to that title. They have taken the score from 3 for 28 to 3 for 182. Play resumes here in a little under 15 minutes' time, which gives us an opportunity on Grandstand Cricket to delve more into cricket's history with an episode of Sporting Witness.
Hello, and thank you for downloading this edition of Sporting Witness from the BBC World Service with me, Wayne Wright. Today, I'm taking you back to Australia in 1977 to a cricket match when an English batsman was greeted by taunts and jeers from fans.
People were amazed when I walked out that first time and wearing the helmet and, hey, Amos, where's your motorbike, mate? So all sorts of comments like that. Skateboards were in at the time, I think. And it was a motorcycle helmet with a polycarbonate visor that take a double-barrel shotgun from 10 paces, so it's going to take a cricket ball from 22 paces. Very heavy, very hot.
That batsman was Dennis Amiss, and he was wearing new protective headgear, the first player in modern professional cricket to do so. During his career, he'd faced players from across the world, including some of Australia's most ferocious bowlers.
Not such happy memories of Australia. There were tougher times for me against the old enemy, but the experience of Leland Thompson and everybody, whenever those names are mentioned, we shudder a bit sometimes, but there were two great fast bowlers in those Australian conditions. They were very hot to handle.
Today, helmets are commonplace in cricket, but back in the 1970s, the headgear choice was a soft cap or floppy sun hat. But the sport was changing, and batsmen were literally in the firing line.
Bowlers were bowling quicker, and there were lots more around, sort of bowling 90 miles plus. It was headline, it wasn't sort of bodyline bowling. This was headline, people are aiming at your head.
Can you remember some of those times you got hit by a ball?
You get hit in all sorts of places, but the head is the worst one. I got hit on the jaw, hooking at Safra was at the Oval against Pakistan, and bang on the jaw, which fortunately didn't crack the jaw, but it certainly gave me a shock, and I had to come off the field, so therefore I wasn't able to continue my innings. As some near misses, the one at Michael Holding, the dent's still in my skull now, ducking into that one. My fault, should have watched the ball, took my eye off the ball.
A cricket ball is made of cork, twine and leather. They're harder and heavier than baseballs and weigh 160 grams.
The England cricket captain, Tony Greig, said today that it's time Test players wore crash helmets to protect themselves against fast bowlers. Well, on the phone today, we asked...
By the mid-1970s, the safety of players was becoming an increasing concern. Head injuries and concussion were becoming more common, sometimes resulting in fatalities.
Well, already there have been many minor injuries, and only last weekend a batsman was killed after being struck by the ball in an Australian League match. Well, he was a good friend of one of the fastest and most notorious bowlers, Jeff Thomson. A few months earlier, England fast bowler Peter Lever knocked out New Zealand's Ewan Chatfield.
As a top-order batsman, Dennis was fed up with getting injured by short-pitched balls, known as bouncers.
I came across a motorcycle manufacturer. I don't know how I did it, and I said, could you, if I asked you, make helmets? And he said to me that he thought you probably could, but it would look really like a motorcycle helmet.
With a brand new fiberglass helmet, Dennis was off to play World Series cricket in Australia, a breakaway competition dreamt up by media tycoon Kerry Packer.
He was able to sign the best players around the world to money that we'd never seen before. He signed all the Aussies up. He signed the West Indies up. He didn't get all the England side. I thought we'd have an England team, and we didn't. I think that was a big stumbling block. Some of the South Africans came, some of the Pakistan, Indian players made up the world team. So I mentioned it to Tony Greig, what about taking helmets? And he said, he'd have a word with Kerry Packer, and Kerry came back and said, yeah, the more innovation, because we're going to have coloured clothing, white balls, floodlights, all those sort of things. The more innovation there is, the better. So bring it.
Back in the UK, outspoken former England bowler Freddie Truman, known as Fiery Fred, took a different view.
Fred, one of the most amazing sights of this cricket season, surely, has been to see helmeted batsmen coming to the wicket looking like American footballers, and I wonder what they look like to you.
Well, to me, I look at it as just one big comedy of these people coming with helmets on. The only thing I can think of now, Dennis, is that these batsmen are not getting into the right position to play the delivery.
So, Dennis, what do you think about Freddie's view that it was the batsman's own fault for getting hit?
When I was hit by Michael Holding at Lord's, prior to us wearing the helmet, I ducked into one. That's my fault. And no, it can be. You can play the wrong shot, or you duck and you miscalculate. But you can miscalculate, and it's making a mistake. Saying that it's the batsman's fault, well, yes, it can be, and I agree with that, but not always.
Can you remember the reaction you got when you walked out wearing the helmet?
Yeah, I don't think the players were laughing, because I think they'd seen them in practice when we're trialling them. They all wondered how differently you were going to play and wondered whether there would be a success. I mean, the crowd were very vocal. Hey, where's your motorbike? All those sort of things. Lots of that coming out. But as the series went on, more and more players wore them.
The crowd may have found the sight of a white motorbike helmet amusing, but other players showed a keen interest.
One or two people said, I'd like to wear that. They could see that I wasn't worrying too much about being hit. especially on the head, because I got the helmet on and watching the ball a lot better than I had been ducking into it when I got it once or twice before. So they were interested. They talked to me about it. How did they feel? They tried them themselves in practice, and some of the players went out and played with them. So lots of players came up to me and said, I'd like one. Can you get me one? I did. I said for half a dozen more from England, and out they came.
But there were design flaws in those early helmets, and these started causing problems.
We were up near Brisbane playing one match, and I managed to stay there all morning batting. I'd sweated so much, and I thought, if we don't get off now, and I could just feel the boom, boom, boom going on in the helmet. I was just about to pass out when the umpire said, that's lunch. I couldn't wait to get the helmet off and get some fresh air. They were too heavy, too hot, and we had to modify them. The second year we went to World Series cricket, we actually put a visor so the air could get through, but bars. And everybody said, my gosh, I can see the bars. I said, well, don't look at the bars. Look up at the ball from the bowler's hand. Everybody was frightened that the bars were there.
And in cricket, communication between the two batsmen is vital for run-making.
The only problem was in one of the matches, we had 4 run-outs. Richie Bennett picked it up. He said, I don't think they can hear anything. There's no holes in the earpieces. So as Notty came off with the 5th one to be run out, they sent a commentator down to interview him, and they said, Alan, will you run out because you couldn't hear the course? He says, you have to speak up. You can't hear a thing in these helmets.
The revolution in head protection began to have a more profound effect on how the game was being played.
It did, and in that series of World Series cricket, 77, 78, I think it was, that David Hooks in the first year got his jaw broken, tried to hook Andy Roberts at the Sydney Showground, and he was supping through a straw for 6 weeks, and came back and said to me, can I borrow your helmet? And he borrowed the helmet, and he played same ground, same bowler when he went in, and he bounced in the same time, and 6 weeks earlier he missed it, broke his jaw. Because of the helmet, he hooked it out the ground for 6. Richie Bennett said, that is one of the great defining moments in cricket. Obviously, the helmets are giving him confidence.
Looking back over 45 years to that moment when you first walked out onto the pitch, how do you feel about what you did that day?
I look back on it and think, well, gosh, how did we do it? And was I right or wrong not to get involved with helmets? But I just thought that they won't catch on. The authorities back in England won't allow them. We started something and we pioneered it. Great to have been involved with it because it has helped the players over the years. And maybe it's probably saved a few people over the years from nasty knocks.
Dennis Amos retired from playing cricket in 1987. He played 50 test matches for England and scored over 100 centuries in his career. He was an England selector and is now president of Warwickshire County Cricket Club. Dennis Amos was speaking to Sporting Witness. And I'm Wayne Wright, thanking you for downloading this edition of the podcast.
Live from Karen Rolton Oval, the Sheffield Shield Final, SA and Queensland.
Fascinating delve into cricketing history, and we may witness more cricketing history here at Karen Rolton Oval over the next couple of hours. South Australia looks to win the Sheffield Shield for the first time in 29 years. At tea, 3 for 182 with Jason Sanger on 84 and Alex Carey on 78. This partnership has been outstanding for South Australia. They need 88 runs more to claim the Shield. Queensland need to take 7 wickets likely in this final session of the day. I'm Robin Chipperfield. Tim Nielsen is alongside me. Tim, the former South Australian keeper, part of that side 29 years ago. How are you feeling at this moment?
A lot calmer than I was at 3 for 28, to be fair. Yes, there's a few little butterflies early on when the Queenslanders got on a little roll, and Hunt, or McInerney, then Hunt, then McSweeney were all dismissed. And at that stage, Mark Steckety was in the middle of a pretty good spell of fast bowling, and with the newer hard ball, he was able to extract some movement, and he was able to prize out 3 wickets. But since that time, Alex Carey joined Jason Sanger at the crease, They both had a little bit of luck, haven't they? There's a couple of half chances that have just gone out of reach of the fieldsman. I don't think... Oh, Sanger may have been dropped early on, didn't he? Went to left one go and it almost clipped the toe of the bat. And I think Ben McDermott, diving low to his left, wasn't able to hang on to a one-handed chance. But other than that, they played really positively. They've run hard between the wickets. They've played aggressive shots to loose balls. Carey has probably been the most dynamic in that he's taken sweeps on a couple of times. He's had the opportunity when he's pitched it or aiming for the rough outside, he's off stump to play that slog sweep, but he plays so well over mid-wicket and has cleared the fence a couple of times there. So, yep, they're in a good position now. 88 to get. Best guess is over one way or another tonight. So we've probably got 2.5 hours of cricket left here before one of these teams hoists that Sheffield Shield. And let's hope it's South Australia.
Well, you didn't need to have that bit today. No. We knew.
Unashamedly biased all the way through, so why stop now as we get close? But no, it's been, I heard you mention it's been an ebbing and flowing game. It's been an excellent game of cricket, and I hope the next couple of hours can finish off what has been a real showpiece for the game of state cricket at the moment.
Fascinating phase of the game. First ball after tea. Steckerty's going to come into bowl to Carey, who hits into the offside, and they'll go through for a single here at Karen Rotten Oval, and there'll be overthrows as we welcome listeners joining us on local radio and Sport Digital in South Australia with the news that the first ball after tea was prodded out by Carey out into the offside for a single. A shy at the stumps from Clayton, and they've gone for 4 overthrows. So South Australia getting ever closer to winning their first Sheffield Shield title in 29 years with 5 off the first ball after tea, which means they need a further 83 to win the title. And if you want to, incidentally, keep listening to the AFL, switch over to DAB Plus or hit the AFL button on the ABC Lesson app. But we are concentrating on the Sheffield Shield final with Wildermuth looking to come into bowl here. Queensland have got a fascinating field. They have packed the offside, so much so that there's only one on the onside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on the offside. As Wildermuth bowls, cut away, there's still a gap for Sanger to find, and it goes for 4. Maybe put another fielder over, because Sanger has shown he's skillful enough to find the gap in any case. What a shot from Jason Sanger. How has he found a gap in that offside field? He has. And South Australia chasing 270, a 3 for 191. Tim Nielsen.
9 off the first 2 balls is a nice way to start. Yeah. You don't see that too often. So, yeah, it takes it under 80 now, and really good start from Sanger.
Wildermuth bowls and Sanger defends out into the offside. There's a fantastic atmosphere as well here at Karen Rotten Oval. We've been blessed with good weather, and we've had good crowds over the previous 3 days. And the crowd has built and built and built and is still building. There are thousands of people inside the ground. The early ones bagged the shady spots, but there are not many seats to be had. Wildermuth into Sanger, who's looking to cut away into the offside again. Will go through for a single. Ball goes to the end, to which Sanger is running. And they have got through for 1. It's been a very positive start after the tea interval. 270 is the target for South Australia to win the Sheffield Shield, and they are 3 for 192.
They've got a couple of bucks each way here, Queensland, haven't they? They've got the 8 blokes on the offside, but they've run 2 singles to the fielders there. You'd think if they're going to do this, they'd either push them all the way back to the fence to try and stop the boundary, or give them best chance, or at least be in tight enough so they don't get a single to them as well. So it's a bit different.
Wildermuth to bowl to Alex Carey, flicks into the onside. There's only one fielder there, but he's found him.
I was just about to say, Alex advanced down the wicket there, and he feels, I reckon, that he's almost got a free hit here. Yeah. He'll be looking, with Wildermuth bowling, 120 k's an hour. He's probably not quick enough to force him back.
But also bowling around the wicket.
Yeah, he's going to use that natural angle. He'll be moving across outside off stump, and don't be surprised if the next one disappears over mid-wicket's head or flies down through mid-on if he over-pitches a bit, because he'll be trying to make that line and be willing to play across the line a fraction to get it onto the vacant leg side field.
Wildermuth around the wicket to Carey, tries to lap it over his shoulder and is successful. And the ball goes down to fine leg. And South Australia are making the mockery of any pressure on them after tea. They are cruising after the interval. 270 is the target. And only 74 more are needed. 14 off the over.
It's going to take a big dent to the confidence of Queensland, or put a big dent in the confidence of Queensland. I think what you said was right too, Robin, is that, you know, if you're trying to take it as long as you possibly can for them to get these runs, surely you bowl over the wicket and outside off stump. You've got such a big margin in four-day cricket from a wide point of view. The only place you can hit that is really if you're over the wicket and going across the left-hander, for example. The only place you can hit it to is with the angle to the offside. But going around the wicket, that one then that he flipped over fine leg was outside off stump, but because of the angle coming in, he was able to just go with the angle and ramped it over there. So it's a weird way to attack it. And they paid the penalty of going for 14 in the first over, which, if there were any nerves in their two batters' tummies after a tea break, I reckon that's probably settled them pretty quickly.
Yeah, the overthrow certainly helped that went for 4. But that plan from Queensland after tea didn't work. And whether it's been changed for the medium term, we wait to see, but it has changed in the short term. Steketee to bowl from the northern end of the ground, in to bowl to Sangha, cuts away for 4. Dropped short by Steketee, and Sanga's eyes lit up. He has smashed that through point, Jason Sangha, and he picks up 4 runs. This has been the most torrid spell that Queensland has endured in the match, coming immediately after tea.
Short and wide, and as you say, mate, he crashed that. That's 18 runs off the first 7 balls post-tea.
Wow.
I don't reckon that's what Queensland were hoping for, and it's certainly, I don't think South Australia would have wished for that, could have wished for it any stronger. They've got exactly what they wanted.
Steketee again into Sangha, tucks this off his pads into the onside. Lovely applause around the ground. They're coming back for 2. Have to be quick. Wildermuth with the throw, and Queensland look interested. It'll go upstairs to the third umpire. But I think there's a bit of interest in this. Whether Sangha thinks he's home, we wait to see. Queensland look pretty confident, though Sangha also looks confident, so I don't know what we read into that. Here's the replay as we look. Pearson gathers the ball. The slide from Jason Sangha. The bat crosses the line. He's home. He's home by
half a bat.
Half a bat, yeah. I was going to say a couple of feet.
Yeah, half a bat, I reckon. So he's half a blade of the bat, take the handle out, and he's home quite comfortably. So very positive start for South Australia, and a great show of intent too, rather than just wandering through for an easy single when it went to short fine leg. And the fine leg fielder might have been a bit slow getting off the mark. They cashed in and took the extra run. So Sangha races to 95 now. And South Australia cracked the 200, so there's 68 to get.
Steketee comes into bowl to Jason Sangha, looks to play this away in the offside. Carey wants a single, sent back, the shite the stumps, hits the stumps. How's your luck, Queensland? The ball dribbles away, they go through for 1. There's a shite the stumps again from Labuschagne at the non-striker's end, and there's another overthrow. What a shambles from Queensland. An absolute shambles that South Australia are tucking in.
Shambles. Probably a pretty apt description at the moment. Looks like there's a bit of emotion running out there, and they've let the emotion take over, because that throw, they were well and truly home. It was a bit stiff that the ball deflected off the stumps at the bowler's end. Sangha was aware of it, and as soon as he saw it deflect, he knew he could get a run there. But then when Marnus worked it, he missed the stumps by a good 3 metres, and the backup man had gone too straight. He threw it behind him, and they got the extra run.
3 for 204, 66 more needed. Good work from Carey and Sangha. Carey in particular, but Sangha, as his innings has gone on, has shown huge intent. I did check that run-out incidentally as the ball hit the stumps. But he was home comfortably. So here's Steketee into Sangha again. Plenty happening after tea. Sangha defends up to mid-off. And there's no run, fielded by Labuschagne, who gets an ironic round of applause from the partisan and enthusiastic crowd. Don't forget, if you're listening to us on local radio in South Australia and Sport Digital, if you want to keep listening to the AFL, that's on DAB+, or of course, as always, the ABC Listen app has you covered with the AFL button. Here's Steketee into Sanger again. Pitches this one up, works into the onside. Out towards Vidler, the young fast bowler at mid-wicket. They're coming back for 2, and they make this much more comfortably. And Sanger moves serenely towards a century. He's on to 99. And it's 3 for 206. What an innings from Sanger, who moved here from New South Wales after a good few years in Sydney. Has had a successful season with South Australia. This would be the crowning moment. Steketee into Sanger, works it into the onside, and there's no run off the final ball of the over. And Sanger 99, Carey 87, South Australia 3 for 206. And a further 64 more are needed. Tim Nielsen.
I've quite enjoyed watching Alex Carey and Jason Sanger back together as batsmen, but one of the noticeable things is, I know Alex Carey's not a great talker. He talked to some of the other players. He hardly says boo with them in the mid-over kind of catch-up. It's almost quick punch of the fists and then turns around and off he goes. But I don't think Jason Sanger's a big talker either, because these two are almost turning around and walking back before they've run into each other. They're getting it done so quickly. Quite interesting, because there are a lot of players out there that like to spend that 10 or 15 or 20 seconds just, how you going and what are you thinking and what are you feeling and to back a winner today, or whatever it is, to take their mind off the cricket for a bit. But these two are very much in their own little zone, I reckon, and they wander down, touch gloves and turn around and walk back again and spend their time by themselves. So interesting how different blokes do it, and just shows there's no right way, because I reckon most kids would expect that they've got to go and have a chat about what the bowler's doing or what they're thinking about or whatever else. And
you think nervous energy would make them do that,
these guys are just, they're in the zone almost,
Wildermuth around the wicket to Carey on 87, helped into the onside. It's almost one-day cricket since tea from South Australia, and Carey's positioned it into such an area of the field that he can get back for 2, and he moves on to 89, and it's 3 for 208. It would be fitting if these two were able to steer South Australia to the win and claim centuries on the way as well.
Yeah, it'd be the perfect finish, wouldn't it? They came in at a really precarious time, 3 for 28, and they've just played so well. So, not that you deserve anything in sport, but these two have done the hard work to probably deserve to get some personal recognition with a big personal score.
Wildermuth bowls to Carey, who's on the back foot. Into the onside, mistiming this one, and there's no run. It remains 3 for 208. Remember, Queensland all out on day 1 for 95, South Australia 271, so they led by 176 on first innings. Queensland dominated the final 2 sessions yesterday, were all out for 445. That set South Australia 270, and having been 3 for 28, are now 3 for 208. Those Wildermuth bowls dropped a bit short, played into the offside. McDermott fields at cover, and there's no run. This will be the biggest chase in the final of a Sheffield Shield. Successful chase, assuming South Australia get there.
Probably as big a moment in South Australian cricket history too, having won the one-day final. So they'll be the premiers in both competitions, which we've never done before in the same year. And then also to chase down, as you say, a record score in the 4th innings of a Shield final.
Wildermuth bowls to Carey, who's troubled by this, doesn't make contact with it, comes off Pearson, back down the pitch. I wonder, Tim, how much you think that success in the One-Day Cup, so we've won a trophy, how much that boosted the rest of the season?
Yeah, very much so. Neither Alex nor Travis or even Spencer Johnson were here for that final, so they were a bit depleted, but for the depth of their squad to display the quality they've got and to have the success they did, was, I'm sure it gave them a real boost of confidence, and then they've gone on here and backed themselves in
Wildermuth around the wicket to Carey. Beautifully played through point. Chase is given up by Angus Lovell. It's 4 more added to the total. And the crowd are loving it here at Karen Rolton Oval. 4 more to Carey, 93. And South Australia have won Shield matches from extraordinary positions this season as well. And you wonder about that going into this final innings. Got a tough task of chasing 270. But boys, you've done it before.
Yeah, they've had. It's been a great season of preparation for this sort of game, hasn't it? You know, they've had games where they were bowled out cheaply and then they were able to bowl the opposition out. Against Tassie, I reckon it was 98 and 110, and the opposition made a big score and they had to try and... All those things have built up to the stage where they've experienced pretty well every scenario they could in the season proper. Yep. And now they've been able to hold their nerve, stay calm when... They probably felt like they could have led by more, but they backed themselves in by winning the toss and bowling, which was different, I expect, what most people thought. But from that moment, they've pretty much run the game the way they wanted to. So it's been an excellent effort.
Wildermuth to Carey down the leg side, bit of pad in that. Pearson scampers out after it, and they'll go through for a leg bye. It is 3 for 213. And the target is 270. That is the end of the over. It's Marnus Labuschagne, the captain of Queensland, who has all the issues. The match has run away from him after tea. Going to be a change of bowling here, I fancy. Mitch Swepson is going to come into the attack. And Carl Hooper, we've made a change here as well. Carl Hooper, former West Indian captain. Lived in Adelaide for how long, Carl?
About 30 years.
Right. 29 years or 30 years?
30 years.
So you saw the last one, the Shield title.
When was the last time we won it?
29 years ago.
Well, I probably missed it because I was still active.
You were around the world somewhere.
I was around the world somewhere, that's right.
Well, Swepson back into the attack.
The action in the last half an hour has come thick and fast. Overthrows.
I didn't expect that after tea. I thought it would be nervy and edgy and really tight.
Yeah, you can sense there was a bit of desperation there from Queensland. We had Labuschagne on one occasion having a ping of the stumps when there was no need. No one backing up, and it went for 4.
So Swepson to bowl. There's only one fielder close to him, that's at short fine leg. Swepson bowls to Carey. Hits it back along the ground to the bowler. And there's no run. Swepson diving away to his left-hand side. Whether he... he's hurt himself a little bit, I'm not sure. And he prepares to bowl to the left-handed Carey again. Drops it short. And it's worked back to the bowler again. No run. A rare quiet phase after tea for Carey and Sanger. What a partnership this has been. Taking South Australia from 3 for 28 to 3 for 213. Next one is worked into the onside by Carey. And they're going to go through for a run here. Out to long on. Labuschagne is the fielder. And that brings Sanger onto strike.
Yes, and probably the final roll of the dice here by Queensland. There's been nothing in there for the seamer since this morning after the early loss of 3 wickets.
Field closes in here on Jason Sanger, who's on 99. There's a gully, a short leg, a short fine leg. But there are still plenty of gaps for Sanger if he wants to push the ball into, say, the covers and run through for a single. Fielder comes up into mid-wicket. Jason Sanger on 99. Swepson the bowler. It's a full toss down the leg side. He misses out. That was the chance. And I think any other ball of his innings, that gets dispatched for 4.
Tried to hit it so hard, he completely missed it.
Field remains the same. South Australia 3 for 214. Jason Sangha on 99. Pushes into the offside. Goes through for a single. What a moment for Jason Sangha. And the crowd at Karen Rolton Oval stand as one. He raises his bat. It's not the most demonstrative of celebrations, but he raises his bat to all parts of the ground. Jason Sangha, having made the move from New South Wales last winter, he's had a fine season for South Australia, and this is the crowning moment. A century from 158 balls, and he has guided South Australia to the brink of the first Sheffield Shield title in 29 years. At the other end, Carey is one blow away from his own 100. He has 94. Swepson bowls to him and he sweeps into a gap on the onside. Alex Carey down towards fine leg and trots through for 2. And that'll complete the over. 3 for 217. Sangha 100. Carey 96. What a partnership. Carl Hooper, what an innings.
A fabulous innings, his second 100 of the season. And what a time to get it, just when South Australia were up against it in the second innings. Chasing 267 to win. Am I correct, 267?
270.
270 to win. Comedy hour, comedy man. Sangha 100 from 150th. What I've enjoyed about this innings is how calm and composed and measured it was. I think Carey at the other end, the way he played helped him a lot, putting pressure back onto the bowler. And what Sangha did so well is to get into his slipstream.
So Marnus
a nice 100.
is ringing the changes for Queensland. Steckety comes on to bowl at the southern end of the ground. This is defended by Sangha back towards the bowler. And there's no run. 3 for 217 if you are just joining us. The target is 270 for South Australia to win the Sheffield Shield. Beneath blue skies at Karen Rolton Oval. And a substantial crowd in to watch, to witness, and in years to come to say, I was there.
So it was a special moment.
Steckety to Sangha again. And Sangha plays this down into the offside, backward a square. And there's no run.
Don't think it happens often when you get a chance as a South Aussie to come and witness your team winning the Shield, whatever sport it may be it AFL, be it cricket, football. So it was good to say I was there and I saw it, I witnessed it.
Here's Steckety into Sangha again. That's defended out into the offside. You've travelled the world playing sport, whether it's from your own sport or from sport you've watched. What's the biggest sporting moment you were there for? And you kind of been playing, of course.
The one that touched me the most, I suppose, is when West Indies won last year. Well, last year I think it was, yes?
Yep.
The test match down at the Gabba.
Yeah.
But this one is pretty special.
Yeah.
I've been off to the Caribbean in a couple of months, and it's good to go home and tell folks that we won the Shield this year.
There's Steckety. In again to Sangha, defended out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And you've had your involvement, of course, with South Australian cricket as well, officially.
Well, yes, through the pathways. We actually had a top T20 tournament in Dow during the winter, which we won. So a bit of silverware coming in. Nothing like this, of course, but you'll take them.
It's been a trophy-laden season. with
He'll
that,
take
the
them.
One Day Cup, and the Shield potentially just around the corner. Steckity to Jason Sanger. Sanger defends towards the bowler. There's the fielding, and there's no run. 53 more runs are needed by South Australia, and they have cantered after tea, adding 35 in just a little over 20 minutes.
I think Kerry has been the key, just the way he goes about his work. He puts bowlers under a lot of pressure. He doesn't just allow them to settle and get into their work. He's just looking to score it every opportunity he gets.
Steckity into Sanger. Again, that's defended out in the offside. There's no run. That's the end of the over. 3 for 217. The other thing is, right from ball one, Carl, he came out and he didn't just defend the ball, he defended with authority and with a presence. And at that stage, it was 3 for 28. And from the beginning, he tried to put it back on Queensland.
He's always busy at the crease, running hard between the wicket, manipulating the ball into gaps and not afraid to hit the ball over the top. When you have a play like that, a lot of times when you're batting at the other end, it makes it a bit easier. Because then, from the opposition standpoint, you've now got to be careful. You're watching the scoreboard. The runs are coming at a good clip. You've got to be careful with your field placing, your bowling changes. And one of the big things, too, is being left and right-handed at the crease. It's not easy for the bowlers. Kerry being the aggressive player, anything off, he will pounce on. And Sanger is just a class player. Beautiful touch.
Yeah.
Fantastic through the onside. Played a couple of glorious shots off his legs through the onside. Just effortless.
So Carey on 96. There's a deep mid-wicket. And there's a deep backward square leg. Will he be tempted to hit Swepson over mid-wicket as he has previously? Swepson is coming over the wicket to Carey, and Carey's driving into the offside, and there's no run. 53 more runs is the target for South Australia. Queensland needs an unlikely 7 wickets. There's Swepson bowling again, hit down the ground by Carey. Beautifully struck. Is it going to reach the rope? It is! 4 for Alex Carey, takes him to 100 as well. And for the second time in a matter of minutes, Callum Rolton Oval gets to its feet to applaud this time one of their own. Alex Carey, an international star who is guiding his home state to a Sheffield Shield title. 100 not out from 128 balls. And Swepson in again, businesslike from Carey, just a raise of the bat, and then took guard again. And he's beaten by 1 hit. This ball dribbles out on the offside, and only a further 49 are needed. Carl Hooper.
Massive cheer goes up around the ground. How much are they loving it?
Loving it, yes. Swepson to Carey, works this into a gap on the onside, calls Sanger through for a single. Have to be quick himself, but Carey is quick and makes it home. 3 for 221.
What a wonderful 100. The 5th of the game, and no loud a cheer for that one. Sanger's was loud, but I reckon Carey's was even louder.
Yeah. As a member of the crowd, you just love a homegrown player, don't you? Representing South Australia on the international stage. Here's Swepson around the wicket. The ball to Sanger. There's an appeal. It's given us not out as the ball drifts down the leg side. Sam Nagaiski, our umpire, says no. And that reeked a bit of desperation from Queensland. They absolutely need a wicket quickly. Trying to sweep here is Sanger. He's got something on that. It's heading towards the boundary. Michael Neser and Callum Vidler will give chase. Neser gets to it. They're coming back for a couple. In fact, they've come back for 3. And Sanger must have got some bad on it, because it's been given as runs. He's on to 103, Carey 101, and at the end of the over, it is 3 for 225, and the target draws ever closer. It's 270.
Yeah, good aggressive running between the wickets. Sanger looked as if he wanted two, and Carey said, no, man, come back for that third. He was running to the danger end. Big strides getting in for 3. 225 for 3, ever so closer. I think by now the bottles of champagne probably would be put on ice.
I think they're finding the corkscrews down here. Just beginning to twist a couple of the tops.
A couple of them, that's right. We've waited such a long time for this moment to win the Shield.
Steketee is going to get the ball from his captain, Marnus Labuschagne, fairly soon, to continue bowling from the southern end of the ground, which has really filled up as the day has gone on. People gathered on banks, brought their own umbrellas, shooting under the umbrellas that are here. Plenty of hats on display as they shield the sun. And Steketee comes into bowl to Jason Sanger. And Sanger defends stoutly up to mid-on. And there's no run. 45 more are needed.
Full house.
It's getting close, isn't it? Yeah. And it's been a good day, actually, for the crowd to build. Early alarms, where you might have thought, no, let's give it a while before we head down at 3 for 28. But the stand between Carey and Sanger has built confidence, and the crowd has built as a result. Steketee to Sanger, rather hurried by this as he works it into the onside, and there's no run. 3 for 225. Labuschagne biting his fingernails at mid-off, wondering what he can do about it. Claps his hands and urges his Queensland troops. One more effort. You never know in the game of cricket. One wicket could change everything. Feels a forlorn hope. Here's Steketee to Sanger. Drives nicely into the offside. Labuschagne will be stretched here, but he gets to the ball away to his left-hand side and keeps them down to 1. Labuschagne's doing everything he can, changing the bowlers, moving the field, diving around in the outfield. Nothing is falling for him just at the moment.
And knowing Marnus Labuschagne, he's going to take this right to the very end. He's not going to give up. That's not within him. He's still throwing his body around in the field, trying to save each and every run, trying to cheer the troops up. Let's have one last crack.
Steketee around the wicket to Carey, pulls into the onside and pulls for 4 more. A shot of real authority from Carey as Steketee dropped it short. It was helped on its way, and not that shot brings up the double 100 partnership between Carey and Sanger. 3 for 230, 40 more needed.
Yeah, with the ball 61 overs all and 2. Sanger and Carey batting on hundreds. Carey disdainfully just dismissed that in front of square.
Steketee in again to Carey. Slower ball. And he's gone. He's bowling with a slower ball off the inside edge. Alex Carey falls for 105. Good piece of bowling from Steketee. They tried everything. Nice to see Marnus Labuschagne go across and shake the hand of Alex Carey. It's been a sensational partnership of more than 200. But Carey will have to make his way back off the field. He won't be there to steer South Australia to Shield title success. What an ovation for him. But perhaps even more fittingly, walking to the wicket is Jake Lehmann with his history in South Australia. Could he be the man to hit the winning runs? What a story that would be. Queensland finally break that partnership. It's 4 for 230.
Yes, what an innings from Alex Carey, a fabulous innings, just when South Australia needed it. Striding out at 28 for 3. And now finally departing with a score of 230 for 4. The game all but done. Walking to the crease, Jake Lehmann. It continues. This is a man who scored the last 3 innings, 300s. No let up. And he'll be seeing them like a football.
40 more are needed. Just a sniff then for Queensland. Just a sniff, but no more than that.
You'd expect Jake Lehmann to be full of confidence given his last 3 innings, so it's no respite, no let up. But still, as you just said, still 40 more to get. Stranger things have happened. But one would feel that this is just a matter of time before South Australia put the final touches on this game.
Final ball of the over. Steckity to the new bat. Jake Lehmann. Slipped and backward, square leg in place. Bowls to Lehmann. Drives confidently, but back towards the bowler, who fields, and there's no run. End of the over. Sanger has 104. Lehmann is yet to get off the mark. We're going to have a change in commentary here on Grandstand Cricket. To guide you through to the conclusion, Tim Nielsen, Jason Gillespie and Aaron Bryans.
This is the 2025 Sheffield Shield Final. South Australia versus Queensland. Live from Karen Rolton Oval.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
History in the making at Karen Rolton Oval. Great to be with you for the conclusion of the 2025 Sheffield Shield Final on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. Karen Rolton Oval is flooded with patrons who have waited 29 years to see this result. Jason Sanger, slip in place, awaits the bowling of Swepson, guides it to point, no run. 40 runs required for South Australia to defeat Queensland. Aaron Bryans, former Australian coach Tim Nielsen with you. Tim, how are you feeling?
Feeling pretty satisfied with the whole place at the moment. Yeah, what a great sight. It's a...
Swepson bowls, rocking back. Sanger pulled a mid-wicket, diving attempt. Unable to be taken, but is fielded in front of the pavilion, and they'll get through for a single. 39 to go.
Every run's being applauded. The crowd's building and building. The place just is buzzing at the moment. It's just got such a really good feel about it. There's so many people. I just ran into Ben Johnson, who's an ex-South Australian player, just jumped in the car. He lives in Clare now. He jumped in the car to come down and be here for the afternoon to watch this. So, yeah, I'm sure there's a lot more past players here. There's so many fans of South Australian cricket, and it's just a, you know, the word surreal is used a lot, but it's a funny feeling. It's just a really nice feeling, and we just hope that we can go on now and do this without any more loss of wickets, and get it done pretty quickly and pretty safely.
It's a big moment now after a ton in the opening innings for South Australia. The son of a gun, Jake Lehmann, who's seen all the failures of South Australia and helped build them up to this point. Now out there to face a ball in the second innings. 39 required. Swepson in from the northern end. Pearson up to the stumps. Forward, Lehmann defends. Check drive that pops up towards Lovell at cover. No run. Alongside Tim Nielsen, we've got his Sheffield Shield winning title teammate from 1996, the great Jason Gillespie as well. Mitch Swepson in from the northern end. The left-handed Lehmann leans forward and sweeps through square leg. Chase is on. Close to the rope. Well fielded They'll get another single. Lehman is off the mark and 38 required for South Australia. Dizzy, how are you doing?
I'm as happy as a fat spider, it must be said. I'm absolutely loving this. This is so much fun. No, Alex Carey got out. It was a wonderful knock, no question, but almost seems fitting that Jake Lehman's out there at the moment. Jason Sanger has been absolutely superb, Aaron.
On 105 for his new club, he leans forward and defends Mitch Swepson. Pops down to short leg, no run with Jack Clayton under the helmet. It's a monumental day in the history of South Australian cricket. Branded with a culture of mediocrity only 5 years ago. They've rebuilt a list and turned it around, eyeing a domestic double. Swepson bowls to Sanger, who guides it to cover. No run. Still 38 required for South Australia at the end of the over. Jason Sanger on 105, Jake Lehman on 1. South Australia 4 for 232.
And just echo Tim's sentiments, the feeling, the buzz, the energy here at KRO is absolutely superb. We're just loving it. It's we're just here in the southern part of the ground, just overlooking it. To the left is the Karen Rolton Oval Pavilion. We look to the north towards the hospital end, where the hill is, I suppose, and the temporary grandstand. It's absolutely chock-a-block full.
We're calling out at the southern end as well, Diz, out amongst the people.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a great atmosphere, as Tim said. Absolutely brilliant.
Mark Steckety from the southern end to Jason Sanger, ducks underneath a shorter delivery through to Pearson. No run. We've had 4 beautiful days here in South Australia. A perfect March fixture. Across the 4 days, we've had over 2,000 in attendance on average. This will be the most on this Saturday. The pavilion is flooded, shoulder to shoulder. Eastern Bank under the shading next to the light tower. Deck chairs out in full. I've seen punters do full laps around the ground. Dizzy with a couple of fold-out chairs, just trying to find a space. A moment in history for South Australia. Still 38 to go. Steckety from the southern end, right arm around the wicket. Sanger tries to play it down the leg side. Faint shout as it rolls down towards the fielder at long leg. They'll get through for a single. South Australia 4 for 233. Still 37 required. Aaron Bryans, Tim Nielsen, Jason Gillespie with you at the conclusion of the Sheffield Shield final in 2025.
Just getting put in the right places at the moment, mate.
Our producers just
pushing
walking us around.
We've got the effects mic, I think, above our heads, so we're probably getting a bit of echo if we're under that too close. So
Steckety from the southern end, bowling to Sanger with the high bat raise. Lehman, who floats back. It is Sanger. The scoreboard hasn't updated on 105 as he cuts towards point, no run.
Yeah, I was about to correct you before.
I was going to say the right hand is at the crease, but the scoreboard says Lehman.
Jake Lehman was on strike, and I thought, you know, the fact is, Aaron, one's a left-hander and one's a right-hander.
I was like, surely it's that simple. We've had some issues with the scoreboard over the few days. There's only minor ones, a couple of runs here and there, but it's been tremendous what the Sacker has put together.
Oh, most certainly. It's been absolutely brilliant. They need to be applauded. A big thanks to the state government for chipping in some of the hard-earned as well.
37 to go. Steckety to Sanger. Plants his feet, leans forward and defends into the leg side. Will be fielded by Vidler, who's had a tremendous display of his own for Queensland in his 3rd first-class game. The youngster for Queensland, firing off absolute bullets at 150 clicks. Picked up 4 wickets in the first innings, has been threatening in South Australia's second. Ultimately, it was a heavy load for him to carry, and so early in his career, but he's showed so many signs, Diz.
So much positives to come out of this from Callum Vidler. Bowls with genuine pace. Can swing the ball as well, away from the right-handers into the left-handers. A lot of positives about him.
Steckety bounds in, forward. Sanger plays it towards mid-wicket. Clayton darts across to do the fielding, no runs. So slowing down a little bit. Robin Chipperfield had all the runs earlier, and it's just...
I think you could probably suggest that Alex Carey was a fairly big influence in that fast scoring rate.
Crawling towards the end.
There wasn't too many balls he didn't think he could hit for 4 by the time he finished his batting innings, that's for sure. So.
And as well, Tim, the fields that Marnus was setting, the 8-1 field, that lended itself to some run scoring opportunities. But I actually didn't mind Marnus trying something there, just to try and get the South Australians to do something different.
He certainly did. They went at 14 and over.
Slipping a gully in place. Steckity bowls to Sanger on his toes. Guides it to cover, and an excellent diving stop from Lovell prevents a run. That'll wrap up the over. South Australia 4 for 233. A maiden for Mark Steckity. And the deficit still remains at 37 for South Australia to win the 2025 Sheffield Shield title. It's been a game that's ebbed and flowed, almost a roller coaster of 5-day cricket, even though we haven't got to the Sunday, Diz and Tim. It's just been a magnificent display of the best domestic cricket has to offer, from South Australia's dominant first innings and Queensland's capitulation for a record low first innings total to their resurgence, fighting back, posting over 400 runs and really making a game of it today.
Most certainly, Aaron, and we've seen some high-quality cricket, seen some challenging cricket. This is just a great, I suppose, advertisement for domestic cricket, for first-class cricket. Brilliant.
Swepson in from the northern end to the left-armed Lehman, rocks back and looks to club. It just got the bottom of the bat as it rolls down towards mid-on. That could have been very big. Dizzy was riding the momentum of that shot. Still 37 to go for South Australia. To a picket fence around the oval. Barely a bare spot. Swepson bowls. Couple of steps back from Lehman as he runs out of room. Cramped to the stumps and did very well to stick the bat out. Caught a bottom edge. Rolls down third man. Fiddler will come, and they're thinking about 3. Tremendous running. Vidler and Nisa converged down third man, but Jake Lehman just never stopped.
Yeah.
34 to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Jason Sanger was eyeing off 3 from the moment the first run. He ran that first one really hard. That's what we teach kids at a very young age, to run the first one hard, Aaron. And no, he did that well. 3 was always on his mind. He wants a piece of Mitch Swepson here. Make no mistake about that.
Lehman's on 4. Sanger now on strike on 105. We've got a short leg in place. And almost a silly point. Swepson bowling to Sanger, leans forward and gets a leading edge as he defends, trickling 2 point. Khawaja will do the fielding. There's a leg gully in place with Michael Nisa as well. Backward square leg towards the pavilion. Currently, the cover region left largely vacant outside of the man under the lid. He's in a treacherous position and will actually be moved closer towards Silly Point now. So Khawaja more in a gully position. Silly Point in place. Open cover for Jason Sanger, who's on 105. 34 to go. Sanger drops down and sweeps Swepson through square leg. Vidler's waiting. They'll take a single. 33 remain for South Australia as Sanger moves to 106.
The first time we've seen him sweep today as well, isn't it, against Swepson. Swepson's used that line of attack around the wicket, trying to land in the rough outside leg stump to the right-hander. It's almost impossible to hit it if he lands it right through cover, as you mentioned, so they had the availability to leave that open, but I reckon Sanger, as Dizzy said, is thinking, right, it might be time to get moving here, because that's the first time we've seen him take any sort of risk and try and sweep him.
Swepson to Lehman, steps back and defends to the bowler, no run.
And I can almost promise you, if this pitch is anywhere inside, an inch outside off stump and spinning back in, Jake Lehman's going to try and cut it through backward point at a million mile an hour. You can't get too wide to Jake. Leg stump's too wide for him.
Swepson to Lehman. Steps back. It was a cross-off stump. And he cashes in. Jake Lehman slicing it to the boundary for 4. The pavilion rises with him. South Australia closing in.
It's as if Tim Nielsen's seen Jake Lehman bat before.
Who'd have thought?
Exactly what. Who would have thunk it, eh? Yeah.
Drinks break here at Karen Moulton Oval. South Australia 4 for 241. They need 29 more runs for victory. Jason Sanger's on 106. Jake Lehman up to 8. Most recently, Alex Carey, the latest batter to depart, for 105. His partnership with Sanger combining for 202 to salvage South Australia's second innings run chase after they were 3 for 28 and now have one hand on the Sheffield Shield trophy.
Oh, I reckon they might have more than one hand.
I think Diz might have mentioned yesterday.
9 fingers?
Diz might have mentioned yesterday, probably during the second session, that South Australia at that stage had one hand. Probably wasn't long after lunch when Nessa had got out just before lunch. And I might have got a phone call from a past player, mate of ours, that rang up and said, would you tell Diz to shut his mouth? They'd then put on about however many runs they'd put on the next partnership.
He's been like that for 4 days.
Two of them went on to get hundreds.
Who was that?
his initials might have been James Brayshaw. So he was on the way to calling the footy, and he ran and said, "Mate, we're that close, but tell Diz, shut his mouth."
It has been like that in the box for the 4 days. Every time Dizzy has come in for his stint, you can hear him coming, you can feel him coming, because the whole sea container just shakes.
Just excited, and it's everything. All my instincts are telling me that it's always going to be. This is how it was going to end, and they've earned the right here, the South Australian team. We know the characteristics of this surface here at KRO. We know that. We've seen it for many years now, and also the depth of the South Australian batting group. Like Nathan McAndrew at 9, he could theoretically bat 7 in first-class cricket.
Yeah, they've done it well, haven't they? Ever since they won the toss, there was a few eyebrows raised when they won the toss and decided to insert Queensland. Well, Brendan Doggett made sure that was seen to be the right decision with 6 wickets in that first innings. They then went in, and probably if there was any one flaw in their first innings, in the first half of the game, the first innings of both teams, South Australia may have thought, gee, we could have capitalised and maybe got a bit more of a lead there. We didn't really start well, and then we probably left a few in the shed. And then, again, Queensland fought back so hard. We've already talked about it. Centuries to Clayton, centuries to Wildermuth, runs across the board. Steckety finds 50. And all of a sudden, when everyone thought it might well be a chase of 100, 150, it was 270. And then 3 for 28. And as you guys were talking about at the start, this game's just had everything. It's had early wickets, it's had big partnerships, it's had individual performances that have been outstanding with both the bat and the ball. We've got Callum Vidler now coming back into the attack for his last crack at things, and South Australia requiring about 30, I reckon. Is that right? Yep, 29.
29 to go.
29 to go.
Vidler from the southern end to Jason Sanger. Slip in place. Top edge as he looks to cut and lifts it over the top of point down to the rope for 4. Jason Sanger can do no wrong at Karen Moulton Oval. He's up to 110. South Australia 25 away from victory.
Yeah, a bit of a loosener there from Callum Vidler. Short and wide, and you don't bowl that to a lad on 106. It's been a good learning curve for the young seamer. Just playing his 3rd game. I can certainly empathise. My first Shield final was against Queensland. It was my 3rd first-class game. And Tim remembers that well. We got absolutely pantsed by Queensland at the Gabba.
That was their first Sheffield Shield win, wasn't it? So they've got the grove of palms at Ellen Border Field with all their names in it, just to remind us every now and again.
Vidler bowling to Sanger, pulls, good connection. Couple of bounces through square leg for 4. Sanger up to 114, and they're rocketing towards the required total. 4 for 249. 21 to go for South Australia.
Great cricket shot. Great cricket shot. He's actually played that shot really well all day, haven't they? They've had a couple of goes at unsettling him with the short stuff. He's ducked, he's let things go when he felt like he couldn't control, but as soon as he got one in his zone, he's played it with authority, and that was just a tremendous cricket shot there. It was a good bouncer, but he got it away behind square for 4.
Vidler to Sanger on 114, steps down and guides it through point for another boundary. 118. South Australia up to 250. They only need 17 more runs for victory here at Karen Rolton Oval. And there are only 4 people in this venue that are nervous, and that is the security guards around Karen Rolton Oval, because the fans are ready to party.
I reckon we might see a groundswell. Supporters running onto the turf.
Vidler has a chat with Marnus Labuschagne as they look to devise a late plan to potentially pull off a miracle. 17 required for South Australia, still 6 wickets in hand. Jason Sanger on 118, Jake Lehman on 8, Aaron Bryans, Jason Gillespie, Tim Nielsen with you on ABC Sport. Vidler right arm over the wicket to Sanger, steps back, tucks it into the square leg region and floating across from mid-wicket. It's fielded. No run. Still 17 remain for South Australia.
We ran into, on the way out of the ground after doing the final bit last night, Dizzy and I were walking together and ran into Marnus Labuschagne as we walked out. And one of the punters yelled out and got an autograph and said, "Oh, do you reckon you've got enough?" And he suggested, "Yeah, I think we have. I think that we'll get the ball going reverse when it's hard, and then Swerpo's going to spin them out." So he made a good point.
Vidler to Sanger, steps back, looks for a matrix-style uppercut, just can't make the connection through to Pearson.
He had a good point in that he was being nice and positive, but as it's turned out, they haven't been able to do those things today. And unfortunately, I think probably the biggest difference today too, Diz, is that they would have put a lot of stock in that Swepson was going to gain more spin from the rough. It hasn't really spun huge, and they probably just never got enough wickets on the bounce to ensure there was that scoreboard pressure. Once Carey and Sanger got in, unfortunately for Sweppo, he just had to keep wandering along, and he just didn't have the runs on the board or the breakthroughs to help his momentum.
That's right. Vidler to Sanger, steps back, pushes it through the square leg region. Fielder coming in off the rope. They'll take a single. 16 to go for South Australia. Sanger up to 119. He'll retain the strike with Jake Lehman at the other end on 8 at the end of the over. Aaron Bryans alongside Jason Gillespie and Tim Nielsen, 1996 Sheffield Shield winners. The last time South Australia was able to raise this trophy. It's been 3 decades of heartache. And finally, they're set to return to the pinnacle of the domestic competition.
Swepson to continue. Around the wicket to the right-hander.
Has found his areas through the day, Tim.
Yeah, I think he has. I mean, we've probably talked a fair bit about the fact there's some footmarks there, but I don't know if there's huge targets for him. They're quite full as well. So I think what Sanger especially has been able to do, he's been really pushing him. If he did bowl him and that he kicked him away or just packed him and defended rather than, as I said before, he was over 100 when he played his first sweep shot. I think he felt like there was risk involved in that, so he just put it to sleep, which is really sensible and really good batting.
Swepson to Sanger on 119, forward and defends, no run. There's a silly point in place. Slip as well. Open square leg region for Jason Sanger. The former New South Welshman couldn't get a gig in the first 11 in his final season. Departs for South Australia seeking opportunities and has delivered in spades. Swepson to Sanger, drops down and sweeps, catches the top of the bat as it trickles down. Fine leg, quick single. Nielsen, quick shy at the stumps at the striker's end, but they get home.
And South Australia's done that really well all day for Swepson as well. And when Alex and Jason were batting together, they really had 6 dots in a row. They just meant that he had to keep changing his angles, changing his lines to left-hand, right-hand. And, yeah, it was probably pretty tough for Kez out there, given that the rough was out there in the offside and maybe feeling like it might spit at him or spin back through the gate. But he put some real pressure on. He overpitched a couple of times and he deposited him over the fence at mid-wicket, and that meant that all of a sudden Swepson's target got smaller and smaller again. So it was excellent batting, an excellent partnership together.
4 for 255. 15 runs remain on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. Swepson bowls, dropping down. Lehman looks to sweep. Didn't make the connection. Hits him on the hips. And no run there as a faint shout from Jimmy Pearson is unsupported by his teammates. Khawaja at slip. There's a short third man and a tight fine leg as well. Swepson bowls, rocking back. Lehman is bowled. He will depart for 8 after a tremendous century in the first innings to set up this victory. Jake Lehman won't be there to celebrate the end. South Australia 5 down, still needing 15 runs here at Karen Moulton Oval.
Oh, who wrote that script, Aaron? Gee whiz.
That's a shame, isn't it?
That is.
Well, if he's going to go down, playing a cut shot's probably the way that Jake Lehman will be remembered. So it's unfortunately, it must have just bounced a little bit less. I reckon he chopped it on. Can't see the monitor here, but he chopped it on, and unfortunately that means they're 5 down. So Jake was disappointed, to say the least. You saw him throw his head back. I think he had in one part of his mind that he was thinking about he might be able to be out there when they won,
Absolutely.
hit the winning runs, and now that opportunity goes to Jason Sanger and Liam Scott. So
I think when they win the Shield, I think he won't be too fussed about that.
Let's just get another 16 or 15.
Yeah.
We just don't need to lose another couple of wickets and make this harder than it needs to be.
No, that's exactly right.
2 for the afternoon for Mitch Swepson. As you mentioned earlier, Tim Nielsen, he was hoping he'd be able to cash in on a easing wicket. Hasn't been as damaging as he would have hoped for. Liam Scott, the young man that Jason Gillespie knows all too well. Series of injuries has prevented him from gaining any sort of momentum in first-class cricket until this season. Tremendous performance in the One Day Cup final. Great outing in the Big Bash season. And now may be there at the end for South Australia in the Sheffield Shield final. Liam Scott awaits Mitch Swepson at the northern end. 15 runs required for South Australia, 5 in hand. Swepson bowls along the leg stump line. Turning Scott pushes it towards Lovell at mid-wicket.
Don't get caught playing across the line here, Scotty. Just punch it back past him if you can, please.
Silly point slip in pace. Scott leans forward, faint shout as it wraps him on the pads and rolls down towards point. And that will wrap up the over. 5 for 255. Jake Lehman departing for 8. Bowled by Mitch Swepson, his second wicket of the match. Means that Liam Scott is out there alongside Jason Sanger on 120. 15 runs to go. Jason Gillespie's up and about. We might let him go. We'll see you out there in the middle, Diz.
Absolutely.
As he gets towards his television coverage, Tim Nielsen remains alongside me. Robin Chipperfield's going to take our roving gear, and he'll get some reaction if he can make his way through the punters. I imagine it might be a C out there, the way that they're anticipating the celebrations to kick off here at Karen Rolton Oval. Former Australian coach, Saka GM, Sheffield Shield winning keeper Tim Nielsen, here for the conclusion of the Sheffield Shield final.
Vidler to continue. So in the last over he bowled a couple of short ones which Jason Sanger cashed in on. A really good pull shot / hook shot, and then a couple of cut shots. So probably went for 12 or 13 in that over. Now they're pushing a third man back, which suggests that he's going to try and attack. They've got a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square, a deep fine leg, a deep third man, a deep point, man at gully, man at cover, and man at mid-off and mid-on. So he's got all options covered, but I expect he's going to be hitting the wicket pretty hard here.
Vidler in from the southern end. It's short, hooked. Sanger gets it down through backwards square, and it's over the rope for 4. Took a bounce, desperate dive, unable to be reeled in. South Australia 11 away from victory at Karen Rolton Oval. Jason Sanger 124.
Not as controlled as the one in the last over, but whilst it was a top edgy sort of shot, it did fly away behind square leg, and then with the natural spin that comes from that sort of strike, it spun away from Ben McDermott down there at square leg, and it was too fast past him for 4. So 11 to get. And again, they've just moved that man at backward square a bit further behind square. The man at mid-wicket's going squarer as well. I don't think this will be a half volley.
11 to go for South Australia. Sanger on 124. Vidler away. Pulling his Sanger through square leg again. This time along the carpet in an easy field in front of the light pole. And he'll get through for a single to move to 125. South Australia 5 for 260. 10 runs away in the Sheffield Shield final. If you are one of the few South Australians who don't want to hear the end of this match and love your footy, you can jump on the ABC Listen app and hit the AFL button. Or you can head to DAB Plus on ABC Radio Adelaide. But it's all about the cricket right now, too.
Seriously, just turned the footy off. If anyone's going to the footy now, give me a call. We need to have a chat.
Tim Nielsen's excited. The over 4,000 in attendance at Karen Rolton excited. Vidler away from the southern end. And Scott looks to pull and is taken at square leg. What a dive out there in the deep from Ben McDermott. And the 6th wicket falls. There's a faint glimmer of hope for Queensland. 6 for 260. Scott's out for a 3-ball duck.
No, we didn't. Oh, South Australia didn't want to see that. We didn't want to see that. He hit that firmly. And again, Ben McDermott took an amazing catch in the first innings. Above his head off, trying to think which batsman it was. It wasn't Liam Scott, but it was an amazing high one-handed catch almost over his left side. And in that catch then, that went fast, and he had to dive full length and got both hands to it and snaffled it. So great fielding by Ben McDermott. Vidler shows gets the reward for keeping charging in and trying to have a real crack at this. And all of a sudden, 6 down, Ben Manenti comes to the crease. The batting depth will now come into place, and I expect there's a nerve or two around the place. There should be, but I expect there might be a nerve or two around the place, and Queensland might just be thinking, you know what, we knock one more over here and we get through McAndrew, and who knows what happens here. So who knows.
6 for 260. Ben Manenti did have 47 in the first innings and loves to hit them big. 10 to go for South Australia. Sanger's at the other end on 125. Callum Vidler in his 3rd first-class game has 5 in the Sheffield Shield final. Queensland not quite done yet. They're leaning over the fence across the pavilion. Vidler away from the southern end. High bat raise, awaited by Menenti as he tucks it through square leg and he's off the mark. 2 on offer if they want it, but Menenti will let Sanger stay at the crease.
Yeah, it was almost a French cut, that one, and Menenti's now almost signalling with his hands that he felt like that reversed into him, so I'm pleased it's only 10 more they need. 9 now.
9 now.
Yes, it's
it's easier and
this game
easier.
just had every ebb and flow. It's as soon as you feel like should learn our lesson. As soon as we felt like it was a safe point, obviously something else is going to happen because it's happened from ball 1.
Very deep field now for the right-handed Jason Sanger on 125, and they do decide to change their mind. So the deep cover and mid-wicket will come in. There will be a third man and backward square and long leg on the rope. Vidler away from the southern end. To Sanger, it's full. He catches it on the toes. Whip towards mid-wicket. And no run on offer. 9 to go for South Australia. Aaron Bryans and Tim Nielsen with you on ABC Sport for the conclusion of the 2025 Sheffield Shield final, and it has been an all-time classic.
Whole field coming in now, Aaron, so they brought up all the blokes out the deep. They're obviously trying to keep Menenti on strike, the new batsman on strike at this end. And this might be a sneaky little opportunity for Jason Sanger if he gets the right ball to pierce the field and actually get a 4, because there wasn't many boundaries available to him with the field they had set. Now there are opportunities if he can get it through the infield.
Final ball of the over. Sanger on 125, leans down, cuts to point, no run on offer, and it will put Ben Menenti on strike. 6 for 261, South Australia, 9 away from victory in the 2025 Sheffield Shield decider. Sanger on 125, Ben Menenti on 1. Aaron Bryans, former Saka GM, Australian coach, Sheffield Shield winning keeper Tim Nielsen with you on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. The party tonight would be massive, Tim.
Yeah, they'll be quite. Did
you get an invite?
Reserved. No, probably not. I'm a bit old for that stuff now. No, that's.
I think you got one more in you.
That's one of the great things about when teams like this, you do have a win of this. Obviously, it's like an AFL premiership. Hopefully, you can get in and say well done and I suppose enjoy it. But the group will be there till 5 a.m. or whatever time they'll be in the change rooms, I'm sure, together. They're probably still in their whites, and they'll just enjoy some time together over the next few days.
4 wickets in hand, South Australia.
There's a lot of hard work, isn't there, that goes into this defining moment, and it takes a lot of time. This is not just 12 months. This could be 3, 4 or 5 years of work for some of these players. So it's well-deserved, and they've done all the work that's been required.
Swepson from the northern end to Menenti. Leans back and turns it to the short leg. Jack Clayton under the lid. No run. There are 9 interstaters in this South Australian to play in 11. A lot of those were desperate for opportunities in their home state and are now rewarding the faith put in them. Swepson bowls full. Menenti rocks down and carves it through cover for 4. 5 to go for South Australia.
Good boy. That's what we wanted. That eased the nerves a bit for everyone, I'm sure, and especially for him. This is probably the first time Swepson in the whole game bowling around the wicket to a right-hander has offered a cover drive. Everything else has been pitching in that stuff, that rough outside leg stump. And only having faced 2 balls, Ben Menenti jumped all over it and smacked it through cover for 4.
High bat raise from Menenti. 5 to go. Swepson bowls to him. Lost it a bit on the turn as he rocks back and defends. Didn't know where the ball had trickled to. Survives. 4 wickets in hand, South Australia. 5 runs needed for victory. Menenti's on 5. Sanger at the other end on 125. Swepson bowls. Menenti off drive. Down to the fielder. No run.
That there is exactly what Swepson's been asking for all day, and Sanger just hasn't gone there. And the lower order player thinks he can cover drive that. That's exactly what the leggy wants.
5 to go. Swepson to Menenti. Forward defends. Back to the bowler. No run. Menenti's on 5. Sanger at the other end on 125. There's a deep backward square. Short fine leg and a short leg as well. Swepson in from the northern end to Menenti. Catches it on the bounce. Pushing through the vacant cover region. No one's in the deep. It's going to be another boundary. And South Australia will win the Sheffield Shield final.
One to get.
End of the over. They need one more run. A draw will lock it in regardless. It is the culmination of 29 years of heartbreak. South Australia are one run away from a title at Karen Rolton Oval.
I think Jason Sanger might have cramp here, which is a relatively inopportune time for that to grip, because I think he might have cramp in his fingers or his forearm, so he's getting a quick drink.
The anticipation building.
The physio's now wandering out.
They've flooded to the picket fences as well.
I reckon he'll find a way through this. There's not too many times you get a chance to hit the winning runs in the Sheffield Shield final when you're on 120, 110 or whatever he's on. So I don't think it'll keep him down for too long, but
it's been an incredible match.
It has been an incredible match, and the crowd now is just awesome, isn't it? Like, there'd have to be 4,000 or 5,000 here now. That bottom kind of, what's that, the southeastern wing there, where it's just the slope or the hill has been pretty empty throughout the game, but it's pretty full now, so there's people everywhere. It's just so good to see.
Young Callum Vidler will have the ball at the southern end. Jason Sanger on 125 from 191 deliveries. South Australia closing in on a Sheffield Shield title at Karen Rolton Oval. They've been above and beyond this season. Top of the table. One run to go. Callum Vidler has the ball for Queensland. Jason Sanger on strike on 125. Right arm over the wicket. Sanger plays it into the left side and gets the winning runs. South Australia break their 29-year drought. Ryan Harris's first year as coach culminates in a domestic double. It's a 14th Sheffield Shield final trophy for South Australia, and they come from everywhere to celebrate. South Australian cricket fans flood Karen Rolton Oval to celebrate a historical moment in South Australian cricket. Elation, jubilation. It has erupted in Adelaide. South Australia win the 2025 Sheffield Shield title by 4 wickets. It is an absolute mob on Karen Rolton Oval that is pushing itself towards the pavilion. Security have given up. And Jason Sanger is the man in the middle of it all. An unbelievable innings by him. 126 not out. 14 Sheffield Shield titles. A domestic double for the first time ever for South Australia. Standing ovations in the pavilion. And an absolute sea of adoration.
So good.
How are you feeling, Tim Nielsen?
Just so good. I'm just so pleased for those blokes, the support staff, all the people who have been involved over the last little while that have had a contribution. And for them to get some reward now after they've been the best team all year. They finished 12 or 14 points clear on top of the table. They won the unwinnable games. They saved a couple of games that looked like they were going to lose. And to be fair, apart from for a couple of hours yesterday in the afternoon when the ball was flat and Queensland were in good nick, they've dominated this game as well. They probably could have won by 7 wickets rather than 4. They lost a couple of late ones as they got close. But they all contributed. Everyone's had a go. They've had the standout performances. Jake Lehman with the bat with 100 in the first dig. Brendan Doggett obviously with 11 wickets in the match. Alex Carey with 100, and then Jason Sanger to be 120 not out at the end of the day and hit the winning runs. It's just something that's so cool. And the people here, it's nice to see South Australian people here watching the cricket and enjoying the moment. Yeah, it has been a long time since we won one, obviously. We've been close a few times. We've played in a few Shield finals since then, but we haven't been able to quite get the chocolates. And to see the support and to see the admiration and just the passion for South Australia. We're a parochial crew, there's no doubt about that. But and we can be pretty hard on each other if we're not doing as well as we'd like. But this is as good a place as anywhere to be successful, because when you do well, people really do enjoy it. And You know, the great thing is for this group of players, they'll now be remembered in South Australian cricketing history, and they'll have that bond that, probably the greatest thing that comes out of this, they'll have that bond that holds them together as a group for the rest of their lives.
Jason Sanger and Ben Menenti have made their way through a sea of fans up into the pavilion. A big hug from Jake Lehman on Jason Sanger. Out of New South Wales, his first year in the new colours, guides them home at Karen Rolton Oval. Connor McInerney turns to the punters and gives them a big up yours as he shoves his arm into the air. Imagine that's just for all the doubters who didn't think they could get there. We'll do our best to try and get to Robin Chipperfield, who's going to try and make his way through the mob. It is incredible scenes at Karen Rolton Oval. We thank you so much for joining us across the 4 days here. I think, Tim, it's got to go down as one of the greatest Sheffield Shield finals of all time.
It's been a beauty, hasn't it? You know, it's had such... Well, I think most of them are really good games. We probably just don't watch them close enough unless... And this one had historical impact as well, because the team hasn't... Well, the South Australian group haven't had success since 95, 96, as we know. And this was just there's a credit to the groundsman, Trent Kelly, for putting on that, you know, at late notice. Basically, we tried to get the Adelaide Oval. He was able to get a wicket that produced and supported really positive cricket. It gave... You know, the definition of a good cricket wicket, I think, is it gives both batting and bowling, both batsmen and bowlers, an opportunity, the best players, to play well. And we had hundreds, we had sixers and fifers, we had some great catching, we had some great fielding, we had a great partnership today. So, you know, it was a tremendous cricket wicket and a tremendous game of cricket. And as I've said all the way, very much tongue-in-cheek, being quite parochial. It's so nice to see South Australia have some success after an extended period of trying so hard and probably almost sometimes trying too hard. And they got to the stage this year where they deserve that opportunity to host it, and they've been able to capitalise on that by playing at home and playing the best cricket they have probably all year.
There are hugs, there's dancing, there's jumping, shoulder to shoulder at the Karen Rolton Oval Pavilion. The players working their way through a sea of fans. For most have waited 3 decades for this moment. They've flooded down in droves, and they swarmed the Adelaide Oval off Jason Sanger's winning runs, 126 not out. A roller coaster of a final that wrapped up in 4 days. As Tim mentioned, the late debate as to whether we could get it to Adelaide Oval, denied by the AFL. It meant that Trent Kelly had a few days to turn around this wicket. Let the grass grow, cut it the morning of the final. There was some moisture in. South Australia won the toss. Nathan McSweeney decided to cash in and elected to bowl, and they dismissed Queensland for a record low first innings total of 95. In response, South Australia made 271 with a lead of 176 off the back of Jake Lehman's century. Queensland, though, never gave up, looking like they were in a lot of trouble early on day 3. They've bounced back thanks to centuries from Jack Clayton and Jack Wildermuth to reach 445. Queensland looked like they had a glimmer of hope heading into the final day, and particularly when they took 3 for 28 in the first session. And then came Alex Carey to the crease alongside Jason Sanger. A 202-run partnership. Carey reaching 105 before he was dismissed. Jason Sanger never left. Lehman came and went, Scott came and went, and Menenti was his final partner. 126 from 192. Menenti 9 from 7. We're going to get the presentations in a moment's time here at Karen Rolton Oval as Queen blares across the ground at the southwestern venue here in South Australia. Bit of kick-to-kick happening on Karen Rolton Oval as well.
We've turned the footy already.
Already some of the kids have switched codes.
We're literally 5 seconds after the game and the Sherrins are out.
So the true ironed-on diehards are there.
Yeah.
I'm worried about the glass barrier at the top of the pavilion. It could burst with the amount of punters who are forcing their way for a view. A tremendous moment here at Karen Rolton Oval. We might just quickly see what Robin Chipperfield's seeing out there. Chippers is a little bit closer than we are. He hasn't quite been able to force his way through the sea, but Chippers, what's the feeling like over close to the pavilion?
Great elation, Aaron, as you might imagine. There are, as you've said, thousands and thousands of people who suddenly come onto the field. They're trying to get the post-match presentation set up so that we can hear from some of the players and make sure that they are not mobbed by those who've enjoyed the the last 4 days of cricketing action, and indeed the rest of the season as well, it should be said. But yeah, we're just waiting for the players to emerge from the dressing room. I'm sure they're enjoying themselves and maybe soaking in this moment as a team, as a squad. They'll come out for the presentation, and then hopefully we'll get the opportunity to hear from several of them as well. So, yeah, but as you say, that some of them are playing cricket out on the outfield, but there's a fair few oval-shaped balls as well.
If you are listening to us on ABC Radio Adelaide and Sport Digital in South Australia, we'll take you to the footy following the presentations here at Karen Moulton Oval. Score update at the moment between St Kilda and Richmond. The Saints lead the Tigers 42-34, so an 8-point advantage there. Can't quite tell you how long it's been because there's so many people on their phones that have lost a bit of reception, but when I get you that time frame, I'll let you know. Otherwise, we're going to stay here for the presentations. And I felt like for 3 days, Tim, it was Brendan Doggett's player of the match to lose 11 wickets at a record-equalling total for him. And suddenly Jason Sanger delivers an almighty ton to wrap up the play.
Yeah,
is there any chance that Doggett would drop the
No, I think there was also Clayton. There was Wildermuth. There was Lehman. So there's probably been 500s, I reckon, in the game. Whereas, so not saying that's regular, but there was other players that made hundreds also. But Doggett was obviously the standout bowler in the game. And I think taking 6 from the first innings when South Australia won the toss and decided to bowl, taking 6 from that innings and being able to dismiss Queensland for 95 was probably ultimately in the end the difference in the game. If they made 200 and then were able to make 448, there's not too many games you lose a first-class wicket with 650 plus runs on the board. So it would have been very difficult for South Australia. So I think his impact in that first innings and then to be able to back it up in the second dig, probably for mine is the major difference between the rest of the two teams, and I'd suspect that he would be the man of the match, yeah. So.
Joins Shane Jurgensen from 2002 as the only 2 bowlers to have 11 wickets in a Sheffield Shield final. Unfortunately for Shane, he was with Tasmania in a losing effort by 235 runs in that final. This has been a total role reversal with South Australia winners off the back of Brendan Doggett, who did have 11 wickets across the final. Nathan McAndrew had 5, joined by Scott, Buckingham and Menenti, all with individual wickets. For Queensland, some tremendous efforts. We've touched on Jack Clayton and Jack Wildermuth. Callum Vidler, so the 19-year-old, in his 3rd first-class game, picks up 5 for. I reckon
he was a great story, wasn't it?
6, actually, as we add that late wicket of Liam Scott.
He was a very good story to come out of this game as well. I don't think too many people would have known about Callum Vidler before this game, but that 4 in the first innings and what made sure that South Australia's lead didn't get out of control for Queensland was really critical, and they probably ruined the fact that they didn't quite get there or didn't have the impact with their spin that they would have liked in this game, and in the end that was the difference between the two teams, I think. But Vidler can certainly hold his head high, and I think Australian cricket has probably found one there, someone that can bowl good pace. He kept coming all day, and he might be one that, if he can continue to develop and continue to grow on what he's doing now, you'd expect that he'd be one that'd be pushing for higher honours sooner rather than later.
5 for Vidler, 4 for Steketee, who had 2 across the innings. Swepson finishes with a double, as does Michael Neser. Jack Wildermuth with 3 for as well. So a couple of the youngsters for Queensland showing their stuff. No Matt Renshaw either. Congratulations to him and his wife Josie on their 2nd child. Couldn't be here for the final. Usman Khawaja didn't have the best outing with the bat. Marnus Labuschagne led from the front and just refused to quit Tim Nielsen across the day as he continually tried to motivate his charges. In the end, though, South Australia winners of the 2025 decider by 4 wickets, and they've made their way out of the rooms to a roar, a standing ovation. 29-year drought for South Australia. Tim Nielsen alongside me, part of the 1996 Shield winning team. Jason Gillespie as well, who's there relishing it all.
Looks like they might do it up top, are they? On the veranda there?
They've emptied out the SACA members, and Robert Chipperfield has been able to sweet talk his way up towards the pavilion as well. I can see him amongst the masses, so he'll be right in prime position for the presentation of the Sheffield Shield trophy. Let's head to him now for a quick chat. Robert Chipperfield, what are you seeing up there?
Oh, it's the most amazing view, Aaron. So fortunate to look out amongst those that have gathered, and I reckon it must be 100, 200 deep as well, all waiting for this presentation to start. which is going to start away to our left-hand side. They're just bringing out the boards for the presentation to happen in front of. Huge Cricket Australia board is being brought out, and listen to the applause. That's just for the board, Aaron. That's not for any of the players. That's just for the board that they're going to stand in front of. That is fantastic. And the noise is going to get louder and louder and louder as the players make their way out onto this main pavilion at Karen Rolton Oval. And it is a sea of faces wherever you look. All of them, well, the vast majority wearing hats and waving. And we are just waiting for the players to make their way here. But the anticipation, the noise, the buzz, the smiles on faces. You wonder how many were at Adelaide Oval those years ago. I wonder how many people in this crowd were able to say, I was there in 96. Here comes the Shield itself. That is the Sheffield Shield trophy that's being brought out on a plinth. We've still not seen any players, but we've had a huge cheer for the advertising board, the backboard for the presentation, and now for the Shield itself. Fantastic ovation. But yeah, I wonder how many are able to say, I was there in 96, and I was also there in 2025. Now we await what comes next. We've had the backboard, we've had the Shield, and the Shield has been put in place successfully on the plinth. And now there were high fives just for getting the Shield on the plinth. And now we await the players and staff from South Australia. And for a moment it goes quiet, apart from the buzz, the general excitement that we hear from away beneath and to our right-hand side. Our Master of Ceremonies is just making sure he is ready. There's a big bag, almost like you're walking through an airport. That has been brought out. That may have players' medals in, and Cricket Australia officials are making their way around. There's a great buzz up here, but nothing like there is, Aaron, down on the pitch at the moment. There are hundreds of people inside the pavilion area, inside this white picket fence, and then a good few thousand who are still here. Half of them in the shade, half of them in the sun, and just trying to soak up every moment of what will be an historic trophy lift for South Australia. More and more people are making their way out onto the balcony. And there's great noise and great excitement as we await the presentation of this Sheffield Shield trophy. Peering around to see who's emerging. You see 3 glasses of champagne perched on a table just inside the building away to our left-hand side.
They're riding absolutely everything, Chippers. The medals had just come out, and that was the most recent Raw. So I think anything that comes out of the big glass doors in the Karen Rolton Oval Pavilion will get an ovation.
I'm tempted to make an appearance myself.
Just give them away.
A few people.
Yeah. Shippers, I don't reckon 3 glasses of champagne is going to be enough.
No,
mate.
I don't think it's enough. No, I think they're just yours, Tim.
I reckon they need about 333,000 tonight.
I think those 3 have been left half drunk.
Right,
actually.
okay. They might have got moved on, so they had some space to put the Shield and the advertising hoarding there, did they?
Yeah, I think they have.
Right.
And let's be fair, if you've waited 29 years to watch a trophy being lifted, what's another couple of minutes?
That's right. Exactly
Hey, Tim, just quickly as well, while we wait for the players to be presented, we've spoken a bit about it through the call. What does this mean for the Sheffield Shield? It's a huge narrative that has been followed across the country. It's a big moment, an emotional one. Does it help reinvigorate the domestic competition?
No, I think so. I think, we always want to have competitions that aren't dominated by 1 or 2 teams, don't we? Victoria and New South Wales over the journey have probably won more than their fair share. Western Australia in the last 3 or 4 years have certainly put a bit of a rocket up that system as well and come out and won, I reckon they won 3 maybe in a row, and pretty well won every trophy for that 3 or 4 year period. So the biggest thing that, I think is probably just as important as anything else in this system is that South Australian cricket is now won a Sheffield Shield, but just as importantly, it's producing Australian players to contribute to the success of Australian cricket. We saw Alex Carey today. We've had Travis Head going and playing so well in Test cricket. Spencer Johnson's playing in one-day international and T20 cricket for Australia. We've had different guys being in squads. So that, I think, shows the health and the vitality of a system when you can basically have your best players perform so well that they get nationals or selected in national teams, but the depth of your squad allows your team to continue winning and continue playing well. And that's what Victoria and New South Wales have done for a long time, especially New South Wales. So it does reinvigorate Sheffield Shield. It's nice to have a different winner. You know, Tassie will take some. I'm sure they haven't won a huge amount. They've won 2 or 3. They'll probably take a bit of bonus out of this and think, you know what, we're not as far away as maybe we think, even though I think they might have finished 6th this year. The point being that South Australia finished 6th last year, I think, or equal 6th. So, you know, you're never far away. And another pre-season, another year of growth, another year of development, and you just never know where you finish. So I hope we can, whatever happens in the world of cricket, I hope that we maintain 4-day cricket. The ebb and flow of this game was just so much fun to be involved in, to watch day to day. And it shows different skills. We can have 3 formats. We're unique in that we do have 3 formats of our game. Don't try and knock one or the other off. Just enjoy the fact that you don't have to like them all. Just enjoy the fact that the game can be played in a different way and we can cruise through that. And you know what? I love 2020 cricket, but I might not like 4-day cricket. That's fine. But if I like 4-day cricket and not 2020, that's fine also, if that makes sense. And this is a great advertisement for local cricket, the development of some of our players that are coming through our system, and the fact that South Australia can be back on the national stage.
It does seem more and more accessible across formats, as you touched on, Tim. There's something for everyone. It's a long cricket summer. There's plenty of highlights from the national team all the way to the state league and your local competitions as well. Yeah. And I can't think of another sport that plays 3 formats. And plays 3 formats internationally. Let's head back up to Robin Chipperfield. I reckon they just got a brief tease of someone coming out on the pavilion, but the anticipation's building.
Actually, Aaron, we didn't. You know what I said earlier about I might just come out of the door and celebrate. That's what somebody's just done. Here they come.
Second members come through the door and sunk a tinny.
Yes.
Big chug to the raw.
Ladies and gentlemen,
here we go.
Boys and girls, what a day for South Australia.
Here come the players from the other side with champagne spraying everywhere. A huge cheer for the squad who make their way out onto the balcony.
It's been an incredible Sheffield Shield final at an amazing venue. 2 teams have battled this out over 4 days. Firstly, if I can congratulate Queensland on an outstanding Sheffield Shield final. They fought back beautifully after a tough first innings, taking it deep into day 4. A big round of applause for the Queenslanders. On March 1, South Australia took out the Dean Jones Trophy, and 29 days later, they become just the 12th team in history to do the double as one-day champions and now Sheffield Shield champions. Our presentation party is James Orchard, Cricket Australia Board Director, Will Rayner, the President of the South Australian Cricket Association, and Daniel Harris, a former South Australian player, now the Vice President of SACA. I'll invite James Orchard to assist with the first of the presentations. We will recognise our 4 match officials. Could you please congratulate umpires Sam Nagoski and Donovan Kosh, our 3rd umpire Phil Gillespie, and match referee David Gilbert.
The great Jason Gillespie has joined us once again down at ground level as well. Diz, how are you feeling?
Oh, Aaron, this is just amazing. It's such a good feeling to see all the hard work and efforts of the boys this season come to fruition with not only success in the one-day cup, but the ultimate success in the Sheffield Shield.
Of the final, there's been a number of worthy contenders over the course of the match. The two Jacks for Queensland, Jack Clayton and Wildermuth with sensational hundreds. Jake Lehman in the first innings for South Australia with 102. Alex Carey in the second innings with 105. And Jason Sanger with a superb not out 126. But the player of the match in the Sheffield Shield final with figures of 11 for 140 is Brendan Doggett.
The two-time winning Shield title member of Queensland moves to South Australia and makes it 3 by taking 11 against his old side. Brendan Doggett, the equal most wickets in a Sheffield Shield final, wins the player of the match at Karen Rolton Oval.
The player of the tournament is determined by the umpires on a 3-2-1 votes basis, who they believe has been the best player in each match across the Sheffield Shield season. The winner of the 2024-25 Sheffield Shield Player of the Year is Fergus O'Neill from Victoria. Fergus is not here, of course. He'll receive his award at the Cricket Victoria State Awards. Well, as I said, Queensland were very, very brave. They were doing it tough at the end of the first innings. They fought so strongly on day 3, took this game deep into day 4. We'll invite their captain, Marnus Labuschagne, to say a few words. Thanks, Marnus.
A big final for Marnus Labuschagne, who actually isn't on the pavilion right now, trying to make his way through the sea of bodies. It was a disappointing first innings out for a 7-ball duck, but responded with 61 from 88 and continued to motivate his fieldsmen. Unfortunately, is copping some jeers from the South Australian crowd as he makes his way towards the microphone, but the South Australian players do embrace him as he makes his way to deliver his speech.
Push me out forward.
Got on, mate.
Yeah, I heard you guys out there all day. Firstly, I just want to thank our team. Everything that we've been to, we certainly haven't been our best this year, but we managed to find our way into a final and still play cricket that challenged the best team in the comp. I'm just so proud of the effort the boys put in. We showed the Queensland spirit today, the never die attitude, and to always fight till the end. Secondly, to Nathan and Ryan and the team, you guys should be really proud of what you achieved today. The fans were behind you the whole time. We heard them. I sledged them back a few times on the boundary, but you guys were unbelievable. You guys were the best team in the comp the whole time. You certainly deserve this. Nathan, superb effort, along with Ryan, so amazing job. And finally, just want to thank everyone at Queensland Cricket for what they've done to get us here. Enough of me, enjoy your present.
Marnus Labuschagne, the skipper of Queensland, he nailed it. There's one word to sum up their season, it was determination. Winless in the first 5, clawed their way to the final.
I'll now invite Will Rayner and Daniel Harris to present the premiership medals to the winning team. South Australia. Firstly, Henry Hunt.
A 19-ball duck to start the Sheffield Shield final. 6 in the second innings. But a great season for Henry Hunt.
Connor McInerney.
McInerney, the better of the two openers, 38 in his first dig, followed by a 6-ball duck in the second. It did put South Australia in an awkward position, but they did recover from it thanks to this man, Jason Sanger, the New South Welshman, in his first year at South Australia. 126 not out in the winning runs in the Shield final.
It was a superb knock, wasn't it?
Alex Carey!
Speaking of superb knocks, 105 for Alex Carey to settle South Australia when they were 3 for 28 in the run
Alex
chase.
Carey!
This will get a
Jake Lehman!
The son of a gun, Jake Lehman stepped out of his father's shadow and scored a Sheffield Shield 100 when South Australia's batters were struggling in the first innings. Young Liam Scott, the domestic one-day player of the year, earns a medal in the Sheffield Shield as well. Jason Gillespie product, now in a South Australian race. Big Ben Minenti out there at the conclusion, 9 not out, picked up a wicket as well, and loves to relish with the fan base in front of the pavilion.
Nathan McAndrew!
5 for Nathan McAndrew, and the leading wicket taker since he moved to South Australia.
Yeah, 40 wickets this summer as well, Aaron.
Brendan Doggett!
The player of the match, 11 wickets, a record equaling total for Brendan Doggett.
Jordan Buckingham!
Just the 1 wicket for Jordan Buckingham, but a tremendous season for the Victorian. It was between him and Henry Thornton as to who would play in this 11 for Ryan Harris, and he's still vindicated.
Nielsen!
Harry Nielsen, the son of another great, who's standing next to me. How you feeling, Tim?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. He's in the squad, obviously, which is great. So he's had a good year. It's a bit of a shame for him.
Mackenzie Harvey!
When Alex comes back, but great to be part of the group.
He was able to be part of the one-day cup-winning squad, Harry Nielsen, at the top order, as was Mackenzie Harvey, who receives a medal for being part of the South Australian squad.
South Australian coach, Ryan Harris.
Under Jason Gillespie, Ryan Harris inherited the coaching role at South Australia, and in his first season has been able to take them to the top.
Fantastic achievement from Rhino. Tim and I are beyond proud of him. There's no doubt about that, Aaron. It's awesome.
And the captain of the South Australian cricket team, Nathan McSweeney.
Nathan McSweeney, fresh off a test debut this summer, posts 14 runs across the 2 innings. But his leadership is what stood out, in particularly his decision to bowl first to start this Sheffield Shield final.
Firstly, I'd like to thank Queensland. Quite tough work out there yesterday, and to post 270 to win was a really challenging score. We had to play our best to do it. Secondly, I'd like to thank you guys. It's pretty amazing to be, playing in front of such proud members and supporters like you. It's been a long time since we've been able to play some good cricket, and this year to do the double is very special, and to do it with you is even more special. So thank you very much.
If you're just joining us, South Australia,
I'd also like to thank the ground staff. Obviously, Adelaide Oval is an amazing place to play cricket, probably the best in the world, but to create a wicket like this for us this week was truly special as well, and we wouldn't be able to do it without them, so thank you.
Trent Kelly, the curator, he did have a tight turnaround after the discussions about Adelaide Oval being the venue.
And lastly, our boys, Rhino, first year as coach, unsure how it gets better than this. Well done, Rhino.
A 4-wicket victory for South Australia to snap a 29-year drought.
I think the most impressive thing about this season, in the past we relied on 1 or 2 players to really carry us. I think this year throughout, so many people have stood up at important times, and that's why we're standing where we are today. So everyone in our squad has contributed this year. I think we've played 23 out of 26 players, so it's a true squad effort, and we'll enjoy it tonight. Thank you very much.
It's a depth that Ryan Harris has relished.
Let's hear from the coach, Ryan Harris.
The ability to rotate his players and keep them healthy. There's some tough decisions, but now he's a winning coach of the Sheffield Shield.
I think
a few of the boys standing up here looking at now and seeing what this means to this state. It's obviously been too long since we last one 29 years ago, but just to see these boys' faces looking out at you and the support that you've given us this season, and to come out here and support us like you have has been unbelievable. Every day we felt it, and it's so special. So thank you very much. When I took on this role, I inherited it from Jason, Gillespie, Tim Nielsen. I get the rewards, but what they've done, and Sean Williams, our list manager, I'll take a little bit of the credit, but I've got to give a lot of the credit to them. This has been a long time in the making. I want to thank them for what they've set up. I want to thank the SACA for the support that we've had. I don't know what else to say. We're going to enjoy tonight.
Good boy.
He's so passionate about South Australian cricket.
I probably should thank my wife, who's standing over there. You won't be able to see her, but she's been a great support for me, my family, my kids, my dad, everyone. It's been nice. It's been good. But one thing I'll leave you with now is this is not just a one-off thing. This is something we're going to work on over the next few years to make it. Not 29 years as we win the next one. We're going to try and do that over the next few years. So we'll stick by us, keep supporting us. We'll keep winning trophies.
A warning and a promise from the new South Australian coach. It's not just one and done for Ryan Harris. He wants to turn this into a dynasty.
The Sheffield Shield was first donated by Lord Sheffield in the early 1890s, and for 132 years it's been a bastion of domestic cricket excellence. Will Rayner and Daniel Harris.
Brilliant.
Excellent.
Walk us through what you're seeing up there, Robin Chipperfield.
Yeah, amazing scenes here, Aaron, as the trophy is lifted just a few feet away. And you can sense the relief, the emotion from the last 29 years as the players gather and lift the shield. You can see Jake Lehman there, penny for his
Thanks,
thoughts.
everyone. We'll celebrate long and hard. Good afternoon.
That completes the presentation, but it does not complete the celebrations because they have started and they are going to carry on, I think, for an awful long time as the players share the moment with the...
Harry Nielsen, Jason Sanger hold the Sheffield Shield aloft in front of the pavilion to a roar from the South Australian faithful. SA winners of the 2025 Sheffield Shield title by 4 wickets. We'll get some reaction upstairs with Robin Chipperfield amongst a flurry of celebrations here at Karen Rolton Oval. Aaron Bryans, Tim Nielsen and Jason Gillespie, Shield winning teammates from 1996, now see the deadlock broken since they last celebrated. Dizzy, Tim, a tremendous presentation there.
Yeah, absolutely.
A great
fantastic
conclusion to a fun week.
Oh, so much fun, and everyone spoke incredibly well. It was
probably
just great.
selfishly too, Aaron. It takes the monkey off the back. We can now pass on the baton. We're not the old folks that were the last winners of the Sheffield Shield.
Yeah,
These blokes are the young blokes that can take it, so they can do all the things and answer all the questions in the future about why and how and when. So it's just so nice to see them have the success, as Diz said. The crowd here is so supportive. People have been starved, or the cricket public's been starved of success from their state team in the last little while, and yeah, it's just really cool. So just loved it.
Robin Chipperfield's ready to go up on the pavilion. Let's get some reaction.
Yeah, I've got Ben Benenzi with me. Ben, many congratulations. You see the faces, you've seen the trophy. How much does this all mean?
Oh, this is special. This is amazing. There's I don't know how many thousand on the oval, but it's like nothing I've ever seen. They always say at the end of grand finals and stuff, you don't know how to speak, but this is genuine. Seeing how much it means to everyone here and how hard we've worked for it, it's pretty special. I haven't had anything like this before. Yeah, we're going to enjoy this.
Quite right too. Did you get moments during the game to enjoy it, or have you been tense all the way through?
No, I've been a nervous wreck all week. I've been up at about 4:30 each morning, sitting on my phone, struggling to get to sleep, but yeah, it's all worth it. It's all worth it. I was nervous this morning. I'm not usually a nervous watcher, but I went and locked myself in one of the little rooms in there and hit away, and then we lost 2 wickets, so I had to change spots and came out the front, and then I was shining a ball, and we didn't lose a wicket while we were shining the balls. I've never been superstitious in my life until today, but I've actually preferred being out there than sitting watching. So, no, it was a hell of a day, and it's been a hell of a season.
I suppose you hit the runs that meant that South Australia won the Shield as well, because you brought the scores level. But how much hard work do you think has gone into this, not just from yourself, but from everybody, to get South Australia from where they were to where they are now?
Yeah, so much. We've worked really hard for a couple of years now, and it's more than just the group now. Like, the people before us worked really hard too, and ever since I got down here 3 years ago, there's been something special brewing, and it felt like we ticked off one with the One Day Cup, and we really enjoyed that. But this is a different beast. I've never seen anything like this.
And what were the feelings coming in this morning? You mentioned you were nervous this morning, but having been set 270, you surely have taken that at the start of the game.
Oh yeah, if you offered me that at the start of the week and said you've got to chase this to win a Shield, I probably would have snapped your arm off for it. It probably felt like more because we bowled him out for 90 in the first innings, and then yesterday was quite a long day. But yeah, it sort of ebbed and flowed this morning. They bowled really well, and we knew they were going to come hard. They're a quality team with a lot of quality players in it. We sort of just hung for long enough and kept grinding, and that partnership between Kez and Sanger was outstanding. As silly as it sounds, I said to a few people this morning, if Kez faces 100 balls, we'll win today. And it's just been like that all year. If he's faced 100 balls, we've just been in positions to win. I can't speak highly enough of him as a cricketer and a bloke. He's been superb for our group this year, and we absolutely loved having him.
Well played. Go and enjoy it. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Ben Menenti upstairs with Robin Chipperfield, and he was there in the winning moment. A little bit of a late gasp of anxiety, Dizzy, when we saw a couple of wickets for Liam Scott out for a duck, and also Alex Carey departing, Jake Lehman for 8, and it wasn't quite done yet.
Yeah.
And Ben Menenti was very sturdy.
Yeah, just hit a couple of boundaries, didn't he, off mid-sweeps, and to just put it beyond doubt. And he spoke well there, didn't he? He's been a very good recruit. Gee, Vin, I remember when we had those discussions about getting him on board South Australia, we knew he was a bit of a bulldog and someone that's in for a scrap, in for a fight, and he certainly showed those traits in spades, particularly this season.
Yeah, no doubt. That was the big attraction, wasn't it? He's never been a big spinner of the ball, and he probably hasn't been quite good enough to bat in the top 6, which is probably why he didn't get opportunities elsewhere.
Let's get some more reaction upstairs with Robin Chipperfield.
Got Charlie Hodgson, the CEO, with me. Aaron, Charlie, a big smile on your face, no wonder. How are you feeling now?
Well, a lot more relaxed now. That has been a sensational few days. I mean, that was an incredible game of cricket. Felt like it was in the balance until sometime in the mid-afternoon, if not a bit later, and it's been a long time coming, so we're absolutely delighted.
What's been the key to it, do you think, this season from South Australia?
Oh, so much. I mean, the team have knit together brilliantly. Obviously, Nathan, it's his first year as captain, has been fantastic, worked really well and closely with Ryan Harris, who again's in his first year. He's really passionate, Ryan, so and the players love him, so they follow him through a brick wall. And the process that Nathan puts in place, it just means that we're just a bit more focused and training with real energy and focus. And we got on a bit of a run, and momentum's a great thing.
3 for 28. It looks a bit wobbly at that point, but great credit because they played really sensationally well from there.
It did, and Kez can turn a game pretty quickly because he scores so quickly, and it changes the momentum. Jason Sanger's been fantastic for us since he came in against Tasmania and scored 100 on his debut. He looks a seriously good player, and that partnership was kind of what broke the back of it. It was a little wobble at the end, but we were pretty confident that we were done after those two. So, no, it was fantastic to watch.
What does it mean to South Australian cricket to got the Shield back?
Well, it's huge. 29 years, it's pretty much all we ever talk about. We'll have to think of something else to talk about now.
Go and enjoy it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Cheers.
Charlie Hodgson, the CEO of Saka, came in 2022 and now gets to reap the reward of what he's been building over the last few years upstairs with Robert Chipperfield. We'll keep getting some reaction from the playing group who have darted back into the pavilion to start their celebrations. Aaron Bryans, Jason Gillespie, Tim Nielsen with you on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app after South Australia won the 2025 Sheffield Shield title by 4 wickets. And I think my favourite part about the presentations was Ryan Harris's warning to the rest of the competition that we're not going anywhere.
No, absolutely. You know, it's been 29 years between drinks, and that has instilled that belief into the squad, hasn't he? And you know, I love those words from him saying, we're not done yet. We're not going to wait another 29 years. So, yeah, really pleased. Really proud of him. It's a great achievement for him in his first year as head coach. Yeah, absolutely delighted.
How are you feeling, Tim, as someone who's involved in the organisation for so long?
I was just thinking, as Dizzy was talking like that, there are a few people behind the scenes that probably don't get a lot of mentions. And Rhino mentioned Sean Williams, who does a massive job in the recruitment part.
We'll come back to that in a moment. Some more reaction upstairs with Robin Chipperfield.
Jake, you got the medal around your neck. How much does that mean?
Yeah, I honestly don't think it's sunk in yet. You know, it's been a good game for 4 days. We were probably in front for a lot of it, but then Queensland fought back hard, and you know, there was a lot of nerves in the room. That was tough watching. I just said it was probably the worst 2 hours of my life, but also the best. You know, it is a little bit of relief, but to do it with Kez and a couple of boys that we've played with for a long time, the new boys, they've been fantastic, and the turnout of the crowd has just been absolutely phenomenal. Like, we couldn't have imagined anything like this when the game got moved from Adelaide Oval to here. To be honest with you, like, the crowds turned down, it probably was a better atmosphere. It was a massive home ground advantage, and they cheered us every single day. And I don't know how many were here today, but it felt like heaps.
You've won the Sheffield Shield, but not only that as a player, you've obviously made a huge contribution in that first innings. How much does that matter?
Yeah, it's something that I think in the last couple of Shield finals that I played in, that I didn't really make a contribution, and you left the game and you wanted more. And I rocked up to this game, and I rocked up to the one-day final game with such, I don't know what the word is, but, you know, I wanted to use the passion and desire that I had to perform in big finals, and to do that was just so special. And the family were here, and all my friends were here, so it's just fantastic.
You've had to be patient as well, obviously, through your career to get to this point. Your dad has tweeted, has he? Have you spoken to your dad yet?
No, not yet, but apparently he was on the phone to my wife, Danny, so I'm sure I'll get a phone call in the next little bit. So
he says, what a day for all SA supporters. Well done to Ryan Harris, staff and players. They were the best team all year. So proud of everyone.
Yeah, I truly believe we were the best team all year, so I think he's 100% right. To get 6 Shield wins in one season is amazing, and then 7 today. You don't see that in many Shield seasons at the moment, so I feel like it was deservedly ours, and Queensland fought hard and had some great performances, but yeah, I feel like it's ours and we deserve it.
My goodness, you had to fight yesterday afternoon for it, didn't you? Queensland really made you work for it.
Yeah, like any Shield final, I think everyone's got good players, and you know, the wicket did get flat, and our bowlers are into their 30th overs. But credit to Dog and Macca and Bucky, Scotty, they all just kept coming. They just kept coming, and everything we asked them, we said, let's be process-driven, let's drive the game, let's concentrate on it. They're only 250 in front, and we know that this ground is a fast-scoring ground, and the wicket does still stay pretty nice. So I think we stayed relatively calm throughout. So, yeah, they did a fantastic job, the bowlers, and they have done all year.
Got much on tonight? Got much playing?
Yeah, I don't think there's much planned for the next few days, to be honest with you. Probably won't see the family much. A couple of Zooms maybe from the pub, but we'll see how we go.
Go enjoy it. Good man. Thanks, Jake.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Jake Lehman, who did have a century in the first innings. It is 7 a.m. in Northamptonshire, so they have timed their victory perfect for Boof, who I know would have been watching. It's a great highlight to add to already a prolific portfolio in the Lehman family, and they just continue to dominate South Australian cricket, Diz.
Yeah, most certainly, and he spoke very well there, Jake. Talked about the pride, the passion, and he was exactly right. South Australia were the best team in the competition, and as he said, to get 6 wins is a great achievement. To pick up a 7th win in the final, it's an absolutely superb year. Not many teams have dominated a Shield competition quite like that.
We wrapped up a little early, Tim, before, but the fact that you both have your fingerprints all over this, and the team that you built has finally got to this point, the emotion of it all, and it must just be so rewarding to be able to see what the players have been able to accomplish.
Yeah, I was probably just talking a minute ago. The playing group and the head coach and those guys get the opportunity and the awesome feeling of being out in front of this crowd and getting the rewards. But there's so many people behind the scenes that have been there for a long time now. So to them, hats off and enjoy a beer tonight.
Let's get some more reaction up on the pavilion. Jason Sangers with Robin Chipperfield.
Jason, many, many congratulations to have played that part in that game. How much does that mean to you?
Oh, it means so much. I just remember a young kid in the crowd saying, when I was about 80 on a tea break, he was like, Jason, are you going to get a ton? I'm like, I don't care how many I get as long as we win. So, yeah, just to contribute in the final and get the boys over the line, yeah, it means a lot. I mean, it means so much to the lads. It means so much to the city as well and the community. You can just tell how many people came here and all ran on the ground when we won. So, honestly, right now, it feels like a bit of a dream and it feels quite surreal. And yeah, I was just trying to soak it all in, and hasn't quite hit me yet. But yeah, maybe tomorrow morning it might.
I just mentioned to Jake about not only winning a Sheffield Shield title, but being able to contribute in the way that you have to make a difference, to make a real contribution. Deep down, that must mean a lot to you as a professional sportsman.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's my first year at the Saka as well, and yeah, it's really special. I mean, coming here, there was a main focus to win the Shield, obviously the one-day comp as well, and it's so hard to win two comps, the one-day and the Shield. And I think I mentioned earlier, even Tassie, who came last, I think in the end, they were 2 wins away of making the final, and just shows how tight this competition is. And oh man, it's just to know that from day one of pre-season when we spoke about we wanted to make sure we win finals and we're winning games of cricket, to now know this is the end of it. It's it's just amazing, and it's just, as I said, I'm speechless right now. It's just so good to be a part of it.
When you came out after tea, can I ask you, was there a plan to kind of get after the bowling? Because I think you needed 80 odd at that point, and you came out really aggressive, or did it just turn out that way?
Oh, I think it just turned out that way. It's just, looking back now, it's one of those things where the first ball after tea was 5 runs, was a single, and then went for 5, and I think in that moment I was kind of like, oh, this could be over. This could be over in the hour now. Just one of those things, you have one over that goes for 12 or 16, and then the rest just keep going. And I didn't really want to come back tomorrow. I wanted to get it done. I was just kind of sweating it out and just thinking, far out, I hope we get this win. It just, even till that last run, I was just like, far out, I want this to be over with. I just want us to get the runs and we can celebrate. And it was really special.
Go and enjoy it. Thanks.
Thank you very
for your
much.
time. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
Jason Sanger, 126 not out, and the winning runs in the Sheffield Shield final. Been great to have you with us on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryans, Jason Gillespie, Tim Nielsen wrapping it all up. In about 5 minutes' time, we're going to take you back to the AFL for St Kilda and Richmond at the Docklands. The Saints currently lead there by 33 points, 11-10, 76 to 6-7, 43. What a great story for Jason Sanger, one of many players. There are 9 interstaters in this playing 11 today, and he's one of those who gets a second opportunity across the border and will really just rewarded South Australia for the commitment to him today.
Yeah, it's a tremendous effort. We talk about the people behind the scenes. Sean Williams plays a big part in the recruitment and the talent ID roles. And Jason's a player that's been on the circuit and around the place since he was under-19 captain of Australia probably 6 or 7 years ago. So he didn't ever quite crack it with New South Wales for whatever reason, but he's come down here to a different environment. They've identified a role for him, and he's been able to slot into that team really nicely and also has got the ultimate reward this week. So good for him. Great for him to have some personal success and contribute to a team victory. And as everyone that's spoken up there, they're just all so pumped and also happy. It's so special to see. So it's been a long time in the making and the waiting. I think everyone will enjoy a quiet beer tonight.
Who do we have to watch out for on the town tonight, Diz? Who's the biggest fiend in this group?
All of them.
I think they'll be I reckon they'll be in the rooms here for a while tonight. Over the next couple of days, they might find themselves a little corner pub where they can sneak away quietly by themselves and have a drink. So, I don't think it's probably a bit those days are probably gone now, Aaron.
They'll just want to be around each other.
Yeah, that's right.
Just having a drink and having a chat. And
tends to lead to trouble too if you go out too much in the modern world, because someone's got a telephone that takes a photo of you, or they make up something about you. So you're better off being a bit safe and enjoying the time together, I think.
So that essentially wraps up our coverage of the Sheffield Shield final. I just want to say, before we wrap things up, a huge thanks to Paul Brokenshire, Adam Jones and Andrew Williamson for putting it all together. We've been in a shipping container down at the southern end. There's been monitors and cables and headphones.
It's been a lot of fun.
The windows were left open and the gear got flooded on the first morning. We've had all sorts of navigations, but we got through, and it's been a lot of fun to call for you on the ABC Listen app through these 4 days, and we will continue to bring you the best coverage we can of our cricket across the summer on ABC Sport. Huge thanks to Robin Chipperfield, who flew from Sydney for our coverage as well, and in the end managed to get the milestones he was after I nicked a couple of centuries off of him in the first couple of days. Big thanks to you for everyone who texted it in as well, and to Lauren Borden, who was in our studio. In the end, South Australia winners by 4 wickets. Queensland dismissed all out for 95, a record low first innings total in their first innings. South Australia responded with 271 and a lead of 176. Queensland looked in a bit of trouble at 2 for 85, but started to settle through centuries to Jack Clayton and Jack Wildermuth, ultimately going on to post 445 and setting South Australia a victory target of 270. Looked a little wobbly early. The openers out for a combined 13 runs. Nathan McSweeney then departed as well for 14. South Australia 3 for 28 at that stage. And then Alex Carey and Jason Sanger got to work. Sanger reaching his 100 off 158. Carey off 128 deliveries. Alex finished on 105 and Jason Sanger never left. 126 not out. South Australia win their 14th Sheffield Shield final, snap a 29-year drought and complete the domestic double by defeating Queensland by 4 wickets. Again, a huge thanks to Jason Gillespie, Tim Nielsen and Carl Hooper for their work on expert commentary. You are headed to the AFL next. St Kilda and Richmond at the Docklands. I reckon we're closing in, if not have just hit three-quarter time, and St Kilda lead by 40 points. Lauren Borden, Joel Peterson, Brent Harvey, Karen Peterson, your call team to continue. And as always, when the summer of cricket returns, you can hear it on the ABC Listen app through the cricket button. Enjoy the remainder of your weekend on ABC Sport.